I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are tuned into the VCT China Stage 2 seeding matches. Today we have an amazing matchup with JDG taking on DRG. But before we get into any of the action and any of the thick of the detail, allow me to introduce myself. I go by the name of Skara, and flanked by my side, I have Zobi. Zobi, how are we doing today?
I am doing amazing. I'm excited to kick these off. I feel like there's some really competitive ones that could have some ramifications when we get later into playoffs or later into play-ins, but the one that we're opening up with between DRG and JDG feels like there may be a bit of a stark favorite.
Most definitely, and I think there's a lot coming into this between these two teams, but not more so performance-wise, right? These haven't been the best performing, if anything, a bit disappointing with some of the stuff that we've seen coming through in stage 2.
Yeah, I think for DRG, obviously having a little bit better of a record than JDG with that 2-3 over the 1-4 finish, and for them they were consistent over times. They were consistently just dropping the ball, and to me it looked a bit like exhaustion again, much like the other global VCT China teams. They've just had a very, very packed schedule. But at this point, you need to be recovering. You need to be showing what you're capable of, because again, play-ins, yes, it's double elimination, but if you drop the ball here, you are a team that is currently on the cusp of qualifying to champion Shanghai points wise, and there are 3 teams that badly want your spot and have already all punched their tickets to playoffs, right? Between TYL, between Nova, and between BLG. So again, if they somehow fall out during the play-ins, then I don't think they would make Shanghai.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're at a point where it's, as you say, right, there's no room for error. And yes, it might be double elimination, but there's many other teams that are hungry for that spot. So you have to make sure you are dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and making do with everything that is at your disposal. And right now, this is the first step. This is going to be either DRG or JDG answering the call and taking that first initiative. Coming into this game, at the moment, JDG have not been able to take DRG in a game. And that's a bit scary in my opinion, because also when I look at JDG this past season, we haven't seen enough from them. We haven't really been seeing a performance that has been expected. And ultimately, maybe you could say, okay, they had a much harder group than DRG, but even then, I still feel like from what we saw in the previous stage to now, it's kind of night and day.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I feel like JDG, I liked the additions that they brought in with Berlin and with Crown Fisher coming into this stage, just trying to elevate their firepower. But I think both of them have had really, really high highs and really, really low lows. And I think if both of them are showing up today, it could make a big difference against a consistent squad like Dragon Ranger Gaming. But I also do know that JDG in their last 2 matches of the group stage were exploring composition shifts as well, right? Crown Fisher stepping into the controller, Jake Cooter going over to that secondary duelist alongside Ja, and I think it takes time for that to acclimate. And while I saw some promising things, I think with Crown Fisher still being able to play an aggressive style controller on, say, like the Omen or say like the Harbor, changing that much up that fast can have lasting implications. So I hope they make the best of these seeding matches to get some really concrete results and some really concrete reps in an official environment.
Yeah, most definitely. And that is a worry at times where we're seeing comp changes later into the stage or later into the competition, because at this stage you'd think that you have a more refined idea of how your team is going to perform, how they're going to play against and fare against other teams. And we're at a stage where going into play-ins, you'd think the end product is kind of a bit more refined as compared to the start of the stage. So we'll have to see what we do kind of get out of them coming through in this game against DRG, because that also is another worry for me, is has there been enough time for them to kind of fix up any maybe little loose ends that haven't been fully tightened up, or will it be a case of DRG, the more consistent team, are just going to steamroll over them? That can be the question begged, but we'll have to see as we do jump into that. But I mean, I want to actually get an idea from you. First of all, let's start with our predictions. What would you think we could be expecting between these two teams? What outcome and scoreline would you want to see?
I really don't think I see JDG winning the series. Could I see them taking a map? Yes. And I think that's where like my prediction is a bit torn, is between those two. But again, we already talked about this squad a little bit, right? They have, I think, all the makings of what can make a really great team and a great run. It's just something is missing.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like every piece of the puzzle has been connected fully. But taking a look at this, we have Je, Wayuko, Berlin, Crown Fisher, and Jay Kudo, who are going to be running the squad for JDG. And yeah, at this point in time, as we mentioned earlier, Crown Fisher and Berlin coming into the team fairly recently. But on the other side, we have Vokashu, Life, Nick, Spirit, and Verse. And I feel like you have something about Verse that's not fully convincing on your end.
Yeah, I feel like every time I've casted DRG this stage, I'm just consistently circle back to being like, I want more out of him, right? I see him towards the bottom of the scoreboard. I see the impact that Flexman is able to have on the previous iteration of this roster with that secondary calling alongside Nick, while also simultaneously being a major fragging power. And I'm just like, not convinced that it has improved this team at all. And I will say, another thing that question marks me for DRG is for Vukushu, right? He's having the best performance so far that he's had all of this year in VCT China, but it doesn't feel like it in the results that DRG are finding. So to me, that means the opponents have been finding out how to kind of minimize his impact. And I think he's just getting multi-kills at the ends of rounds, but not quite clutching them out. And that's why his stats look so padded without really results, or I feel like them being impactful.
I mean, ultimately, that's the thing, right? You want output. It's one thing if you're getting multi-frags, but it's leading to nothing. It's leading to round losses. So I kind of get that in the sense of if we're not seeing the score translation on the scoreboard, but we're constantly seeing you out-fragging everyone, you're not really giving value in that sense. And when we have a look at the head-to-head, we have Je against Life. And, I mean, the AC is looking good, but as he says, sometimes the stats don't always tell a full story of the impact of these players in the server.
Yeah, I will say, if we're talking about DRG additions, like in changes this year, that did have impact, them bringing on Life was just really, really nice. He's given them the exact ounce of flexibility that they need in a consistently shifting meta from, again, the initiators that got nerfed and then rebuffed. He can play the double duelist as well. I think he's been a great addition, and I think it's funny that they're putting them up against Denja, like the primary duelist, right, for the side of JDG, who I do feel like has had his pop-off moments, especially when he gets the operator out, but is another player that, again, I think it just has been like very like wish-washy. And again, it's hard to gauge a team when they've only gotten one win this season, but I think they've shown enough promise with the teams that they've been able to push to map threes that I'm just like, I do feel like there's something there that I wouldn't like. There's a world where they could beat DRG today. It's just like you just don't feel like it's gonna happen because you haven't been convinced yet.
Yeah, it's as you say, right? We just haven't seen enough to be able to be fully convinced that we can see them be pushed over the line. Can we see them take them to a third map? Yes, that's not out the ballpark, but to fully take this series off a team of DRG, yes, they went 3-2, but I mean 2-3, but despite that, they still have been looking a lot better than JDG. And at this point in time, you wouldn't be fully convinced that we can see JDG take it. Hey, make us believers. You can be the ones to take them and win the game, but ultimately we'll have to see. We're going to be jumping into the skirmish, and if you're unaware of what this is basically a new mechanic that has been added in this season of VCT, where players go head to head, and ultimately the winner gets to have the advantage when picking maps.
Yeah, you get that Team A or Team B choice for sure.
Most definitely.
I'm like, we're running people down with knives, I guess. And this is what we mentioned, right? I feel like nobody's going to take seeding, or they didn't take the group stage seriously because of this change in format, knowing that nobody was going to get eliminated with the play-in structure just a bit. And that was a sentiment that I heard echoed with a lot of players when interviewing them this stage as well. So you're going to see people starting to take things seriously, I think, once they get into play-ins, once they get into playoffs. And I can't wait to see how that changes the dynamic in the server. But for now, it looks like both of these like players are just having a lot of fun in the skirmish.
We love to
like
see it.
Pistols only.
And I respect that, right? It's a lot more fun as opposed to the constant one taps. Testing installs and their spray control. That would be peak. But then they'd have to.
How's he doing this with a frenzy though, bro? Like he's getting so many of these kills and he won it.
Beautiful. But with that, they obviously will be doing their map veto picks. What are your expectations coming into this if we're looking at maps for... Let's actually look at JDG. What do you think, if they were to take this to DRG, what do you ideally think should be the map rollout?
I have two big maps and I have a wild card map. I think the two maps that I could see them going into would be either Breeze or Lotus, and then my wild card map would be Ascent. And would you look at that? We got 2 out of 3 of my map predictions. That's why we're the analysts and the casters, guys. But honestly, I am surprised that JDG is the one to pan out Lotus. It's their best map this stage, but I also don't feel like it's a bad map for DRG. That's why it was one of those big pickups for me. But I think I'm more shocked that DRG picked affected the Breeze, because that was one that I feel like they've only played it once. Yes, they won it, but they were making so many mistakes that they almost lost the map. So all in all, what are you hoping to see from this split Breeze and Ascent?
Yeah, I really don't have a full idea, because when I look at it, right, there's been a lot of chop and change with regards to how teams have kind of played this out, because a lot of the time we've tended to see the double controller, the double initiator, but I think especially with a team where DRG, they're famous for running that double duelist, I wouldn't be putting that out the ballpark, but if we're going to be seeing that, then potentially that double duelist, double initiator, and I'm kind of on the fence right now. Like, I really have no idea what I can be expecting from these teams, because I haven't even seen enough from DRG on splits to be able to even call what it can be expecting from them.
Well, here you have it, our two teams competing here in this seeding match. These are our number 5 seeds leading the group stage. Both of them are guaranteed to be playing in those play-ins, where some of those tier 2 teams will be stepping in, and JDG is up first. A little bit more relaxed on their walkout compared to normal, but they are the team with more to prove, it feels like. Again, with the names they have on their roster, you've expected bigger things than a 1-4 record leaving that group stage.
But I guess that begs the question, right? Do you think that also places equally the same amount of pressure on DRG? Because coming into this, I feel, as we said, right, JDG, they have a lot more to prove. They have been the team that hasn't had the best performance, but equally on the other side as well, with DRG, yes, they are the team that's been more consistent. They are the team that a lot of people are expecting to win, but with that, I think that maybe might place a bit more expectation on DRG. So I don't know if that maybe also might play a factor into how they play today as well, because a lot of people would be predicting DRG to take this game.
I do think they are a team on the road to redemption in terms of having a rockier start to their group stage, but I think this is a team that once they know elimination is on the line, they are going to step up. Does that mean that that'll happen necessarily today in the seeding match? I'm not so sure, but I do think that they have a certain confident air to them where they are going to look at JDG as not the strongest opponent. And I mean, I'm already getting more aura from this walkout, more life you could say, right, with the rest of the team following him out. He was hyped up as that player to watch as well for this team, which is kind of surprising considering the other players that you've previously known to look at for the squad. Spirit Z1, Vukashu, and I mean, I like the agenda that they're trying to paint here.
Yeah, and you actually noted it, right, is the fact that they spotlighted their secondary duelist, not even their main duelist. That should be a testament to just how well life has been coming, well, excuse the pun, coming to life in these games for DRG. And I'm very excited to be able to see what he can offer on the server today, because ultimately he's been an insane player for DRG, and I don't see him not turning up today as well, because they've just been a team where, as you say, when elimination's on the line, they know how to turn it up and show up on the stage.
Oh, and he's not wearing it today, but I joked about this earlier in the stage. We have the battle in between the Z God and the V God, actually. I was Je from JDG that previously picked it up, and now we actually get to see who proves that they are the true gods of VCT China, right? I think that's such a funny little side narrative, and I'm so glad that I remembered that from the back corner of my mind, and that our amazing translator Moon was able to confirm it for me so fast. But yeah, I do think, I don't think any of us expected the split pickup. It's been 0-2 for this team, but we also haven't seen it under their new system, right? With Jay Kudo switching over to the second duelist, with Crown Fisher on that controller. They also used to run an Astra and a Chamber, so I'm curious to see if they're going to keep that alongside the Sage, because I feel like that's going to limit then the options of what Jay Kudo is flexing onto, and that also puts that Crown Fisher needs to pick up more agents as well in a more narrow point of time. So I'm kind of honestly expecting a major compositional rehaul on this map from them, much like what they did on Breeze.
Yeah, and that's something I guess we'll see now, but I'm very excited to be able to see what they have for us, because as I say, I just haven't been able to see enough to be able to call what we potentially may be seeing, because a lot of the time when we've seen them on these maps, it's mainly been Haven, Lotus. So to not be seeing that already, here's what we have in store for us now. The double controller on either side, the Omen and the Viper making its return. But it's almost a mirror match. The only difference, we have a Jet on the one side and the Neon on the other.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not really going to change if it's an op agent or not, right? I feel like the Neon, it's a comfort pick at this point, and I think that's what JDG want to lean into here. They did, in fact, switch to the Double Duelist as expected. Obviously, they kept the Sky, and I think this is just, again, a more aggro-style composition that fits the formula they've built on the other maps, so they don't want to suddenly pull one in that doesn't match what they've been practicing, that goes against the tempo, against the calling style, and I think it's going to be really fun to see, like you mentioned, very similar style compositions design-wise implemented against each other, and that does enforce the agenda as well, that those key players do just have to be fragging out today to maybe determine who walks away with this first map.
Yeah, and I think especially when I look at these compositions and with how I would say small this map is, and having to try and demand space, these compositions will be something in the sense of, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of action towards that mid, because a lot of these teams with these compositions, you want to be able to take space, you want to be able to dictate the tempo of the map. So I'm excited to be seeing if we're going to be seeing a lot more of that mid sort of, I guess, focus to try and gain that momentum and control. But ultimately, we'll have to see as we're jumping straight in, and it's going to be a 50 to 20% with regards to pistol round wins.
Yeah, not a great omen for JDG kickstarting things here, but we already see the mind games churning, right? Double fake out from the pre-firing of YU to the Guiding Light invested, and DRG have called against that, and then instead are going to go into an immediate mid re-clear and understand that all that B pressure was a hoax and get ideally right behind this exec off of Spirit Z1's contact.
Yeah, and it's seeming like at this point in time, they're not really buying into trying the A pressure. I feel like they're more convinced that it may be a B, and they don't have the correct read. It will be a convergence out onto A site, and there's the pressure coming through as J Kuro going to be the first one to find the kill on Spirit. But we're gonna have the plant go down, and we'll be seeing that rotate come through. Only going to be Nick on flank. Gonna be running into Berlin, who will be the one to blink first. Oh no! Shots going astray. He has spotted the presence though. Tucking, trying to find that angle. This is just basically a battle of the skies. Who's gonna come out on top? And then finally, we see a break in that stance. Focushu and Nick finding the kill in the kill feed. Crownfisher as well, equal to one. DRG Live finding one as well in the kill feed. And they're able to try and get that diffuse off. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Je finds one. Finds the third as well, and that's going to be the round conversion for JDG.
Wow, and if they raid any agent aside from the Neon, I don't think they would have gotten onto that heavy angle in time as well, right? They had stuck it to half, they were looking at sticking it all the way, and I mean, I just don't know. It's unfortunate that so many smokes are committed, it looks like, to refunnel you to the site, and then you couldn't re-smoke heaven, you couldn't smoke the spike, and that's why they decided to kind of firing squad it, and unfortunately, JDG were too clean on their shots and convert their first pistol on the board, and I mean, I think they realized how weak A was, and I think that was a credit to, like we mentioned, that kind of gamble DRG pistol, which is very common for them to do, and now they're back to a more spread out look. But in the meantime, I like this. J.Crew is like faking that this is a fake B, but then they're silent scaling behind it as well. And unfortunately, when it's an eco DRG say we hear noise, we rotate there anyways.
Yeah, and I think that's really good because they're just playing into that paranoia that it's just going to be a full exec. And right now, they're just buying as much time trying to get that pressure. Kudo is going to find one. Trying to
bait for life here.
Ooh, life. Can he get something? Unfortunately not. And that'll be enabling the other 3 players to be able to scale up through mid. That's going to be a Marshall drop down. Will that come back to bite them? We'll have to see. But they do have a free, I guess, plant onto B side. So the spike can go down without any hitch or any fuss. But that full retake coming through from ropes will be something to note of. Don't think they'll have the read.
Yeah, J.Crew got the damage, got the info, and now JDG can posture themselves accordingly. At this point, DRG looks like they've foregone chances of winning this round unless this B main fight goes just insanely well. It's more playing for exits for damage.
Yeah, but there is going to be an exploration. Going to get the tag onto Crownfisher. He's going to have to back away. But trying to go for the refrag, and we'll see a kill. Vokishu gets one. don't think there'll be much more from that, and seeming like Vokishu just trying to die to the spike. It doesn't seem like YU is going to allow that, and Berlin almost getting a bit of a haircut there, but we'll be able to close the round out.
Yeah, I liked how JDG, as soon as they realized the pressure that was coming through there off of Crown Fisher's contact, repostured themselves in advantageous positions, so they were minimizing the losses that they were going to take, maximizing the distance these long-range weapons could, in fact, be favored with, and then they re-engaged, collected those ult orbs instead of allowing DRG to deny them. So again, looking to snowball here, and the buy is further evidence of that as well. Double Phantoms for the double duelist on this side, and I mean, they've been conditioning these slow starts, these A starts, and suddenly we're getting to be death ball.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised at them just, I guess, being okay with just full sending it straight out, because it seemed like they've conditioned a lot more of a controlled presence, but now all of a sudden we're just seeing chaos come through. Just gonna find the first kill in the kill feed. Crown Fisher equal to another J. Crew as well. Nick, only the 1-for-3 trade. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. Spike goes down. Crossfires is set up. Do you survive this somehow, Spirit? Can't. Zhe finds one, and in the smoke as well. Crown Fisher cleans it up.
It doesn't even get a chance, and I don't know, it felt like it was a very disconnected B-side hold, right? You're not in like standard positional anchoring spots, right? With the paranoia, but for like an afterthought to try and re-clear that left side, and Zhe just unfortunately got too ahead of it, even while full blinded finishes the kill, and then has the support of J. Kuro, of Crown Fisher behind him to keep him alive. And honestly, after that, they're hitting some blind shots, some crazy shots, and that's how JDG win their anti-eco. They getting up to the 3-0, and with money reset here and no big ultimates that can flip the scales, I'm a bit nervous for DRG. I mean, look at this.
Oh my goodness, what a setup. Good combination of the useful saturation. Able to just hinder Verse in that fight, ultimately getting the first blood of the round. We seem to post it up towards ropes, and this is going to be a dicey fight. Able to just refract straight out of it, but having to just play on the back foot, and Zhe is just on an absolute tear right now. Breaking open the B side and allowing for that spike to be able to go down. And that's going to have to be a 2v5 retake. At this point in time, JDG are looking untouchable.
I mean, look at this. Grouped up, have to soft clear end event because they knew someone was there, and why are you just holding the line?
Had the read. Just opting to get off of that line again, and life gets the kill. Zhe spots the last one, sprays it down, and that's a clean 4K round for Zhe.
And if anybody's doubting the Neon pick or saying that Neon's no longer viable, I give you exhibit 1 through 4 in terms of those kills this round. Like, he did everything while they were trying to relinquish that mid pressure. It's like a one-person B main split, basically, is what JDG just set up. And it does worry me if he cools off a little bit as we get another DRG buy, but that's exactly why DRG and Nathan D are going to be stepping in here just a minute to make sure that this round does not go south. And I don't know, I think what I need to see is something that's similar to what they did on their pistol, where they were very proactive info gathering, go-getters, right? I want to see some sort of B main trap or some aggro fight in that regard to disrupt, and then do something with that information. Because last time they just gave it up and then played a traditional retake, and we saw what happened. The post plant, the shots. Zhe again is running rampant in the server, and I think if they can shut him down early, they might have a lot easier of a time.
Do you think it's also been the fact that they've kind of conditioned them into being a little bit more hesitant? Because I think a lot of the time now, what we've seen already in this game is they've conditioned that it's going to be a slow push towards main and trying to explore a lot more through mid. So is it maybe trying to, I guess, have a setup that maybe controls mid, but you're maybe aggressing towards A?
I think because they went slow and methodical the first two and then went very, very quick, like contact the second two, I don't think any conditioning now exists. Initially, like when they had that early start pace change that won them the third round conversion on that bonus, that's when you maybe could have made the argument, but no longer. And I think the only difficulty here now is that, yeah, you're switching things up, you got life on the operator, but there's 3 ultimates now for JDG to work with, and they look like they are just saying, okay, the fix is probably coming towards that B side, him, the operator on the line, we're gonna switch things up and head right in A, this time not slow, not methodical, but ulting in.
Yeah, they just do not have any read whatsoever on JDG.
Wait a minute.
and
They don't even need to ult. The dog saw
they-
that there's nobody on site, so they're gonna save it instead to stop the reflood. This is perfect positioning now from Udo.
Oh, I don't think the ult caught anyone, and there's gonna be a punish. Spirit and Nick finding a kill out into heaven. It all looked good in the moment, and now it's all falling apart. Vokishu finds another. The spike is down, but it's gonna be a 2v5.
Oh, I like this. Baiting, trying to veil. I was gonna say the wrap, but J. Kuro has peeled off from that plan, and it might cost them the entire round.
It's not looking good. Where everything seemed lined up, the dominoes were stacked, they all just fall. And DRG get their first round on the board where that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I just don't know if the ult didn't connect, if they outpaced it, or if DRG just withstood it. I think it missed every single
It missed
player
every-
on Dragon Ranger Gaming, and that goes back to what we mentioned. JDG having to change so many things so fast to be competitive in this stage, and that includes getting J. Kudo back onto a waylay. So that might be what we just saw slip through the cracks, and honestly, around that again, JDG should not have lost. DRG was giving them everything.
I mean, they had the space, they had the real estate, everything was lined up, and it just all fell apart. And now we're back into the next round, round number 6. And will this be the start of a momentum shift? Just denying any of that so far. Finds the first kill
Yeah, I like
on the
it.
operator.
With the overdrive, you can definitely try and get the op out to counter. If again, the fast approach isn't working, just again, work the map, punish these extremity players, and exactly what JDG has been able to accomplish. And Spirit Zeon was close to his ultimate as well, so gonna stop any sort of retake. But look at this re-clear in B main. This is what we wanted to see from DRG out of the timeouts. And honestly, I'm not sure if it's gonna confuse them more that they saw someone, given that JDG are picking everywhere at the moment, right? That Trailblazer up ramps, opening mid kill.
Yeah, but I think at this point in time, I'm a lot happier with what I'm seeing from them because we're seeing a bit more proactivity, right? We know that there
Yeah.
isn't really much presence B, there isn't much presence A as well. Then that should give them an idea that we might be seeing a bit more presence towards mid. At this point in time, it's seeming like they're actually just going to give mid away, but rather post up towards main, and they actually first might have the right read here. If
They're gonna dump
they
the util
don't-
into this. I'm a bit nervous for it.
Oh, this is going to be scary. There is going to be the paranoia, but Nick just goes absolutely nuclear. Good for 3.
There's no time.
There's only 12 seconds. Having to go for that plant. And all the rest of the team, DRG, all on A side. Having to play that retake. Needing to clear these corners. Could this be a bit of a lifesaver here for JDG? It almost
Are they
seemed
split up?
like... Oh no.
Why'd they split up? Scar.
No, this is not looking good. Up into Ali. The pet is going to be invested. Trying to spot him out. Gets the head dig on Vokishu. Has to push into this. It's not looking good. Life gets the kill on Crownfisher. It's all falling apart. 8 HP Berlin. The diffuse is going off. Spraying it down. And that's going to be Vokishu. Is there time? Surely there is. And that's going to be the round conversion. Oh my goodness.
He's on his feet. And we departed from the start crossfires and the posts that set them up on this road to success to them splitting up and playing such individual games and just not reading into the ultimates and how that would work against them in that sort of 2v2 situation. All in all, though, I will say Nick gave Dragon Ranger Gaming a lifeline to even win this round to begin with. He's, I will say, been, I think, a standout player in my mind for DRG. Impact and individual-wise balanced, right? While IGLing. And I think that round is the perfect example of where if he's in an uncomfortable position, he does frag out, even on this info initiator. So all in all, pretty setup, good to go. DRG out of their timeout are on a decent road to recovery, but still got 2 rounds to go, and this is gonna be a big one for trying to shut down JDG's buys.
Yeah, for now, I'm not fully convinced yet. That round was a bit shaky, and as you said, individual brilliance, that lifeline for DRG. But ultimately, this could be a telling tale of what we can be expecting. As now, DRG looking to close that gap in this game. But at this point in time, from what we saw, that instantaneous aggression coming through, the refract is there. J Kuro has the 1-up, 2-up, finds the second kill in the kill feed.
Didn't know they invented a new ability. Hey, Mario.
Guys always
Jake
find
found
something new. Always finding something new on these agents. Right now, I mean, they just love this, right? They just find 1 or 2 picks and then instantly just cut noise. Oh my goodness. There's no way. There's no way! The timing on that. And then, why you though? Why you? Why you? Okay then.
And that's my issue is like, yeah, that round looked close, that round looked competitive, but what was it off of? Nick finding an individual timing and Life getting 2 solo anchoring on site, right? And then DRG started throwing it away, one player after another, right? Solo swinging, solo engaging. And again, I think that's where DRG are struggling a bit. It's mainly that fight from Verse right there where I'm like, why? You could have played the 2v2 with Nick from Heaven, but like you mentioned, it was why this wasn't convincing enough for DRG, and I think they're having enough time of Spirit Z1 getting bullied in mid for this eco round. 5 players here. JDG, are you prepared?
Question is, who blinks first? And it's going to be DRG as Spirit Z1 finds the one in the kill feed. Going to spray it down. J Kudo going to find one through the smoke. And this is just an absolute bloodbath here. I think at this point, can we just call it truce and just go our separate ways? Yeah, I think that should be good. Exactly.
I mean, if that happens, I think DRG are in a decent spot, right? Blade Storm popped, you still have your hero rifle. I think we might even get an ult or 2 invested this round for DRG if they find another kill. Concern once again is how they've spread out, divide and conquer now instead of staying group for the eco, but my hope then with that is that as soon as someone makes contact, they back out and again, don't give these 1vx's away. And the JDG are exactly looking for by contacting up with the operator.
And they opted to strong side B, which I think they actually have a decent read on because they actually are opting to go for this. Verse could be huge if he can just play his life. Going to be the ping, they know where they are. And they're actually opting to flip the map. They're going A. There's going to have to be a fast rotate Verse coming through into spawn, and they already made it into heaven. It's just going to be Spirit Z1 on onto site, but no one is going to get caught. Verse is going to find Yu. Verse again! Finds Berlin! Oh no! Oh no! J Kuro ultimately cleans Spirit Z1! J Kuro not going to opt for the swing. They don't have time, do they? They do! Oh my goodness! Plant is in, finds the kill, and we'll be seeing the convergence path ultimately online. And oh my goodness, these rounds are way too close.
How does JDG salvage that round? Number one, again, if it was any other agent, they wouldn't have won it. It's the Neon and the high gear that saves them in the nick of time, scooping up a spike, getting it planted. I just need to see what this timer was at, to be honest, and we don't even get to see it, but it's the fact that DRG understood the win cons for that round, which was wasting away the clock. That's why the conversion paths came out. That's why Verse contacted screen side, right? That's the sort of situation where you can take the ones because they were supported util-wise. And mentioned how close these rounds were. JDG saying, I don't like it, considering that was a DRG eco. They want to stay ahead. They intentionally picked this map. They know that Breeze is up next, and that's a map where they have shown off what their new style of comp looks like. And all in all, I mean, I will say this is why we said we needed to see more from JDG, but we can see the potential of them taking this 3 maps or even winning the series.
I think it's as you say, right? We've actually been seeing a bit better from JDG ever since that change, right? Ever since where they've been working around trying to figure out compositions that work for them, and I think we're seeing a lot more of a comfortable JDG. It's just every now and then it does seem like some cracks are starting to slip here and there that haven't been fully refined, but it's looking promising. But for now, they're not too happy. As you say, it was a save round that they ultimately almost lost, so for them it's more about just balancing themselves out, making sure going into this they're level-headed.
Yeah, and again, also this is a seeding match, so making sure you test things out like across the board too is probably something in the back of the coach's mind aside from just winning the match as well. So coach is gonna be like, hey, let's try this then this because we just want to see how it goes while you guys are already confirmed sitting at least a tied half. And I mean, coming into this, I like this switch up, right? I feel like we mentioned Spirit Z1 getting bullied in mid. We're putting the operator there.
Yep. And right now, it is just going to be running into 3 bodies. Too many targets to point at. Spots the shoulder, but Vokishu going to have the one up there. Crown Fisher on the trade. Verse takes him down. There's going to be 2 situated up into heaven. The spray down is there. Shit on the second shot of asking connects. And this time around, just going to run all the way through and get that plant down.
I don't know how I feel about this ult. Again, puts Verse on an island, and Viper's pit down means you're still gonna have to wait anyways for Vukashu to rotate through the flank.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. And
save.
I mean, it has to be, no?
I feel like you should just get the op, no? This is Vukashu we're talking about. What are we thinking? He's trying to 1v2 this, and I think we saw the Z God versus the V God, and I think we know who the winner is with that 4K.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. But you keep pointing to this time and time again, and it's just they're not learning from their mistakes. These constant moments where they're just isolating themselves in these fights. And again, in a 2 versus 2, the pit is down, and again, we're isolated.
Yeah, I think that's obviously a big problem. The other one, just from a defensive perspective as well, is they've not been able to solve this mid hold either, right? I think the closest they've been is when they eco-stacked 5 players there, right? And when they walked out on the pistol. But otherwise, they've made changes. They've tried new things like the operator there, and just none of them have worked. So now it's a whole different look as well, which is just laissez-faire. Let's not give them a first kill in mid. Let's reclear with the Sky util, and they might get lucky because of how fast JDG are about to pop out B.
Yeah, and right now, instantaneously bursting out, all bodies on the line. We'll be finding kills in the kill feed though. There's trades left, right, and center, but it's going to be a 3 for 2, and it will be DRG who are on the back end of this. Plant goes down. What can these 2 sheriffs in hand do?
I mean, one of them is gonna only be able to get here at halftime remaining anyways, right? Life's still in spawn with just that bandit, and it does feel like that'd be all on Spirit Z1, but he's actually trying to wait for life, and yeah, I'm not really expecting too much. The cross established. Ooh.
Oh my, almost had the timing. That's so unfortunate, but bandit in hand, realistically, there's not much that's gonna come through. J Kuro able to clean out the round.
Yeah, I mean, J Kuro is looking so like calm, cool, and collected on this duelist. Number 1, it's scary. Number 2, I feel like the way in which the communication, you could just tell, is so seamless on this JDG side is night and day from previous in the group stage, right? You hear this, right? Overdrive gets popped, and suddenly is just pausing, waiting for that hinder to come through from J Kuro. And I think that's the level of communication you can see is evident from also the previous round, the calling and the communication of where players from DRG are consistently as well is really, really fast. So the mid round is really fast. Like everything is so well oiled, and now that it's reached at 8-2 mark, DRG taking the 2nd timeout on this map. And I don't know, I feel like this might not save them because we haven't really seen anything promising from DRG.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like they've had any idea or way to figure out this JDG team on split. At this point in time, it's just been JDG running the show, and the only times they've really lost a round was where we saw either individual brilliance or they just ultimately threw it away. And even in the moments where they've almost thrown it away, they somehow, some way have found a way to conjure up a win from that round. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think we've been able to see enough where even if they have this timeout, it will work to their favor, because right now they just seem so disjointed, and JDG, as you say, a hive mind.
Well, we will see if they remain the busy bees that they are, trekking on towards double digits, but aside from that, again, the money situation isn't very pretty either. No shield, light shield, to get the operator out, and only the seekers to rely upon. JDG. Yeah, and their plan hasn't frayed. I like this, though. It looks like they wanted to go for a little mid-reclear, but Now they're all just kind of stuck in B heaven. They're gonna respect the take. I think they're realizing that we can't really anchor against this double dive. It's just too oppressive. But then what does the reflood speed look like? Oh, that'll help.
Ooh. Okay, that'll do something. Nick finds one. That's going to be J Kuro who falls. Spike plant will go down. But at the moment, it's going to be a 4v5 retake. Can DRG salvage something and maybe show us a bit more life in this game where we haven't really been seeing enough from them? The saturate is perfect and it keeps him alive. Spirit Z1 confirms the kill. And at this point in time, looking a lot more promising. Berlin going to find the feet of Vokushu. And another spotted out Nick finds the kill. That's going to be a third. And finally, some signs of life from DRG.
Yeah, now you take that round, you compare it to the previous one they won, which was also an A-side retake when they completely gave up the space to JDG. And I think that's exactly what the win condition is right now. It's just play a full retake, give up the sites, and it just hurts that they found it out so late because there is only one round left. And it is very hard as well because you can't just hinge on them taking a site like that directly every single round either, because JDG do tend then to slow things down and be like, okay, we'll look for a way to get an advantage in the round, such as a YU lurk, instead of just taking the free plant. And we'll see if that's the case or if they are just going to take the free B site again.
Yeah, it does seem like they will be opting for that this time around. YU spotted on that lurk, so having to just back away as two players trying to re-aggress on that information gathered. It will be JDG converging out onto B sites. Once again, having that free plant to come through, and the side of DRG just opting to play that retake, but might be able to get a timing here out in mid. YU does seem like they are aware though, fully aware. Burst takes down YU, and this time again, shades of the previous round, 4v5 retake to come through, converges parts online, but just all pushed back. J Kuro taken down, the spray comes through, Vokushu finds another. Sure, what can you find? That's gonna be one, doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough, and almost able to get something there. But that'll be DRG closing the round onto what was a very scary moment.
Yeah, and speaking of scary, life getting the fist bumps while diffusing when it's that close. I'm like, I don't know, maybe finish the round out first, but I don't know. It just felt like the pathing from Zhe made it seem like they understood what the retake strategy was for DRG, and then they completely disengaged from that and framed for this alley fight when, again, it's been one person max from DRG retaking through that way every single time anyways. So, again, just not understanding what these retakes look like for DRG is what cost them a bit starker lead, and honestly, I've seen so many 8-4s that you're like, oh, it's so dominant, and then suddenly you're like, oh wait, where's the lead gone? And I feel like Split is definitely one of those maps. So I hope they keep the confidence coming in this next, because with this double duelist, you're gonna have to get aggressive, or they're gonna run into similar issues where they cannot hold space defensively.
Yeah, and that's something I felt we'd be seeing a lot more in this game, especially with these compositions where it's going to be so difficult to be able to just demand space coming up against, you know, the Waylay, the Neon. It was so difficult for them to even hold mid at some point. They just had to back away. And ultimately what worked for them was not actually taking space, but rather giving them the space that they wanted to work with, and then ultimately just trying to play for that retake in those last 3 rounds. So coming into this, I want to see what the strategy is for JDG, as they have the Neon on their end, where we can be seeing a lot more space and pressure taken. But on the other end with DRG, will we be seeing them maybe trying to suck in that pressure and try to maybe catch our players trying to over-aggress?
I could see DRG also just kind of trying to run their set protocols, exiting their sites, because that's technically what worked when you're playing a retake game like they were. But I will say, Zhe is just online today, multi-kill menace, right? You can see it's literally alternating 3 and 4Ks almost here on the econ report or the damage report, sorry. And I mean, whew. It definitely showed up, and they're showing why it was a head-to-head with Life and him. But I feel like both of the duelists, I will say, on the DRG side are the ones that have been getting absolutely shut down, right? Spirit Z1's 5 and 10 right now, and those are the players that we side swap to the attack that you want to see lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And right now, 4 players situated out into mid, and it's almost the same thing we saw coming from DRG in the
earlier.
first pistol round. This time, and it's the exact same thing, also looking towards that A exec. And all 5 players, as soon as they have the information, they're all going to converge. But this time around, splitting towards heaven and sight. So I'm interested to see how this will play out. As one player planted deep towards heaven, Spirit Z1 potentially trying to catch any players over ambitious. And at the moment, they're still hesitant, and finally the spike will go down, but they have an idea. Does not matter. Spirit Z1 still alive somehow and able to get away with his life. Shot spraying down, dropped to 1 HP. There is no way. Plant is down, and Nick finds one in the kill feed. Finding 2. Nick has been absolutely monstrous for this DRG team. Right now, keeping them alive in this pistol round. Life finds 1, Vokishu to boot, and that is going to be the round conversion in what was, I would say, quite a convincing pistol round. It was scary, but ultimately, I think they played it extremely well.
All things considered, I'm surprised at how well Dragon Ranger Gaming did kind of navigate that pinch into main, right? Because you saw Spirit Z1 dashing away, and then he realized, wait, we're not as safe in main as I thought I was going to be, right? Nick realizing, hey, I'm having to pivot left, right, and center. And once again, he holds zone long enough that DRG can get a grasp on the round. And that very, very defining pistol that carries the momentum from last half over, and might just give them a chance to confirm what we already knew happens about 8-4 halves, is that they can disappear quite fast.
Most definitely. This is your first time watching Valorant. 8-4 is never fully a convincing win. Right now, that may be proof in case. At this point in time, they have the right read. It's going to be a gamble stack of 4 out onto B. They opting to give them space, but it's going to be a very scary take onto
Where
B.
did that dog see? Enough.
I think enough. Yeah, they're not going for that. Life finding 1, and surely that's the call to all go A. And they understand what's going
Surprised
to
he's not
happen.
accelerating. If the call already is that you saw that many players on B, you would think that Life would be running it down, getting on a deep line with this Marshall. Now that they've paused and gotten the heal, I do think that means that this JDG flank could have a little bit more footing, a little bit more grounds, especially because still DRG are taking their time, getting on the side and getting this spike plant down, and that is still a bit worrying when there's 30 seconds left. But
Oh my
again,
goodness.
we might be overreacting. They still don't have guns.
Yeah, but how are we not convinced? Surely we saw enough presence. Finally, the spike goes down, but I don't think Nick will expect 4 people towards spawn. They just wait. Yeah. Oh no, Verse. No. Verse! Oh, an absolute firing squad ran into. And it's another shooting range. Nick is good for 2. Sure finds Nick, shuts him down. But will there be enough? 3 versus 2.
I think they're waiting for a smoke to come out. Yeah.
Holding the line. Has an idea where one of them may be. Oh, Sher's gonna get spotted out, and he's gonna get the kill as well, making it a bit more costly. I mean, they do walk away with the Guardian and Vandal in hand, so not too bad on their end.
Yeah, expensive weapons to be salvaged, but a bit worse. And I honestly kind of wish that the JDG didn't pause it. Like, how they found on a flank, because I think could have won this round, to be completely honest. Like, bench it wasn't quite in position, they didn't quite, I mean, figured out just get reverse content in the main, and again, I think DRG took so long to get that could have been punished. So again, things could have been on forward. We're seeing a judge trying to shut down the mid time, the mid lurk, and TYL just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. At this point in time, it's looking like there's going to be a pause. And DRG opting to go from what seemed like initially trying to get as much presence as possible, just trying to maybe let JDG play into them. They spotted out Crown Fisher. Have an idea where one is. No idea where the rest may be. Picking bomb up, and they don't seem convinced on that B exec, and opting to maybe go back A. Right now, Life hasn't really taken much space, so I don't know if this is going to be enough for them to just be fully convinced. But ultimately, they are convinced enough that they want to see something with the dog, but they won't be able to spot out anything with the Trailblazer. Instantly taken out. So they just have to do it the old school way and get onto that side. Yeah, and at this point in time, Life gonna find the first kill out onto the sides. Vokishu, another to boot. And the judge is so devastating at times, but running into all four bodies, that does not work. Why are you only good for one? Traded out by Verse. And Crown Fisher, the last one standing in a 1 versus 4. It is not looking good for JDG. As at this point in time, DRG slowly but surely inching their way closer to equaling things out.
I think JDG was gonna regret using that first time out in the first half, but you've got to give credit to Zhe. They saw like the one outcome and like the millions of how they would win that round, and it was targeting the one spike planter when there were 7 seconds left, and fortunately just didn't connect the bodyguarding surrounding formation too strong from Dragon Ranger Gaming. And yeah, honestly, this is kind of how we predicted the half the side swap to go, because it is when it's simplified. Again, when there aren't any disruptions, when DRG can all focus on the same objective, that's when they don't get splintered. That's when they don't have to play as reactively, and we don't see those mistakes, right? I mean, look at this. Every single fight was supported on that exec and that follow through. So again, all of those mistakes, those issues in the first half have been wiped clean. And JDG, I do think they're doing a bit better of a job, I would say, like trying to hard anchor the sites, like trying to make a difference in interruptions, but still just not quite getting through.
Yeah, just seems at this point in time, DRG a lot more coordinated, but might this be the first time we don't see that? Instead, no! Life makes me eat my words. Zhe takes down Vokishu, but 2 opening kills already. And they pause. And I've really enjoyed this from DRG. They've honestly had such a good read constantly throughout these attack rounds. And 3 bodies towards B, and they're opting to go back A. It's going to be a free plant for them. But once again, the scary moment is, will they be onto site quick enough?
Yeah, it definitely feels like every time DRG have the right read, JDG have the right response and proactivity. I think the Seekers here are gonna speed up that agenda, unlike the previous time when we were like, you guys, you have the site, you've confirmed you have the site, like, for way too long. And now the question is, what do they do with that space, right? Seekers confirmed it, so now you have a line on Vent and you have a line on Spawn. JDG, I mean, this already was kind of a hero rifle eco attempt. Your Crown Fisher, I think you save and just see what Zhe and why you can do.
Yep, at this point in time, it doesn't seem like they're going to opt to, you want to give them orbs, and if anything, try to do as much damage as possible. There's going to be a few bits of chip damage done, but ultimately, not really aggressing too much. But Life could be able to get 1 here, as just holding that angle. Zhe has something to worry about. Life gets yet another YU as well. That's going to be a 4th. Can we see the confirmation on the ace? Spotted out. Crown Fisher, not going to allow any fun around here.
Yeah, keeps the Vandal. That's what's more important than the ace denial in the grander scheme of that situation. And again, it's my question mark of when does JDG pull the emergency break in that final timeout, right? And you can't even hope that DRG would take another one to give you a chance to talk to them. Like, there won't be any left on either side until a possible overtime. And yeah, I don't know.
At this point in time, it's looking like DRG have finally found their footing. We finally back on equal terms, 8-8, and right now DRG have the momentum. Can they build off of this is the biggest question, as we see a strong side towards B. And I mean, constantly, this is what we've been seeing. DRG trying to get to an idea of where presence may be. J Kuro finds one. Make that two more. That's going to be a headshot onto another. That's going to be a third as well. J Kuro feeling himself in this round, but maybe overheating a bit too much. Is Nick going to shut him down?
I mean, this is the exact opening that JDG's been hoping for with their poking and prodding into B main, right? And I don't think DRG are going to fall for it twice, is the only unfortunate occurrence here. And otherwise, this should be a done deal for JDG. I won't say anything just yet, since Life has, I was going to say had blades and full HP, but now it's a pretty safe conclusion.
Yeah, at this point in time, it seemed like they tried to do something a bit different in this round, which ultimately didn't work. Because what we've been seeing is them trying to absorb that pressure, play a bit of contact up onto B. But JDG, one step ahead of them, and ultimately got punished very early in the round, trying to trade those kills out that came through. Didn't work out, and now we're sat with JDG getting one round back, and finally they're first on their defensive side.
I mean, this high-low Nick shouldn't get anything. And, I mean, they're so rich, I'm surprised that he is kind of, like, not committing into the fight. Okay, there we go. And, yeah, that'll be JDG getting their first round of the half, breaking that 6-round streak as well for DRG. But, yeah, I do think that round the operator basically pulled out from Jelly, even though it didn't get any contact, just gave them that safetiness to stack to fight B side a little bit stronger. And on the flip side, I do still like the DRG setup. I feel like it's not standard by any means having your jet, right, be that lurk player over towards A, but it's been working out for them. So I want to see if they go back to that, which does look like they have, and see if it can find a little bit more legroom for those late round pivots. And that's, I'm a bit worried about this potential mid collapse.
Yeah, because once again, JDG have the right read. But Nick actually going to be the one that falls. Spirit Z1 able to go for the trade. It's going to be a 1-for-1. And JDG not opting to have a bit more in this fight and actually backing away, which I think is a lot smarter. Not trying to overcommit into this mid fight and give DRG the scrappy fight that they may potentially have wanted, as equally DRG backing away, potentially into Zhe holding the line with this up.
They got what they wanted, right? They don't want to sacrifice JQ, who has the retake ultimate, and they got the flashes out, so you're going to be forced almost to contact into Zhe and this operator on the B main line.
Oh, is this going to be enough? As Spirit C1 tried to go through, ultimately shut down. Life out onto sight. Nobody's going to be spotted out at this point in time, and the side of JDG opting to just give that space away and allow for that plant to potentially come through, but DRG not fully convinced just yet, trying to clear their corners. And eventually now, finally, the spike goes down. What can they conjure up in this 4v3 hold?
Just gotta wait. You need this Waylay ult for the retake.
Yep, at this point in time, they're just gonna pause, waiting for that Waylay convergence pass to pop, but it's not going to spot anyone. Will displace them though. Life gonna find one, the saturate back sight, and somehow DRG surviving the 1v1 inverse comes out on top to clutch it out for DRG.
Huge swing round to have closed there for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Again, we know that JDG have been stuck in this buy save purgatory, and they are going to stay trapped there for the time being. I mean, once again, just not full win gained out of that conversion paths, it feels like. And that's difficult after they had the proper read. And I think there was a moment where you saw the gears turning and JDG trying to get on the same page, right? Crown Fisher wanted to re-engage, wanted to hard anchor that site, right? Got the site smoke out and then is called back so they could play retake. And I don't know, maybe he just needed a bit more coordination there. Maybe pop the overdrive for the conversion path, something. But you can tell the coach is not happy about how this half has gone.
Yeah, at this point in time, emergency shoot having to be called. It's not looking good right now for JDG. As you say, right, perfectly put. They've just been stuck in this buy save purgatory, and it just hasn't seemed like they've had a break in a while. is this going to be the moment where they maybe build something and can finally string along a streak of wins? Because right now, DRG have the answer that they've been so desperately looking for from the first round of this half.
And if you look at Life, like I don't see a man who's hit by pressure, even though it's been a 9-9 game against a 1-4 team from the opposing group. Again, I feel like that's been the consistent story for DRG. Even in the games they've won, the close games they've lost, is they'll start trailing and they make it competitive, like all of a sudden, right? They are a very like slow bird into a roaring fire team, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Is the flames of the dragon starting to come out, and JDG just haven't found a way to quench it just yet. Getting early info this time.
We've not really seen much of this. A lot more proactivity coming through. Spirit Z1 finding the opening kill in this round. And an extreme burst of pace from DRG. Why you not even ready for that as well? Taken down by Life. Offshot goes astray. Second as well. Life is good for 1, 2, and 3. Focus shoot to close out the round. A flawless execution from DRG.
And what did we say? The second half, we needed to see those duelists come online for DRG, and I feel like Spirit Z1's being that chaos maker, positionally speaking, and finding a few Impulse Valkyries here and there, but it's really Life that's been getting these multi-kills, their feet under them, and they are sprinting through these kills. And speaking of sprinting, Vigishu there to cap it off, keep himself consistent and positive in this game, and yep, getting up to double digits here. Again, JDG digging that hole even deeper economically speaking. Do not convert out of their timeouts, and I think they're running out of time and options.
Yeah, I'm running out of ideas as well, because right now DRG have the potential to run away with this. Oh, bit of exploration. They're able to at least get the trade. Nick is gonna find Jake Kuro, shuts him down, but having to relinquish the space, not having the weaponry to be able to refrag onto that. And we'll be seeing the Seekers online as well, just to clear a bit more space, have an idea where the players are. Crownfish spotted out, taken down, and that just breaks open the B side to allow for the spike to go down. 2 versus 4 retake, and JDG, it's not looking good.
I mean, that was their one unaccounted for variable taken down. It feels impossible, and it will be. Usually, again, DRG fragment, but that time they had each other's backs. Get up to 11. Again, stop that hope for JDG.
Yeah, and right now, I really don't know what there is for JDG, because DRG just have the right answers everywhere they've been on the map. I mean, from a slow pace start to just absolutely bursting their way onto the A side, and then again, just pausing, going through mid, playing contact. It just seems like DRG understand this map so much better on the attacker side.
And I mean, look at this, right? You finally have a full buy, but it's against 4 ultimates and an opening kill found by Life on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side, right? Like, it's going to be snuffing out that confidence 1 spark at a time. And one thing JDG have hinged on is these B refights, and look at where DRG are postured for it.
Oh no, they just have the read. Spirit Z1, an over-ambitious Crownfisher taken down, and only 2 players situated towards B. Once again, Life just holding the line for maybe a reserve idea of flipping the map, but does seem like they are convinced on a B exec. The Trailblazer won't be able to spot him out, and having to just refract out, trying to spot the first, takes down YU, can't spot the last, and it's just all falling apart for JDG. DRG running riot on this JDG team.
If you're gonna dash into YU side, why would you then tuck away into Ali and not protect him? Right? It felt so mindless and fiddled with, and now, I mean, look at Berlin. Oh, there was a hope, but now Spirit Z1's joining Life in the multi-frag department, and DRG get up to map point on JDG's map pick.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point in time, also I have to give a lot of credit as well to Life on these lurks, because applying this pressure and kind of just keeping the side of JDG guessing constantly every single round has just been so perfect for them, just being able to play contact on these other sides of sight. But it's seeming like now they're actually trying to maybe potentially punish this play.
And I would have to look back to see if this is what DRG always do, but it also helps Vukashu get more impactful kills in his positioning as well. Instead of, like we mentioned, being that last alive, right? Getting multi-kills and being individually statistically well, but not getting impact. But I agree, JDG found out what they need to do. Can they do it? I mean, look, he's gone already, and they're trying to track him down.
Oh, lots of resources invested just to kill life. But I mean, it's this conditioning that just works so well. Saturate to stop the push. Oh, it did tag Crown Fisher, but doesn't matter. Still able to shut him down, and we will be seeing the pit invested into this round. They want to end this here, but Crown Fisher not allowing that to happen. Sure, finding one in the kill feed, and that is going to be the final kill found. They haven't finished just yet. JDG, they want this, and they're fighting for it.
Yeah, that one looked effortless, right? Now that they got life out of the picture, they could worry about the B retake, the B reflood. And so my solution now for DRG, and we'll see if they just do it, is just to hit A. Their A hits have looked pretty strong as well when they just deathball it in, and we'll see if they think they can get their way through. Especially, I'm going to see now if Zhe from JDG is going to pick up that operator or not and B Ramp's side. No, Jakuta has it, but he's on the opposite side of the map. Yeah, so... no changes from DRG. I'm a bit worried that they're gonna get complacent, and now that JDG have made improvements, if DRG don't make changes, that we could see this go to overtime. But that also hinges on, you know, I feel like Life not getting this opening once again, and he's been pretty strong at it.
Yeah, and just getting some information that we will be seeing a bit of presence towards A. So once again, JDG understanding. It's just going to be that same default hold and contact play that they've been seeing timelessly here from DRG. And it's going to be a very patient game from either side. DRG on match point, but JDG hoping to potentially push this into overtime. Spotted one, I don't know if he's able to spot life as well, but that prompted them to potentially try and take up space.
Ursa is in such a great spot to finish off this A exec. I am worried though, because it does mean that you have to get out of this A main choke, and now there's two players posted up on this site.
Oh, this is nervy. Finds the line, and Life takes down Zhe. Life has been absolutely insane for DRG. Tried to go in, having to refract back, but they have some space to work with, and Berlin not opting to hold it. Just relinquishing that space to DRG. Doesn't have the resources to keep fighting.
They're on B. And that means all this pressure is going to be on YU. No delay U to left either. No snake bite, no nothing. Just this off angle to rely upon.
Oh, this is a deep angle to hold. Can he keep it alive? He can't. They have the time to get that spike down. And the two players, Berlin and Crownfish, are having all of it on their shoulders to keep this map alive. And what seemed like an opportunity for JDG to push it even further. Crownfisher 1v1, having to swap out from that operator onto the Vandal. Who will come out on top? Held up on pillar. Has an idea, has the timing, has the space, hasn't found the shots, has to reload. Is he gonna go for this? Going off. He's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick it. Oh, and he got it. Oh my word.
Wow. And I was getting flashbacks to the previous time where JDG got the spike down in like a moment's notice and salvage round. And I'm like, okay, it's DRG's turn, I guess, to close out the map in that fashion. But no, Crownfisher comes through. And that's after these brilliant openings A side. It was just the time management aspect, which we mentioned has been hit or miss out of DRG in this half. And I mean, honestly, heroics there as well, right? You saw both sides trying to take these team fights and just nerves of steel. And now, finally, DRG have had enough. The death ball in A that we've been waiting for, leading us to maybe a crash out conclusion.
Yep, it's just a Hail Mary of attempts, but Jakura finds the first kill, refracting back, but the damage has been done ever so slightly. One player fallen already. Spike has not gone down, so that pressure will be mounted. Eventually, we will be seeing it come through. And no ultimates just yet to be able to retake with, but that does not matter. as two players have already fallen. J Kura taken down, put in a 3v2. JDG, now it's on their shoulders. The trade is there, 2v1. J Kuro, all on his shoulders to keep this map alive for JDG.
Oh, the group timing is perfect.
Oh, they both found the angle! There's no way!
They
We're
lined
heading.
up. I thought he just got the one at first. How does JDG keep getting away with this? And just like that, as we mentioned, DRG got too complicit, and it results in overtime. I mean, just the timings from JDG found, and I mean, that DRG played that out perfectly. It's just Spirits Z1 versus J Kudo, the Waylays, and whose impact was stronger. It's the IGL of JDG's this time.
Oh my god. And
Wow.
they absolutely perfectly lined up. It's, I mean, you said it. It was a crash out attempt at maybe ending this map out. And it's a crash out that did not work. Because, folks, we are headed to overtime. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, wow. And JDG are trying to carry that momentum, that high from the 4K clutch into just a quick AX second. It's the light sight. Life here only with this operator.
Yeah, life not having a line to work with, so having to play retake once that spike goes down and the team is back.
What DRG want?
Yeah. And it's going
Let
to be full exit, or rather full retake, coming through from spawn and screen, rather heaven and screens, and one player, rather two, situated towards spawn. Oh, that's potentially a really good saturate, and unfortunately hindered by the paranoia, having to back out of that fight. But three players onto Spike. This is going to be a dicey one. As Vokashu finds the first, finds the second, Nick as well to boots, spots out another, Berlin taken down. Sure, the last one standing, but what can you do in a 4 versus 1? The defuse is happening, and Vokashu cleans out the round, and DRG find the first round in overtime.
I mean, they literally took what were their big picture fixes from their defensive half and remembered those lessons going into overtime, right? They knew that retake was what worked for them, these protocols, these team fights. And it's funny, too, they fixed the mistakes even from the pistol round, right? When it's planted for heaven, Joe likes to wrap off the timing. So what do? They get a smoke, they get a stick immediately, and Vukashu posts up. So, yeah, they get the edge right back into things. This is the half of that JDG mounted that comeback. We call it a comeback when they started 8-4, which is crazy to have to say, but all in all, we'll see if they can hold on for another OT cycle. Or DRG, I'll make it a quick 2-0 in OT.
Yep, they do have the right read so far. And JDG looking to instantly pounce at the moment's notice of a pixel moving in their vicinity. J Kuro spotting a few outs, opting to go back. Has the information though, just to stall this push coming through. DRG having to pause, and they're convinced enough this is not a good execute, and they're opting to potentially go for that a rather split through mid push. And Life has an idea, someone's gonna be over ambitious, but it's gonna be Je with the slide, takes him down, and just clearing through B heaven. And they're actually opting to re-hit onto B, which I'm a bit on the fence about. Crown Fisher punishing first with the head popping out. Just spots him out as well. And DRG, they had an idea. There was presence on B. Why are we going back? Just walking through. That's going to be the round conversion. JDG pushing us to another round of overtime.
Yeah, just to, like you said, a little bit of a missed call. They maybe thought they had the timing from the players that had just flipped into main and could backstab really fast, but I don't know. I feel like, I think if DRG did go A, they had won the util trades on that B main fight and would have been up just a little bit more in that post plant. But you can see the vibes are high for JDG versus like the locked in stares of we're going to OT after the clutch, right? From J Kuro. So all in all, oh no, Life, get ready.
Ooh, on the line, not able to find any value with that off, and it's not looking good. But there is going to be one kill found. Is going to be instantly traded out, and that's going to be an op given to the side of JDG. Will that come back to bite them? We'll have to see, as they have to play retake once again. But we've seen this. They don't mind this. They have been relinquishing a lot of space to JDG, which has ultimately worked in their favor. And refracting back, just trying to get a bit of information. Wyu very patient, not giving his position away. And this operator, Zhe, can be so... Oh, not able to find the shot. Berlin finds one onto Focushu. Again, not able to find value with that op, but it doesn't matter. Berlin is there. And Zhe, we will not be looking at that at the end. But JDG, extremely excited. And you can see the energy is there.
And they've converted it. And to me, this would feel like a DRG timeout round, but we'll have to see if Nathan D wants to step in. I mean, now the retakes are also faltering on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side, which is not what you want to see. And just individual players that were having quiet, regulation are stepping up as well, such as Berlin. And bro, you won the round. It's okay. It's okay, bro. It's okay, Bill. But yeah, here comes that timeout as predicted from the DRG camp, and yeah, I mean, I don't, they don't look like frustrated. They don't look like, they just look disappointed. I don't know.
Yeah, and then this is kind of also what I thought would be the case for, the side of DRG is you're the team that's more expected to close this out. You're the ones that people are looking at to actually be leading the front lines. And at this point in time, I feel like even they know they shouldn't be here at this point in time, that this should have been closed out already. There just hasn't been conviction towards the latter stages of this map where they could have closed this out multiple times. But JDG just finding those little moments to get themselves in this position. And right now, they're one round away from closing this map out and taking us to map 2 with a 1-0 lead.
Oh, and they want to do it off of an aggressive A main fight, right? This is what got them back in their defensive half, pushed them to overtime. And I mean, the fact that there's more players supporting Life makes me think it could crash and burn, but that bridge burns both ways.
Yep, and right now we'll be seeing what comes to fruition as already Utah flooding in, but no one blinking, just showing signs of life, but instantaneously pausing and not trying to aggress on this fight. And it seemed like they maybe tried to, I think they wanted the fight, but just they bled too much utility into that and ultimately just backed away.
Like last round, right? JDG walked away with less util, and it was more the DRG mistake of the rehit that flipped the script, versus here they stick around after the pressure's been relinquished, and I do think they should have the upper hand just re-fighting into this space.
Yeah, and Trailblazer not allowed to get any more info further. Berlin is going to be very ambitious. I don't think this will be a good idea. Life, good for one. And Berlin, yeah, trying to maybe get a different line, but not opting to go into that push. Fully flashed out, the paranoia as well. But we'll be alive. But that's all of utility gone. They've paused it. Again, this is a time issue we've been running into. We haven't found space enough. Focushu finds Berlin, and still 20 seconds on the clock. We have not got the bomb down yet. Can we get on the side, Nick? Please, something. 12 seconds. And finally, we're going to see the spike go down in what seemed like a moment of hesitation. Crownfisher finds the kill. The trade on to Spirit C1, finding J Kuro. Pushing back and going to aggress onto that fight. Why are you finding the trade? It's going to be a 2 versus 1. Has the line. But they are split. And playing off of his contact, Nick still good for the kill.
Yeah, that was really, really nice support for them across the board. Just bolstering that screen, holds tag teaming off of the Utah that was trying to flip the script for JDG. So, all in again, cleaning up the fundamental level, which is what we wanted to see out of them. But Again, it's just like so close for comfort every single time. Like, we're just looking at them and having like, why aren't we moving? Why are we staying? You already got the kill. You already relinquished the pressure. And we're watching it tick down from 20 seconds left. And we've seen this happen before, where JDG, one hero gets emboldened, swings, and shut down your entire game plan. But you make it through. The side swap. We reset. In round 29. Here and now.
And if you're just joining us, we are in triple OT, with still no full idea on who's going to be taking this game. And Life, holding that deep line, finds Wayu. And finally, that operator finding value and still able to find more in the round. Because usually every time we've seen Life on that op, it's just only been good for one. So for now, denies space on A and forces that B hit. So right now, all four players sat towards Garage, and here's going to be the burst out. Verse going to be good for one. Spiritsy one as well. Out backside finds another. Verse finding a kill as well. Crown Fisher can't find anything, and DRG find the round.
That is the first time we've seen them able to successfully anchor against that double dive on the B site. Again, maybe that was the fix after they realized, hey, our retake isn't working anymore, like they had tried previously towards the A side, and I think that's exactly what they wanted, right? Was the operator to push them into this B exit where they had made those fixes, came up with those solutions, and KZ1 not getting hard cleared and ping-ponging a Verse was perfection. And it's Verse now starting to answer back in terms of those impact kills here as well, even if he still is almost double negative. That's what you need for every player stepping up in overtime.
Indeed, but this point in time, DRG not gonna make anything complicated, just a good old B execute, bursting their way onto sides and just bullying JDG off. Allows for that spike to go down. There is still going to be pressure afforded, so it's not going to be an easy plant, but at this point in time, JDG giving up that space, just opting to play for that retake. Plant is down, spots out J Kuro, Vokushu still good to it.
Ooh, they got
Crown
antsy.
Fisher is going to be trades, and it's not looking good, as it's going to be a three-man swing. 3 for 3 left. Nick finds one, Life is good for another, and now in the 3 versus 1, Berlin, what can you find? Finds one, but Nick is lurking, shorty in hand, pushing him off the line. Time is running out. Dodges the flash, and Nick closing out the round. And DRG, after making a fuss of it, finally close out map 1.
Wow. I am just, 16 to 14, needing 30 rounds for that is why we mentioned that we could see JDG winning a map in this series, but then DRG might pull it out in the end. We're headed to Breeze next, where again, I think there's a bit more foundation. It's not try testing a confident official like it was here for JDG, which gives me a bit of hope, but they also weren't able to close it out against EDG either and did start with a heavy deficit. So I do think if DRG snowball the start there, it could also be a 2-0 territory kind of game, but all in all, I think JDG, again, even though they haven't found wins, they've always found respectable results, and it's just something missing. And I think that's kind of what we saw here, was just DRG able to get through some of these swing round retakes. And I mean, even JDG themselves required heroics at times. We look back at that J Kuro 4K clutch, look at Joe and how many times he was just able to solo entry into sites in the attack half. That might have also what's contributed to their 8-4 start. And it's like, can't rely upon that every time. There was just so many things that we don't know if they could replicate.
Yeah, and I think our hope was, with JDG coming into this, they have been coming with a new composition, a new look, a new idea, and it seemed like it worked, right? But now it begs the question, I think you're really spot on with that. Can we see those same heroics repeated coming out onto Breeze? Because it just felt like it was moments where JDG had to dig deep for some of these moments. Looking at these round clutches, even just this, they were out, they had DRG at times. But now, can we see more of that come through? Because it felt like this might have been their strongest performance on opening out, but right now I'm a bit scared, because usually at times where we've seen them come through 8-4 in the lead, ultimately they had the momentum and it just shifted back into the side of DRG. Yes, DRG had to push it into overtime. They didn't close it out quick enough, but right now, I'm a bit scared.
就走 A， 就走 A， 都来 A， 都来 A， 都来 A， 都来 A。然后就 CT 架着枪位置，先别动。那胃口。好。给烟。CT， 我是这个。来1，来1，2，直接到不了2楼。然后近的我拉。刚刚这里在小心 A 烟里，你们去把跑点保架烟里。CT， 40。啊！这波打得很好。I wanna pick 哪个 pick Yeah, ready? 1, 2。我们86。2楼包，开过包，一个 body。I'm gonna stay heaven。CT 1 CT 一个。OK， 继开。CT， 你得去打。Nice。Let's go！ 6杠16，你不找他，那你别说话呀，有 timing。
And I mean, they couldn't have gotten it more correct, right? Who those impact players were going to be. Jeff for JDG and Life right now for Dragon Ranger Gaming. And again, it's not a player that we see at the top every single time, but you even heard in those team comps, very intentional communicating with Focus in some of those swing around clutches, including that Viper Spit retake round. And I mean, just again, when it was rock and hard place, he was delivering on that operator, on some of the side anchors. It was fun to watch. And again, it shows that flexibility that he has. And I think it's going to be that much more important on a map like Breeze.
Yeah, and that's what we spoke about, right? Is the fact that despite him not being the main duelist and being the main outlet for, opening out these rounds, he still somehow finds a way to find value for this team and just be that difference maker, constantly, time and time again, opening up these rounds, kind of keeping the side of JDG guessing a lot of the time. And there was even times where he was able to, absorb pressure, bleed util from them just to take him out. So ultimately, I'm not surprised whatsoever of Life, being the MVP of this. 28 for 22. There's just, at this point in time, it felt like Life definitely was a difference maker for DRG.
I mean, I just think it hurts whenever you drop more than 30 kills and then lose a map as well, though, if you're looking at Zhe there. And,
yeah.
I mean, it really was just the conversion of those post plants that caught up to JDG, and I think that's where DRG shined. They realized, okay, if we can't hold these sites, we're going to play retake, and that's when they were in those set ways, those set protocols. They really did look like that well-oiled machine. They were that kind of hive mind that JDG was so much on their own attack side. So all in all, that's something I think we're going to see them figure out on Breeze for sure. And the other thing, obviously, is just the first kill disparity, which was 100% attributed to Life.
Yeah, and I really am begging the question now of what can we be seeing coming through on Breeze? Because even just looking at these stats, it doesn't feel like a team that has been struggling. I mean, Jay had an absolutely monstrous map. It is unfortunate that they weren't able to close it out, but when you look at what JDG pulled off on this map, these guys really took it to DRG, and DRG had to work for this win. So you have to feel like it's a two-sided coin, right? It's one, we could be seeing maybe an exhausted JDG that maybe are demotivated after not being able to close out a map where they were oh so close, but then it could be another of this maybe might be a revitalized JDG who maybe feel they can take it to DRG on map 2.
Well, we will have to wait and see how map 2 goes. Again, JDG dropped their map pick, but Breeze, one we had hope for them, is up next. DRG on the crux of closing out 2 on. We'll see you after the break.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should have buried your dead. Should have listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes down
Welcome back, folks. You are tuned into Project Horizon, bringing you all of the action from the VCT China Stage 2. We have our first seeding match coming through. It is JDG and DRG. If you've missed the action at the moment, it is DRG 1-0 up after what was a thrilling map 1. My name is Skara, and I'm joined by Zobi. Zobi, it has been an absolutely amazing afternoon so far of action from these teams, and now headed into Breeze. What can we be expecting?
I mean, you're going to be expecting something kind of similar. I feel like to how Split worked out. Again, very similar compositions, very similar like implementations of them on both sides. It's just which players are going to step up. And I will say, I do think on the JDG side, I think Crown Fisher is going to be one of those players on the Harbor. He was that player in the EDG match where they brought out this composition for the first time. It was what convinced me so readily that I think this swap up between J. Crew and him role-wise was going to work out. And this is one of their better maps of it implementing because that Harbor is so aggressive in implementation here on this map. I do find it curious this time though how again now neither side has flashes with the double wall agents, which is so funny to me because that's what they're designed for. So I'm so curious like which team's really gonna have the upper hand this time, because usually I lean the team that has flashes.
Yeah, it's almost as if they maybe just going to play off of info, playing maybe more defaulted approach, because you'd expect with these compositions to be more dive, and I don't know if we'll be able to see enough of that effectively without flashes. But hey, maybe they know better than us. We'll have to see as we're going to kick off a Breeze with a default approach towards B. And
yeah, JDG. They're starting on that attack again. DRG on that defense, and look at how proactive life is going through mid. Has gone full sight that this isn't going to be any sort of ace splits, and that should prime the pop.
Yeah, and instantaneously already we'll be seeing that action come through, but Zhe not fully convinced and opting to back out already. Why are you finding the kill through mid? That's going to be first blood drawn. And that opts then to potentially go back the way of A as two players headed towards double door to maybe catch this rotate coming through. And this is going to be a dicey fight, and ultimately you have to feel like whoever wins this out might potentially have the upper hand going to the latter stages of this round. As we'll be seeing a lot of presence come through. Berlin is good for one in the trade. Can't find the second. And that is going to be getting shut down. Ooh, but Focushu held up back pillar, able to find a kill. Now delaying that plant, but it's going to be Spirit Z1 put into a 3 versus 1. And JDG looking extremely strong once again on the pistol.
Yeah, good response, good reclear, good groupings, everything from start to finish, and it all hinges on Spirit Z1 to clutch at a 1v3 if they want to start things off right with a pistol win.
It's a very disciplined hold from JDG, just waiting for that tap onto the spike. Spirit Z1 going to explore. Understands where the players may be, but the crossfire is set up, very difficult to break. And that is going to be JDG cleaning up the first pistol round, or rather the second in the series.
Yeah, both attack ones going in their favor, and I will say this is a map where I think YU is going to thrive a lot more in this lurk position. And I mean, it's him and Berlin, who are the ones that complete that full house as well. So the support players coming online. And okay, I was about to say this, but I seemed light for a second. This is a bit better now. It's okay. We're going back. Okay. Phantom.
Okay. Now we're really investing into this. So
yeah, and I like the starts from JDG actually, because they start in that A main presence we saw on the pistol as well, because they just want to hear if anyone's taking that space. They don't even care necessarily about getting the orb. They don't care about challenging it. This round now, Does look like they want to probably drone through the cove is my thought process, but not without them trying to contact elsewhere, looking for a first blood and overpeak for info on where this gamble stack is.
Yeah, and they just, at this point in time, maybe trying to spot out anyone that may overstep and just playing that contact up A. Because at this point in time, I think what we're going to be expecting a lot from this JDG team here on Breeze so far, from what I've seen, is they understand they can't just burst out. So maybe trying to get as much info as possible before hitting a site. And
they're going to fake this. I think Spike is probably going to go B.
Yeah, it's seeming like there's going to be an A end here, because at this point in time, we don't even have a full idea that it's going to be an A, but there goes the Phantom. So this might be a bit risky here for JDG, as they've just dropped the rifle down and it's been picked up, and Life already finding a kill. J-Kuro takes down Spirit Z1, but it's 2 players to be able to hit this retake, but it's a Phantom in hand. And that's going to be J-Kuro finding another kill with the Marshal. Is he able to find the last here?
Did they throw off the map?
Actually throwing it off the map. Yep, he understands what's going to happen and not really opting to risk it, and understands what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a calculated risk, I think, to commit the Phantom to the fake, and they knew that if it was the stack site, then maybe Deja could kind of farm here, and that was the idea of getting that opener as well, up against Verse, but I think otherwise, the big picture-wise, this was a perfectly sold fake, and I liked the pacing of it as well. It was convincing that you wait for that Harper wall as well to drop on the A side before you re-engage, so all in all, that's what allows them to convert, aside from the Phantom loss, pretty cleanly, and there's no force that back up anyways, and we've had enough of the slow starts defaulting. This is just what they did on Split, right? They went slow for the first 2, and then they immediately sped up.
Yep, same thing once again, but this time around, ever so slightly stalled, but they don't care, just bulldozing their way out and having to be pushed back. The Viper Molly as well, displacing Verse. Going to be tagged up,
like
but
this refight.
Not really something to watch about. And Verse is good for 1, but Wayu and Je able to find 1 in the kill feed equally. There's going to be another Wayu. What a spin! 180 to just absolutely take off his head. It's going to be Nick on the lurk to maybe find some value, but Wayu having a round and denying anything further. DRG Life having to play retreat, and that is going to be the bonus conversion for JDG.
Like, I know they said it was going to be similar to Split, but I didn't mean down to the round swinging this way. And honestly, I think it comes from whoever called that refight orange side around left side pyramid, right? I think they knew they weren't breaking the defenses effectively, that it was going to allow DRG to fight back, and it was that moment with the very deep high tide that completely catches Dragon Ranger Gaming off guard. So again, who's using the harbor better right now? It does definitely lean JDG's way. So all in all, we'll see if DRG again have to take an early timeouts. And I mean, maybe the only silver lining here is I wish that they were a bit more connected with the job, but they got the job done.
Yeah, it's just seeming like, again, it's what we mentioned earlier as well, even in the Split game, is there's ideas, they seem good, but it just hasn't seemed fully refined, right? So you'd think that they may be going to try and work on that a bit more, as it seems like that pressure heading towards B, and this is going to be scary, as Nick is going to find 2 and focus shoot 1 more to boot. But the damage has been done. DRG finding 3 very early frags, and JDG having to play back, but Berlin, maybe the equalizer, is Wayu as well, able to find 1 out in mid, and Verse, last 1 standing. Won't be able to pick up a rifle just yet. Oh, spots the person out. It's gonna be Berlin.
So much used to work with. Come on.
Just opting to not refight that. And yeah, there's just unfortunate point of this. Just a bit hesitant of where the last player may be, and just gonna get shut down there. So once again, as you say, shades of Split 4-0 in the opening stages of the second map now.
Yeah, I thought for a second we might get a little thrifty going for DRG into that fourth, but great stabilization again between YU and Berlin. They're the ones fronting this 4-0 build this time versus last time, right? It was big J-Kuro and particularly Zhao that got them that start. So the fact that there's now different shades of JDG shining on through here is a bit worrying now for, I think, DRG to diagnose and solve, but all in all, I think that shows the threat that JDG also can pose and that has been missing out this stage. And yeah, so we'll see if what happens after this timeout for DRG, because I haven't really seen too much change for them. It's just hard anchor sights, and that's about it, aside from life on that pistol round, right, going exploring the mid. And I feel like that's probably what's going to happen this next round, is DRG going to get more active in either elbow or in mid-door space, like something to counter JDG on these XX.
Yeah, because right now it doesn't seem like they have a hold on this map at this point. It feels, even in that round, what worked was them being a bit more proactive, trying to have a bit more space taken towards main, try to go in that fight, but ultimately you don't want to risk that too much. So I guess the question is, how do you be more proactive in a way where you're not maybe losing too much in your investment?
Well, for now, does look like double ults are going to be the hardest part for DRG to get this round through, since they haven't found very hefty grounds, and they aren't quite right about the mid-scaling aside from life, but there is moment's notice readiness from, yeah, that double door stack, and DRG expecting something along those lines.
We're seeing life just take some space here out into elbow, and I mean, you actually just alluded to this now. Taking up a bit more real estate out onto the map and denying JDG any sort of idea of having a hold and dictating wherever they can go. Probably seeing that hobble wall, maybe deny that push out, but still finding their way out. Lots of util expended out onto back pillar, spinning out, and it's just going to be an absolute blender. 4 players found. Crownfisher, the last one standing. Crownfisher, but there's nothing much to be done as Verse cleans out the round.
I mean, we see the snake bite. We're contacting through the snake bite. It's a bit rough if you're JDG, and it's DRG's planning and re-clearing it that much earlier, like life going all the way through B main, that allowed them to rotate and full commit util, because JDG, like you mentioned, were out of options. They had to scale into this site because they were surrounded, right? And that's exactly what happens when DRG has full control of the fights they take and how they take them. Really nice little shock snake bite combo there between Nick and Vikushu. So all in all, that's how they get on the board first and foremost here on Breeze. And JDG this time, I do like it. They're like, let's wipe the slate clean, right? We don't like how that exec went. Let's just run it back.
Yep, and this time defaulting towards A, so maybe good old reliable. Maybe what works for them. As this time around, and I actually like this from DRG, just trying to take up a bit more space on the other side of the map, and equally this time around they're opting to go as the Reckoning online hinders that push ever so slightly. So we've seen a pause. The Hunter's Fury online, just too good with the movement, able to clean up Nick. J-Kuro as well finds another in the kill feed. That's a really good side take from JDG, and ultimately Spike can go down. And, let's see, one finds one, so it's not fully out of the ballpark yet of DRG maybe bringing this back, but the holds and crossfires are there. Zhep takes down Spursy 1. That's going to be another spotted in life. Last one in a 1 versus 2. Crossfire set up there is going to be a step herd. Swats out 1. Crownfisher was a bit risky, but cleans out the kill.
Yeah, I mean, if JDG keep getting onto sites this effectively and start converting these posts, which we mentioned with that 9 out of 14 on split, if it improves, I think we are going to be sailing on through. And it's this, again, responsive backside fighting that I think is disrupting DRG so much. You can see how grouped it is, just timing-wise, between J-Kuro and Zhao. It's such a promising look, and that's where they need to get behind them. They need to get disruptive in the early round, as we've said. But also, we saw that 8-4 was enough over on split, so we need to see what that line is this half, and we need to know fast.
Indeed, the Storm Surge just hindering that push for now. Relay Bolt or Recon Dart won't be able to spot anyone. Life going to be coming through from mid. Don't know if he'll have the read on why are you just holding that angle. Hunter's Fury online. We'll find Crown Fisher. That's going to be a 4 versus 5. They could still get the spike down, but will be a bit more of an uncomfortable hold for JDG. So it's going to be a real test for them because most of the time they've been coming into these post plants in the advantage. So what can they pull off, as now they're not even able to, as I say that, regress into this backside fight, and it was punished. DRG finally looking a bit better with their retake.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we mentioned was the difference between regulation and an OT for DRG, where they recognized and took the lessons away from their losses and what worked improvement-wise. And that's kind of what they're now doing on a round-to-round basis, right? From the Hunter's Fury, that now just kind of the spike plan, but also kind of that backside space, to them also proactively re-droning it to set up that retake. Like, they understand now what these tendencies in the late round are going to look like for JDG on these AXX, and I've countered it and cleared it one step at a time. And you saw, right, that JDG still tried to push that agenda through, and this time it just did not work. Now, they're not going to have the Hunter's Fury every round. That's my only concern for Dragon Ranger Gaming. So we need to see what other ways they have to hold it and keep that backside space.
Yeah, I think that's been the biggest question. And I don't know if we'll get that answer now. It does seem like they may be trying to sell a bit of a fake, as we'll be seeing the Owl Drone invested, Zhe finding the opening kill, aggressing as well. Backside, Nick still good for it, even though stunned up.
Ah, Jettle.
Yeah, cosmetic stun. And
that was the fake out again, and this time DRG weren't convinced enough by it. Maybe he just should have used the overdrive on the A-fake. Now, I mean, you're worse off for wear with a 4v4 and no space.
yeah,
There's a minute left.
I have an idea that it may be A, so they're going to potentially also just post up for this, but not fully convinced that it's going to be a main push. So we do see a bit of a split hold towards double door and main.
Reads great from DRG. Oh, it was. I thought Vukashi was going to commit to the rotate. Now there's so much pressure on Life to hit this op shot.
It all comes down to this. Can he find something? Yes, he can. Berlin shut down. And instantly pushing out, and Life playing on Death's Door. The pit is going to be invested. The plant still has not gone down. Denied. Nick, good for one. And eventually Spike goes down, but YE dropped to 35 HP. Not ideal. Spotted out. Spirit Z1 able to close it out for DRG.
And again, Life in these positions delivers. And I mean, also the repressuring from Nick as well after he had to get out because he knew he didn't have that close range weaponry with the double shocks was exactly the way to counter through that Harbor Util, counter through that Viper's Pits. And he did that after surviving Zhe dashing in to begin with. So all in all, a huge round from both of those players on DRG's side. So again, I think JDG, we questioned last time they took a time out of this half. I think they're going to need one soon if they want to have a more dominant half, because these A side execs aren't working anymore. And that's why they come up with a fix. I think that they're going to try an A split here. This is like their last coup de grace for seeing if A side can work out.
Yep, it's seeming like this might have been the game strategy, what's worked best for them. And right now, taking space out into main, so they are convinced, but Recon Dot won't spot out anyone. There's just going to be a pause, waiting for that wall to go down. Hides that out, and now the Chaotic is first, putting 1 and 2. Taking heads, taking names. Berlin holding that line. Crown Fisher spots him out, shuts him down. Still putting that 3v2, so it's not fully out of the woods yet. DRG still have the advantage. And the convergence parts online, hindering Crown Fisher. Right now, has the line spotted out one. That's Vokashu. The saturate is on, and it's not enough. And the hold. It's working right now for JDG. Life. Last one remaining in a 2 versus 1. In what seemed like should have been a DRG conversion. They've made it work. The split hold is set up, but he's isolated the fight. It's not enough. Berlin closes it out for JDG.
Yeah, it's honestly becoming a battle of the harbors, kind of like we thought it would. And it goes from verse anchoring site really, really well to then Crowd Fisher re-engaging solo on pyramid side. And I was actually giving credit to DRG and Vukashu, namely, for keeping orange space but not aggressing through that high tide, waiting instead for the regroup from the team. And then it's still just Crowd Fisher solo basically re-engaging. There was support, obviously, from Berlin tucked pyramid side, but again, just him hitting every single one of those shots. And JDG, once again, first up to 6.
Yep. And this time around, though, 3 rounds were afforded for DRG, so it's not the same sort of DRG that we saw on Split, but it also is still a bit concerning as JDG, once again, potential to mount an even bigger lead on this map, as this time around opting for B presence and maybe that B execution. Stalling for now. The shock dart not able to flush out Nick. Going to be a potential second as well invested. Rather soon as the fight starts and action, same time pauses. And back, waiting for that presence out into tunnel. It's going to be Spirit Z1 who finds the kill. Je also finding one to boot. There's going to be trades all around the board. 2 for 2 trade. Vokashu and Je once again reckoning online to potentially push them back. And
the
timing. Crown Fisher takes down Verse, and Life once again put in that 2 versus 1 operator in hand. Oh, and the shot does not connect. They have the info. They can now tuck. Both players readjusting. Crown Fisher just holding this angle, essentially playing off of Je's contact, and actually Je playing behind the pillar.
Gonna bait for him.
It's gonna be such a rough take, and yeah, understanding it's just not possible having to go for the save. What a play from JDG.
Yeah, I thought for a second that we were going to see a really effective anchor between Spirit Z1 and Vukashu, and previously they would rely a lot on Vukashu alone towards that side of the map in the last time they played, and not the case. Just that second layer of aggression from JDG breaks through, and then they're framing there. Even just the thought process that flank could happen, so they play untucked between pillar. Honestly, if Life, I think, wins that opening shot up against Crown Fisher, that goes very, very differently. But not getting that 1v1 means the round goes kaput. And yeah, DRG just again struggling now to hold on against this double dive.
Yeah, and our biggest worry was how were they going to tackle this map, especially without the flashes. But I mean, they've made it work, and right now JDG have been having a bit of an upper hand, you would say, on DRG. Ultimately, yeah, if the one fight did go a different way, might be singing a different tune, but for now, it's working for JDG. Al Jones spots out one, won't spot out Spirit Z1 in the corner. Can he find something potentially? No, he can't. Caught with util in hand. Je and Yu able to find 2 kills in the kill feed. Life, though, spots out Yu. So, back on equal footing. All these players opting to go B. It's almost smoked to be able to go A, but opting to instead go B. I mean, they found the kill. Jay could take down Vokashu, and they have presence, but all they know about Nick has one. Not being overly zealous. Takes down Crown Fisher with beautiful timing, and the blunt does not go down, and Life closes it out, and beautifully done by Nick. What a way to hold.
Yeah, Nick is, I think, to me, the biggest impact player on DRG. I'm not going to lie. Just the swing rounds always delivers. Again, I think it's like him and Life are the two to have in discussion in that regard, right? Like, yeah, Vukashu's the flashy one statistics-wise, but just you think about the fact that he's calling as well, and I mean, just the timings he was able to find here, and even just the mind games playing there up against Crown Fisher, where he thought he crossed back to play out the 2v2, and nope, was still there to double dip, and that's what's going to give them a possibility to have a better half scoreline than what they had over on Split. A possible 7-5 if this broken by from JDG doesn't make some magic happen on this A Split.
And I mean, from what we've seen from JDG, that's not entirely out the ballpark. So lots of work still to be done by DRG if they want this 5th round on the board. And Spike goes down. Hunter's Fury to potentially deny. Haven't been able to get it down, and again,
nasty angle.
finds the opening kill, rather, sorry. And yet again, this has been the biggest struggle for DRG, is breaking this hold where they overly aggress towards yellow, but Nick finding one with the shock dart and equally another kill in the kill feed, putting them in an advantageous position as the pit will be invested. 2 players coming through from mid. Why you spot out life? Oh, he has an angle on the spike. Time is ticking down. Can they get that off? A Spritzy one on an off angle takes him down. The Hunter's Fury denies it, and they won't be able to get that defuse off. And the hold is successful. And yet again, shades of map number 1. We're entering the second part of this. 8-4 once again.
Wow. Again, it's like DRG was going through the motions, right? Hunter's Fury deny backside space, deny spike, they funnel in off of it. But it's that kill from YU that completely breaks the momentum. And then the refight as well between YU and Ja, and that kill as well to get the overdrive fully in to counter off the Hunter's Fury. Like, everything just compounded into a victory. So yeah, 8-4 here for JDG again is huge, but we've been here before. We've played these games, and fortunately, DRG came out the better for it after 30 rounds and that overtime. So we'll see if it's a repeat in the making, or if we may actually get that push towards a set, which I mentioned was my wild card pick. Like, I could see it going really well since we haven't seen it from DRG, but it's also Ascent. If you're not prepped for Ascent, I think there's bigger issues.
Yeah, and we've seen teams fall. So ultimately, the question is, if we do hit that map 3, will DRG be prepared? But that's not the conversation for now. It's all about, can DRG make lightning strike twice and ultimately get themselves a clean 2-0 sweep? But at this point in time, once again, it's seeming like JDG are looking like the team that have the idea, they have the number on DRG and understand the map a bit better. But when we saw that in the second part of the half, seemed like there wasn't fully a story that was unfolded in front of us. Right now, can we be expecting more as we're going to be going into the second half of this map?
I think just automatically when we mention how these compositions are so similar, just identically, I think DRG is going to have a better time this half. It's just a matter of, is it 8-4 deficit better of a half? That's the question. And I mean, once again, it's like our expectations last split were like in the ground because Life and Spirit Z1 were having really bad maps, and they're in similar positions to where they were at the half as well on split. So again, we're following this step by step the same exact way, and only difference here is JDG. Again, look at the confidence in these clears. Look, you have a player committing to the orb on B main. You have 3, almost 4 players in mid, and I mean, all in all, look at this. DRG still able to thread the loop and find the avenue without much contest.
Yep, not really any fuss whatsoever. And instantly going down. Going to be Vokushu. Plant is in, so they are able to play that post plant and has the read on Berlin, but not opting to be too ambitious and rather opting to play it back. This is going to be a very difficult hold here out onto back pillar. Trying to bait out for 1. And there's going to be 2 trades found. But it's not enough. With both players out onto side. Berlin on that lurk. Huge value found. The half is there. And that's going to be JDG this time around, converting on the pistol.
Yeah, that was just mistakes for DRG, stacking up one after another. I mean, Life can't finish the fight, so then he peels off, thinking he scared away Berlin, and then Berlin doubles back. And so while you're trying to engage and support Spirit Z1, who is alone on site, it creates another opening. And I mean, it's just consistent pressure that isn't letting up for JDG. And again, J. Kuro on this duelist role is so funny, right? He sets up J for success in that double swing. Again, they're making it work when you realize there's Harbita but no flashes. This is how you get the job done. And now a familiar force up comes through. Outlaw for J. Kuro as well. Get on this mid line. And I'm not expecting too much from this DRG eco.
Yep, at this point in time, it might just be a story of them denying orbs going into the next round. But for now, they're actually potentially maybe trying to make a fight of this, as they have some holds set up. Ikuto just missing the toes. And I'm gonna get that information on where these players will be held up. And it's seeming like they are opting for that A presence, and that A executes as well. And we'll be seeing High Tide online. Focus shoot good for one. J. Kuro equal to the kill. Berlin as well, finding one in the kill feed. Not able to find another. The shock dart is there. Some chip damage done. Berlin finds another kill in the kill feed. Closes it out. Only one lost, but ultimately didn't really expect too much, and that was expected.
Yeah. Outlaw gets back on the line because enough time is bought, and because of that early detection system as well from Berlin and that drone getting 2, almost 3 players confirmed. So all in all, again, you couldn't have asked for a better round. Obviously some lucky shots from DRG. It's at least a little bit of blood in the SAM, but all in all, double digits for JDG nonetheless. No force up of a few additional rifles like there was last time either, so DRG should have a comfortable chance at converting this next, as long as nothing gets too crazy.
Yeah, knowing these teams, that's not out the ballpark. But, for now, just going to pause. Aldrone, get that information, clear that space, High Tide in. Instantaneous convergence onto the site, and not going to be any aggression, or rather any resistance to get them onto the site. DRG get the spike down, but now can they hold out, as this retakes from JDG have been exceptional. What do they have for us in their rifle round? It's going to be chaotic as soon as these walls drop. First, do you have an idea? No, he doesn't. It's shut down. Spirit Z1 finding 3 in the kill feed. And Je not opting to go for this. And yeah, just rather understanding. There's not much left in this round. Trying to go for the exits, but yeah, Spirit Z1 has a round, finding 4. That's DRG finding their first in the second part of this map.
What do we say? If the duelists come alive, it's completely different. And it was Life and Spirit Z1 that were like dually getting active through these walls. That was what set this squad apart. And he's looking so crisp all of a sudden as well. It's like halftime comes through and you flip a switch, and I'm surprised at how early that timeout is. I was thinking about how JDG this time didn't freak out, didn't take a timeout, right, in the first half like they did over on Split, and how they might have regretted it. But now them using it this early, like, hey, it was a bonus, right? Like, you weren't expected to win that round anyway. So the fact that they're taking one already and giving DRG now a chance to chat with their team, this feels like a round too early. If they lost the next rifle round, that's maybe when this should have been taken.
Yeah, I think I hear your worry, but I guess to me it's more a case of, I think this is the problem that we had in the previous round, or rather previous map, where we got to a point where their timeouts was getting called when it was 9-9. At this time, I get it that it's maybe an opportunity for DRG to settle themselves, figure out what can work, but also it could be a case of maybe coaches seeing something from JDG where it's, okay, this is how we want to be able to close this out. This is what I want to see coming through in our buy round. And maybe it might come to fruition that it works out in the end, but ultimately we'll have to see. I get the worry, but also I feel like this might also work out in their favor of trying to level their heads while they're in the lead by 5 rounds.
One round. That's they're not the econs like both version and DRG get time, right? Be split in full fruition to minimize the chances for operators not to get a sight line here. Ball's in, life is in.
Yep, and already we're seeing action ensue as Spirit Z1 taking down J Kuro and Crown Fisher on a massive lurk. Could have got the timing, does still get the timing. Takes down Crown Fisher and spots out one, but can't find value. Hunter's Fury online to maybe destabilize the hold. That's going to be why you found backside, tagged up by the Hunter's Fury, and will be online. Converges parts, catches out Crown Fisher. Nick as well finding Zhe in the kill feed, and now it's all falling apart. And you're spot on, DRG. They found a way, and they've destabilized JDG.
Bro is standing up, stretching after that round like it's easy work. Like this is the warm-up. They're back-to-back 4Ks, and I mean getting the opening with a shorty as well. And I mean the fact that the ults come out too. I mean, whew. It does feel like DRG are once again on that similar arc of we're not out till we're out kind of mentality, right? And this is what's honestly the reason why they've lost so many close games and why they're facing play-ins is because they get to these close marks and sometimes they don't close it out, right?
Yeah.
It's razor thin, and we'll see if DRG are sharp enough today, as 4 rounds are still needed just to tie. And on this eco, JDG, we're getting fully aggressive at A main, and DRG realized it, held their cool, and looked like they want to re-engage through.
Yep, and it's seeming like they have correct read for now, as the side of JDG looking towards double door. There's going to be the storm surge to maybe hold that push. For now, they are fully convinced that they wanted to end, getting that information with the refract, and instantaneously understanding that maybe this is just not going to work. And just pushing back, gets the kill, Spirit Z1 converts, but they also have an idea that this is going to be a B finish, so maybe JDG will be prepared for this and maybe be able to do a bit more damage in this round. As 2 players held up towards elbow, but Focus Shoot does not care, just takes them down. Crown Fisher, though, gets a return frag, but Spike will go down. And ideally, you wouldn't be favoring the side of JDG to convert this round, and ultimately 17 HP, Vandal in hand is not really ideally much you're doing. Have to go for the save. Yeah, and right now it's not looking too good for JDG. And I mean, this has been the biggest worry for JDG, is they've got the momentum to be able to, you know, take it to these teams. Oh no, Spirit Z1 spots him out, and that is going to be the round conversion. And this has been it, right? It's been a case of we've kind of had the belief and had the faith that JDG can be able to take it to these teams, but it just seems at some point things just start to fall apart. And right now, we're seeing the same story unfold here on map number 2 again.
This is looking like a tech pause, not a timeout. I was gonna say, if that was the second JDG timeout, I would have been like, told you so. No, I'm joking. But it would have been really, really funny. But yeah, no, again, it just feels like the same exact split storyline. Like, maybe it was accelerated just a little bit since JDG did get the pistol round and got that breakthrough to double digits. But yeah, all in all, maybe a breather is needed, at least for JDG. Again, they're taking this so fast, and DRG are meeting them at that tempo and disrupting pretty head on. And I mean, again, the turnaround at the half for Spirit Z1 in particular has been so impressive, and I feel like he's also had a very hit or miss stage. I feel like that's just been DRG, the whole stage is hit or miss, and right now hitting, we'll see if they can do it long enough.
That's been the scary part, right? Is as soon as, you know, you mentioned their duelist like Spirit Z1 coming online, it's just been made so difficult for JDG to even find an answer just to shut them down. What do they do?
What do they do? I do like a good mid fight. I feel like they haven't been going towards the operator either, so I don't think I like Zhe on the operator. And that's the issue, is it doesn't feel like they're changing too much, right? Like, Ajay Kuro's in mid, but You still only, I think the change here is they're playing retake on B, right? Like, look at how uncommitted YU is to this site, right? And that's where the Hunter's Fury and the Reckoning are going to have to hit, because you can see DRG are going to end here.
Yeah, I think they maybe gambled towards gaining a lot more space and real estate towards it. Mid did not work out, and ultimately, YU having to retreat and just relinquish that space. Hunter's Fury not able to find any value, and the spike can, well, eventually go down. DRG, thank you. There we see the plant come through, and ultimately they can just play the post. Crown Fisher going to be spotted out into tunnel. The timing here is going to be scary. I don't think they have an idea. YU does, and converts, takes down Life. We'll be seeing that recon dot to potentially swing out of this high tide. Rather, actually, just going to be holding on to Spike. And Vocal Shoes, good for one. High Tide goes down. 1-2. Swatted down. J Kurenja, good for 2. But it's going to be put into a 2v1. Je, not possible. And having to play retreats. And yeah, it's just not looking good for JDG right now. And Zoe, it's as you say, right? It doesn't seem like even the operator being brought into the mix was enough value for JDG.
Yeah. And that round's interesting too, because I thought that JDG were going to get a really nice rescale into that off the high tide, because they had so many players on Spike, and it was just Nick getting really nice shot timing to then buy enough time for Spirits Z1 to pop off like he did with that double. And I mean, whew, even with J Kudo getting the refrag, verse is immediate. So DRG ping-ponging off each other very, very well right now. And I mean, 2 more rounds to go. 1 more round and money will probably, will be sour again for JDG. So that's why they're once again on edge. And DRG, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They just want to go right back into B. And this timing from J Kudo could be everything. Oh,
Focus Shoe. This is going to be huge. J Kudo takes down Focus Shoe, but instead J Kudo just not opting to re-aggress into that space. And maybe just trying to double up onto side. Actually, Verse, the re-exploration just doesn't work. It caught in 2 minds. Almost seemed like he had that right idea, wanted the backup, and just wasn't there in time. Verse able to adjust and catch him off guard. High tide is there, but I mean, we saw this last round. It allowed for them to get onto the spike, but this time around, they're not even having enough time to get through onto site. Nick takes down Berlin. Crown Fisher, good for 1, but not enough. Je as well finds the kill with the operator, but yet again, found in the same scenario. 2 versus 1, up in hand, can't convert on the final kill, and that's going to be another round conversion for DRG.
Running, trying to save the operator at 1 HP will get the job done. And yeah, I don't know. It feels like DRG like know how to play around positionally with their duelist verticality against these harbor walls. Like, that is the only way to explain it. And I think Spirit Z1 has gotten the opener every single time he's done in this B site the last 2 rounds as well. So all of that coming together is making this very, very hard to navigate for the side of JDG. And again, it hurts that you can't use a timeout just yet because you need it for the final sprint towards a possible OT. But this is 5 rounds in a row for DRG. And another eco where J Kudo can get a bit active off the blades, but that's why DRG are so far back into spawn.
Yeah, they understand that, you know, that fight and space taken towards mid is not really the best idea. And I think especially with these aggressions towards main, it's actually worked a lot more in their favor, getting caught by the convergence path, but won't be spotted out as the high tide. They're in perfect position to actually allow for Je to just tuck away and not really have to worry too much about getting any damage taken. There was a bit of chip down. And Reckoning online to push them back, denying that space. J Kudo spots out live, and we'll be seeing Neon come through. Je able to find value. Hunter's Fury there online, and it's not enough. JDG, finally, signs of life.
I mean, it's like a Kickstarter of the system. They used 3 ultimates on an eco and they win the round. Like, if they didn't win that round, it would have been utter disaster, right? And that's, again, something that they can't hope for every single round. And I mean, you saw how concrete that post plant setup was from DRG, because I don't think they expected those ults to be invested, right? You had both Spirit Z1 and Life ready to fight. You had obviously Nick offsite playing Hunter's Fury. Like, it was the perfect disruption to them playing so close. And I don't think they can punish them like that every single round, but it's to get them through that bump, right? To break that round streak of 5 and get them their first round that wasn't the pistol or the follow-up. But DRG saying, all right, fine. We're going to run this back. We know you can't retake it twice.
Yep, and they, this time around, opting to go for a split push, which they are not prepared for. Just good for, or rather, Crownfish is good for 2. Spirit Z1 took 1 down. The Storm Surge is good. Nick is good for the trade. Berlin tried to go off of the swing and couldn't convert. And that is going to be the pit invested. But why you? Oh, so unfortunate. And why you closes it out. And that is going to be match point. JDG. They weather the storm, and ultimately they close out the round.
Wow. And again, we mentioned how we knew Crownfish was going to be really good at anchoring these spaces we saw in the DG match, and that feels like what kept this side hold together, because again, Spirit Z1 gets the first blood, gets the operator out of the picture, and then just here, playing around the orb, playing around the Storm Surge, takes out every single attacker. And that's, I don't know if the settings are open after the death or during, but either way, it's unfortunate. And let's see, JDG celebrating that win, but DRG having to take their final timeout because it will take 3 rounds to get them into a back-to-back overtime if they want a chance at the 2-0 here in our seeding match.
Yeah, and this time around, it's a different story as DRG, the ones chasing this game to be able to push it into that overtime. And it just seems like now they have a better idea, and our biggest worry coming out of the round where they invested every possible ultimate that they could in that round to close it out, but they had a better answer in this one, and now it's on DRG to maybe conjure up something that I guess displaces what has already been worked on and refined from JDG. And that's the question. Do they have enough to be able to push it to overtime? Because, I mean, we've been seeing a lot better from them on the side of attack, but is it enough?
Is it enough? That is the question. I mean, they have a decent amount of savings, even pulling out the Blade Storm forward this round. Trying to get them through these next few, but I don't know how I feel about them going right back into the belly of the beast on this A site, right? Crownfisher's on a heater, and you're going to give him another opportunity?
Yeah, I'm not too convinced about this. This time around, they're not really opting to hold towards that pillar, and the shots not connecting there with the Blade Storm. Berlin spotted out, but still looking good. Gets the kill. Crownfisher, good for another one. Shit,
entire team's
finds
there.
one. And it's just falling apart. And it is looking like potentially we may be heading to a map number 3 if some heroics can be found in the latter stages of this round. Life, what do you have? Berlin on low HP finds him and shuts him down. It is not done yet.
Said you need signs of life for a second life. Well, I present life. Like, that is a crazy 4K. Like, it should never have happened, right? They were purposely scaling together because they knew what he was capable of. The bait, the jump out was there, but he doesn't even get past the cornerstone because of the off angle that Life was holding. And yeah, this is what we mentioned. Spirit Z1 is already top of the leaderboard. Life trying to have a similar second half bounce back, and he might have done just what was needed to get them to overtime. If it's all for naught and we just end 13-10, 13-11, I will be upset. I'm sure DRG would be too.
We cannot end it here. This cannot be a fake comeback. And DRG making a fight of it. Oh my goodness, through the high tide, Life. Okay, definitely come to the party as the spike planted. It will be a 4v5 retake.
Like this.
Everything to go for, but he's baited for them. They're not going to expect him in this corner versus good for 2. But it's still going to be 2 versus 3. It's not fully done yet.
They're using
Reckoning
it.
online. Crownfisher finds one. That's going to be 2. Util in hand. And ladies and gentlemen, folks, we are heading to a map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you saw DRG try to make adjustments, putting Verse alongside Vikachu on mid-door, but the trades come through. The Reckoning confidently invested by Crown Fisher, and he is honestly the MVP, no matter of who steps out in terms of the kill departments for JDG on that particular map. But they know that the job's not done yet. They know that we still have Ascent to go, but take a look back at that map. I mean... It was such a back and forth affair, and these are some of the final moments, it looks like, of the map in particular in that last round. I mean, whew, bro, the shorty's out is crazy off of Crown Fisher's contact. And again, the fact that the Reckoning gets all three of them as well, it seems like for a team that's running Harbor, they didn't know how to play around the Harbor too much. And that's funny too, because we were confident how they knew how to play around the high tides, but those Reckonings were like, they're undoing on so many of those swing rounds, right? The eco round that JDG won. That round, they lost the game on their way towards another overtime. I mean, whew, a bit worried. And DRG can't navigate these problems.
The biggest worry coming into this was JDG have been a team that's constantly been able to take it to a lot of the heavy hitters, and they ultimately just don't close it out. And in this instance, it almost seemed like we're seeing shades of that again coming through onto Breeze, but somehow, some way, they dug deep and found a way to close this map out. And heading onto Ascent, you have to feel like they have the momentum and potentially have what it takes to close this out, because there was the worry that it was going to be DRG maybe running riot against this JDG team who we didn't feel like showed us enough. But from what I've seen thus far, they really have put their prep in. The changes that have been made to this team has worked out, and ultimately DRG have it in, or on them rather, to try and actually dissuade this momentum that's been built up by JDG.
我们关墙，等你的独墙，我们送你后进去，然后你准备转 B， 白粉准备走。好，白粉能走吗？我可以，我要慢慢走。关墙。往墙了，还有两个，不要了，你慢慢打。玻璃去捡枪，玻璃。来，走，直接摸。帮我一下右哦，在架起，快走，直接走，换脚步走。还有一个，有枪了，要枪了，他就不要配。来，我都丢。好特这个，我要准备补这个枪。我们有推开路线了，拉3、2、1，在抢吗？我可以开枪，别，扒不了，80死了。进来，我进来，这里，别，我中间的可能。来，一起拉，3、2、1。来帮我，我帮你看右边。OK， 我帮你看右边。海神啊，你真的是海神，这不是海神。Let's go！ 强死，结果死，然后推到玻璃上，上把，下来推，推了，马上到，近点，烟里，要走，我被盗了，烟里，拆包，没烟，开刀，我拆了，拆到死，拜。
Wow. I think I'm honestly surprised at how vocal I think Crown Fisher was in some of those rounds. And we kind of saw it. I think that makes sense now when we saw how proactive that util was, the Reckoning was. And I think that is what's required of a Harbor. But all in all, just taking the MVP that maybe was stolen away, we can argue, from that map 1 level of performance. And I do think he was instrumental in what kickstarted this map, but not as much closing it personally. Aside from maybe how the pistol went, again, that front sight scaling around the ults was pretty decent. But yeah, all in all, again, very consistent across the series so far. And I think the opping is going to be instrumental if they want to convert Ascent and take this series and that higher seeding going into play-ins.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think you said it, there were a bit of worries seeing that investment of the op a couple of times in this rounds. And ultimately, I still don't think we did see enough value from it. They did end up closing out the map. But as you say, going into Ascent, you can expect a lot more from that. And I want to see a lot more from that from Zhe on the side of Ascent. And honestly, looking at these stats, 22 for 18, definitely was a difference maker. I mean, 13 first bloods. It just seemed like JDG, you know, a lot of the time had a good idea, and especially whenever they broke open rounds, it was very difficult for DRG to find their way back into things.
And as I mentioned, one big thing was 9 out of 14 post points over on split, 8 out of 10 here. So really improving in that department as well, and how they closed out, I think, those posts in the first half. it definitely helped, even though it was similarly both 8-4 halves. I think it definitely worked out in their favor in terms of just cementing themselves in their confidence. And then again, we mentioned Nick, I think, having the highest impact. I'm glad that they got to highlight that a little bit here because, again, it's going to be Sova. Again, it's going to be on Ascent, and I feel like they have played an even more pivotal role at times as solo anchors on sites. So again, I think we kind of set forth what DRG need to do, and I don't know, I feel like they haven't been as confident, as emboldened as they usually are from the get-go, and I feel like we need to see Life and Spirit Z1 hit the ground running, not wake up suddenly halfway through the game, because then that's when they're finding themselves having to make these comebacks time and time again, and it's taxing.
It's taxing indeed. But folks, strap in, because we are not done yet. We have map 3 Ascent on the horizon. Don't miss out here on Project Horizon. See you on the other side.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. You'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
For one last time today, welcome back, folks. You are tuned in to Project Horizon, where we bring you all the action for the VCT China region. We have the VCT China Stage 2 seeding matches take place, and currently it is DRG taking on JDG. And if you've missed anything, well, you have missed everything, because we are on map number 3. It is going to be an absolute banger. Anyone can really take it, but we've maybe favored the side of JDG more to come out on top, and seeing this right now, we have YU on the Cypher and Je going to be on the Phoenix with J Kuro on the Jet. So expect to be seeing a dive on equally on the other side as well. Spirit Z1 on the Jet and Neon on Life. So either sides will be expecting a dive. So it is going to be a very dicey fight coming out onto Ascent.
Yeah, I think for me in particular, I mean, we expected the role changes obviously out of JDG coming into this map, and for the side of DRG, this is the last composition that they played back in stage 1 as well. So it also makes sense. I'm a bit worried for Ninja not being on the Neon and suddenly being in more the support duelist role over the primary entry, because then I don't think they're going to be able to kind of hinge on him as much unless he's consistently funneling the orbs, consistently playing the run it backs. But hey, maybe he will, and that's again what they're going to be optimizing ideally with this composition and with this strategy. But it also means he probably won't be on the op either, which we said was going to be a big win con possibly for this map, given how the entire series has gone. So I think this is going to be interesting because without flashes, and also on the flip side for this for the DRG side, this gets very, very interesting. And again, this is the first time we're not going to have very compositionally similar like execution styles.
Yeah, and I mean we saw this previously as well on Breeze, where again there was slight differences in their execute styles, but I guess also coming out onto this, especially with the role changes, not what we expected. But ultimately we'll have to see what they have prepared for us, as we'll be seeing some aggression from JDG and a bit of proactivity out early onto B. J Kuro spotting out Volkashu. Volkashu not really attempting to go back into that fight, and going to be some cat presence heading towards A. Two players set up onto site, and for now they've just slowed down.
Yeah, this is exactly how JDG did all of their defensive pistols. Get aggro, flip through, goes inside spawn. This time DRG have re-cleared it immediately with the and back tiles, and looks like JDG have tracked it down tree and cat accordingly.
And at this point in time, we see the Owl Drone just clear up the space and just flush out Berlin, pushing him back, and Jert's gonna spot out one. Ooh, curveball. Good for one in that swing, but not opting to re-aggress again. And, you know, I mean, you found your value. You don't really need to re-aggress again. YU also trying to dissuade this push coming through. Spots out Nick. We'll get some chip damage done. Enough to just make him guess again to try and swing. And this time, YU good for 2. Chip damage done. Kuro there to clean it up. And that is going to be 3 pistol rounds in a row in every single map converted by JDG. And yeah, it's not looking too good.
Oh, wow.
At this point in
yeah, I mean, being on the Phoenix does not stop Ja at all, it feels like. And this little high-low as well on the site itself, stopping any sort of heroics from DRG. So all in all, pretty good to go. And we thought that maybe the side swap would benefit DRG finally starting on the attack in this map 3, but nope. And now, I mean, look at this, Ja front center with the Phantom up against the Zico.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a pause. Some around just feeling out where there might be a bit of presence, a bit of chip damage done onto Life, but nothing too much to worry about for now. Aldrone to get a bit of info. I don't think it spotted anyone else, but J Kuro rise to the occasion and could absolutely go insane. Explore, finds one. No, there has to be more. Holds the line. Not going to hold for Life. Just opting to play back. Shock Dart to push them back. And not being too overly ambitious. And they're rather opting to just flip the map and go back A.
Yeah, they have memories with this Marshall on the flip side, usually in Ja's hands. And it's a good idea to pivot, but look, JDG are pivoting with them.
Yeah, right now, Crown Fisher waiting, holding the line. The shot's not connecting, but Ja's good for 1 and 2. Kobo's there, up top, look down below. Berlin cleans the round. That's going to be the conversion for JDG.
Yeah, conversion for JDG, they keep it relatively clean. I think silver lining there for DRG is two things. One, they get the plant down, which is great. It did not look like they were remotely going to get close to that with how many players were there for JDG. And second as well, looked like the clock on the attack side might not be an issue anymore, Scara, right?
Oh,
they
my
were
God.
so fast on that pivot.
Finally, because I think you and I can both attest to getting so sick of seeing that clock running to 2 seconds before we see a plant. But okay. We've refined ourselves, and now it is time for the proving grounds. We're seeing the rifle round come through for DRG, so let's see something from them, because at this point in time, it's seeming like JDG have had a better answer, but maybe this might be enough to maybe give us a bit of hope for them on this map.
I like
once
this.
Again,
look at the proactivity. This is what we wanted from JDG, right? They're about to already be knocking on Vukushu's door.
oh, the timing just missed. There's no idea, but still good for two. Vukushu misses the cage, unfortunately, but still good for three. Almost seemed dire, but still able to readjust, finds three out in mid, and it's going to be YU, the last one standing, bulldog in hand, and ultimately just having to play exits here. It's not really much win con. Nah, Spirit C1 able to convert the round there for DRG.
Yeah, I think 100% they thought that Vukushu was playing deeper. I mean, when that trip was placed, not playing on Gelato's side. So, timing there, the triple kill there, and the Vukushu impact is there. So, just kind of cements that acceleration in the site as well. And there's some nice pre-fires there from Hell onto on the Omen as well, on the Crown Fisher, and that's how the dominoes start to fall. And DRG's on the board early. No more 3-0 nonsense for JDG in the start of these halves, and that's the issue here. Is it's like this is a defense-sided map, so now the double duelist is automatically going to get a little bit of a bolster on the defensive side. So it's again, how much do we think is enough for DRG to get? And I think they can't be down at the half, honestly.
Yeah, no, especially with what we've seen a lot of the time where they've been coming alive. Oh, J Kuro, filthy shot onto Spirit C1. Shut down. But yeah, honestly, you're spot on. We don't want to be seeing the side of DRG coming alive late into the game. It's been the story time and time again. Life going to be potentially flushed out of wine, but still holding fast in his position. And he's planting himself, and it does seem like with that you have an idea and sense that this is going to be an A finish.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried though, because the idea here is as soon as contact's made out in front of A main off of Crown Fisher, you're hitting the run it back from tree. And that's where I do like the split, but Jit has to deliver.
Yeah, Jit has to go big. Paranoia dissuading his position, having to pull back, and that allows potentially for a bit of a crunch. But as I say that, there's not really much activity out onto main. There has been one cross, and finally we're seeing something. Nick finds a kill, Berlin equal to a trade. And Life pushing towards backside. Good for two. Is going to be a bit of a collat situation, and Spike goes down. YU and Kuro. J Kuro, can they find something? J Kuro opting to go potentially through tree. The crossfire is going to be set up.
They're playing for the Hunter's Fury as well.
It's going to be a very difficult hold. They need to try and find something, but they're all perfectly positioned. All they need to do is play off of that spike tap. J Kuro's good for one. We'll be seeing the Neural Theft online. Huge value, and they're having to force that Hunter's Fury out very early on. They understand how the hold is going to be set up. J Kuro's good for one. He's going to go for it. And Nick, once again, needing to be the lifeline for DRG.
What did we say? Our impact player, the DRG IGL. I mean, Hunter Fury into hitting a kill after, the work that J Kuro is putting in from opening the round to almost closing it with the clutch is insane. The fact it's unfortunate that you couldn't have YU get that final kill, because there would have been enough time after Tab to get back on, I think. It's just draw, and now 2-2 tied. DRG can get an early lead in the series, which they have not had, which we mentioned was going to be prerequisite for this half, but we've seen some ecos go JDG's way before, and I'm a bit worried about this arch fight.
This is going to be very dicey, and they're thinking about it, waiting for that presence. Focushu sprayed on through the smoke and spots out more. There's multiple bodies, and it's a bit shaky to try and regress, and a double dink from Zhe. Good shots. And giving them a bit more to think about, reaggressing into mid.
Oh, look at Spritzy1's position.
The angle can't convert onto the kill, but hasn't space into spawn. Focushu takes down YU, but Spritzy1 planted so deep. They're not expecting him, surely. Good for one. Not too sure if he's going to try and reaggress onto that, but has the space and denying any real estate here for the side of JDG to work with. That's going to be Zhe found. And Focushu, a good 4K to close out the round. And DRG looking a lot better coming onto the Ascent map.
I do really want to say that I'm fortunate there was no dilly-dallying in that mid-exchange, because I do think it started to sip JDG's way. So that ground element of like, okay guys, we probably have B for free, let's pivot and accelerate there. And that's when they were able to stabilize just a bit. So all in all, DRG has set forth to get a lead a bit earlier here onto Ascent, and are looking to snowball it here, but J Kuro, I was gonna say front and center, could have delivered, but he's been outpaced.
Yep, and not even able to use the run it back. Denied. And that's just JDG basically, overzealous takes down one though. Spritzy1 shut out of this round. And that's forced DRG to maybe play a bit more on the back foot. And Life, I don't know if this is going to be a bit of a smart move. But J Kuro holding that line, readjusting, waiting for that reaggression. They have the read. This is going to be a re-hit, and that's going to be spiked down out into Cat. And understanding that it is going to be an A hit, they had the perfect read. The trade is there. And DRG, where it seemed like they had an idea, slowly now JDG, having made the adjustments, looking a lot better in this round number 6. And shots are there, 32 HP, cleaned up, and that's going to be JDG equaling things out.
Yeah, that's the thing. DRG just getting a bit too confident, a bit ahead of themselves, when previously what's been winning them these rounds is Focushu defaulting into kills, and then they go the way that advantage has been found, or where they see that stack is. And I think the cautionary tale with that is now that the operator's online, it's a bit harder to contact into them, but we'll see if they can find a way around it. So it's coming into this next hits again. Focushu B side. Again, you have a player poised up top mid. And I'm trying to figure out... Okay, there it is. The operator actually not holding an aggro mid line. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, you would not really be expecting that, and I guess they may be trying to surrender that space and not opting to be holding the default line. I don't know. I'm quite confused with this, but at this point in time, DRG opting to slow things down and actually aggress towards mid, see a lot more presence come through, and instead of opting for the split push, they're putting all their eggs in their basket, going towards the tree, and haven't been able to spot anyone out. So this has been the worry. This line hasn't been able to find anyone, and Live takes down J Kuro, and ultimately space open with Crown getting absolutely decapitated. Focushu spots out YU, and another as well. JDG, where it seemed like they had the idea, it's all fallen apart, and I guess you can attribute it to that interesting hold that they had. Surrendering that space, it just didn't seem like the right call, and right now, Spritzy1, the timing, I guess that just can be a testament to just what this round was. Nothing really went their way.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Because this is what happens is those players like Life, like Spirits C1, just get active. And this is what happens when that trio in particular, because Vukushu also gets that double, just get active. And you have to be aware of it. And I think that's why we do get to see DRG snowball so often to close out these series as well, right? After having close CTs, after having close call losses. And I do think that JDG, this is one of their most perfectly timed timeouts because it hits that nail on the head of trying to kill that and dampen that momentum as it's starting to rise.
Yeah, because right now you want to try and nip it in the bud as quick as possible, and honestly, yeah, this is probably one of their best ones to call out because you don't want to have that snowball run with this DRG team and what they're capable of, because we've seen how, especially on that split map, once they've got that momentum running, it was so difficult for them to get themselves out of that funk and back into the game. So it's all about, can they now just kind of maybe fine-tune what hasn't been working, the little cracks that have started to show, and just refine themselves going into the latter stages of this first half, because ultimately this is the best we've seen DRG be in the opening half of a map, but now it's on JDG to try and kind of kill that momentum.
Yeah, 100%, and that's why DRG are looking to pick up the pace here a little bit towards B main, see what they can do. It's going to put YU in a tested position here pretty heavily.
And
I'm surprised, I will say, by Zhou and how active he's gotten on the Phoenix, and he wanted to in mid, but Vukushu finding that kill on the Crown Fisher has definitely taken the pep out of their step.
Yeah. Oh, the timing. Spirit C1 just getting a bit of a breeze past right by his side. Berlin catches her out with utility in hand. Life finding value with the op. And that is just going to immediately prompt that push onto A. And they're just going to pivot straight away. And Life deep into this hold. And not sure he has an idea that YU has crossed, and this could be huge.
What?
Spotted out, but can't convert. And they've readjusted now. Hasn't any idea or a clue. And Life takes him down. That is so unfortunate. Berlin having to just play for the save.
Yeah, I was like, there's a world where like he gets both of those in Garden, and it would have just been absolutely gutting for DRG to lose this round in that fashion. But Berlin now struggling just to keep this rifle. It gets a quick little kill, and will slink away right into Vukushu for another multi-kill. 10 HP or not, it does not matter. And he looks like he's starting to get loud. Proud, as again DRG look like they're back towards fighting form, and this is JDG similarly, and they've pushed like hefty opponents like Nova, only undefeated team, like 2 map 3 as well, and they just cannot close. And
yeah,
that'd be what we're starting to see now, is them losing steam.
Yeah, and that's yeah, they're having fun with it, you can tell. And yeah, that's been my biggest worry for JDG, has been they have what it takes, but it's just those closing out of these rounds is just become the biggest problem, the tail end. And we might be seeing that once again with now DRG extending their advantage to 2, sitting 5-3, and potential to push it even further, as JDG going to be sat on a save round. So not much invested in this but the Sheriffs, and we've seen time and time again Sheriffs can be devastating, but with the momentum that has been built up for DRG, it is going to have to be monstrous from JDG. And,
no way.
A bit too overzealous. Yeah, and I don't know. It's just seeming like they're feeling antsy. They haven't had an idea, and just trying to find something.
And that's the thing, is we were praising them for those kind of moves because DRG was doing nothing against them. And now DRG are picking up on every little movement, every little reclear, right? And punishing it. Even Vukushu's in a position, if they overstep in Cubby, to completely obliterate them on this A split.
Yep, and even the hot hands not able to stop the push. The shots were shaky, but
the round's done.
We closed it out. Okay.
And it went from shaky to like immediate, like in a moment's notice. Just everyone laser focused in, and Yeah, that's the kind of collapses that they want to see, even when they're kind of hitting into the stacked site on an eco, just steamrolling through. And that's after life on this lurk again. It's so funny to see the secondary duelist on these lurks, right? Solid on split. We're seeing it here again, and it's working out tenfold. And Spirit Z1, surprisingly, I think he's doing better with the simplification of the jet compared to like the Waylay and like all the util you have to manage. And it's refreshing to see him so confident in these dives, just relying on his aim, because he is so mechanically profound. And now into the next, Jakuro back with the operator. This is one where you can contact up pretty fearlessly. Oh, Vukashu. Vukashu.
Ooh, no. Oh, Vukashu! Where it seemed like he was being a bit too overconfident, still shuts it down. And
what
that's gonna be
doing?
another found life. What is happening? Swinging out of smokes. Berlin lost one, but Vukashu again on the lurk, finding two. DRG running riots on JDG.
I mean, Vukashu's back, right? Like, DRG are back, and I mean, like you can argue it was a bit coordinated because they're fighting back out of A main and tree simultaneously, but yeah, it's not looking that way, I will say. Oh, it was clearing there from the side of JDG, and I mean, Vukashu after that's what, 16 and 4? Yep, there it is. So, you know, just a 4KD. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, just a little light. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah. And they've gotten the lead we said we wanted the half for them. 7 and 3 here. Looking to maybe strike back with a little 8-4 revenge of their own, or better, with this eco for JDG coming up. And we haven't really seen too much grounds for their ecos to be scared, like other maps.
Yep. Seen a bit more conviction and
Oh,
interesting.
I don't think Joe expects this. How would you?
There's no way you expect this. He spots him out, and how do you read that? Life finds the kill. Paranoia to maybe try and get something or catch someone out, but it's not enough. And that's going to be a slowdown. Crown Fisher holding the line, but I mean, realistically, it's a bandit against 3 nukes, essentially. Vukashu again finding the value on that lurk. He's just been insane for this DRG team, and again, finding more value. 2 players, and that's going to only be good for one, Wayu. That's going to be a rifle dropped, but ultimately, trying to bait out with the little toss of the classic. But why are you not biting the bullet? Just holding the line.
It'll be nerf left if Vukashu gets this kill, so.
Ooh,
there it is.
And
Another
honestly,
tool to
it's just
convert.
been insane. The value from Vukashu this map has just been nuts.
This is the kind of impact that he wants to have, and this is what his lurk timing compass looks like. I think he's gonna be sad that they haven't played a set more, I think, this stage after this level of performance, to be honest. And that can be said for almost everybody on this team, right? It's just back to fundamentals, and that's where they're thriving just a little bit. And when we mentioned also having both duelists, like positive and fragging out in the first half, it's been met to a certain degree. Obviously, it helps when Vukashu's getting this many kills, but do we get one last sign of life from JDG to end this with that 8-4, or do we get a 9-3? I don't know.
Ooh, running
9-3.
back in, taken away. Ooh. And being as patient as possible, finds the angle, hops up Vukashu, but gets shut down. Jakuro, Crown Fisher finding kills in the kill feed. It's going to be life finding one. And then again, Crown Fisher finds another. Paranoia is there, able to just dash away. But as soon as the fight starts, it slows down. Now it's all about who blinks first. It will be Crown Fisher. Finds the kill. Life finds another, but put onto 31 HP. Is not in a favorable position for DRG. 6 bullets in the chamber. The high-low setup is there. Breaking this will be near impossible with that 30 HP. And just having to tuck. There's an opportunity now if Life can just get the timing right here onto Berlin. He's gonna get spotted out. They have an idea.
Double shots.
They're going to readjust, and ideally not looking good. Ooh, but has an angle potentially. 18 seconds.
Time, though,
it's not enough to rotate. Yeah, and having
with the
to
neon
fight.
speed.
Yeah, they're not biting. Bait did not work. Now they understand it has to go down, and that's going to be the round conversion. And shades of almost deja vu, but this time around, the script is flipped.
Yeah. And we thought it was going to be more of the same after JDG wins the opening pistol, but just so far of a departure from that. And again, I felt like the success came from another Crown Fisher side anchor moment, and I think that proves that, again, JDG have moved in the right direction, and I think they're going to be a scary team in play, no matter how you spin it, looking at this performance versus DRG, win or lose. It's just going to be a matter of if they can close and make the comeback here, and if they will be able to moving forward in VCT China Stage 2. But for now, a little bit of a moment to get their heads righted before going into the next half, where they really want this pistol for JDG. Flip side, DRG, again, leading, looking to close. Don't want to play another double digits affair game.
Yeah, at this
oh,
point
no, this
in
is
time,
an easy pick. The skins, I'm sorry.
Oh no, please, please. This should not be that difficult. Thank you, thank you. We're picking right. I mean, they are
I
some
wouldn't call the person
favorites to it.
non-popular. I feel like it's popular because
yeah.
he used it, you know?
Yeah, true, right? But come on now. Let's be realistic.
All in all.
Yeah.
Do you have like a non-popular skin that you really like that you use?
Honestly, no. But if I were to say a non-popular that I do enjoy, ironically, is the Prism. Funny enough, I've seen a lot of people enjoy the Smite, but I don't know. There's something
I feel
that
like
does
the
it for me
Smite one's
with the
because it's
Prism.
memed for sure. Mine is,
100%.
I don't know if it's like that hated, but everyone's always like it can be ugly, is the soccer one, because it doesn't have like an animation or anything, but like the white with pink flowers and a little orange moon. I think that's my less popular skin take.
I hear that though. It is beautiful, regardless. I mean, who doesn't love a little cherry blossom look, right? But looking at the stats, I mean, Vokashu, it's been phenomenal from him, right? He's just found so much value. The lurk timings, blowing up rounds where, you know, it's seeming like there was so much stall, but just as soon as he found those kills on those lurk timings, it just allowed for DRG to just dictate wherever they wanted to go.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this half's going to go for him then, right? Because you can't take these lurk timings, obviously, as effectively. It's more going to be how he anchors sites, and I feel like you can't really anchor too effectively against the double duelist, so you can already see him playing off site here for now. Playing the anti-switch setup. We'll see if it works. The wall, not quite breaking it. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, really good trip. Catches out Nick Spirits. He won as well. Good for a kill. And it is going to have to be a 3v5 side hold. And so far, some good value found. And Zhe also tagged up. Doesn't even have anything to regain that health back. Only a curveball to work with. And so far, DRG have made a really good work of this, but Crown Fisher was on the lurk timing. Finds one, Spiritsy one. Crown Fisher yet again finds another kill. That is going to be a sheriff in hand to work with, and finds the head of another. Oh my goodness! Put into a 1 versus 1 verse. Berlin has found the timing potentially and the angle, and how on earth did JDG convert that?
Crown Fisher is how finds the flank timing. You see him standing staring to the competition. He knows what he did. And I'm just confused because you see in CT, Verse has the paranoia out. They're ready to go, and then they just wait. And I don't know why they wait. They miss the window, and they give Crown Fisher that time to get behind them. And then the split's dismantled, and they try. They can argue to get that trade, but just the angle's too effective with that sheriff upgrade. And JDG win the must-needed pistol, take both on Ascent, and now should be able to start sewing up this gap.
Yeah. But let's see how they play this out, because this has been the biggest worry, is they find these rounds, but ultimately not able to close it out. So let's see if this time around they've learned from their mistakes first. Bit of chip damage done, having to back away. Crown Fisher once again on that lurk, waiting for someone to overstep. The curveballs, they're paranoia as well to boot Vokashu. Good for one, and Just a bit of something to think about now, JDG. They can't just instantaneously burst out. Having to rethink this and share. It's good for one. Right now, trying to take as much space as possible. And this time around, it doesn't seem like they'll be dissuaded off of this push. Fokushu dropped down to 1 HP, somehow still alive. Try to inflict rather, some chip damage, but unsuccessful. That's going to be Je finding another. Spritzy one. It's not looking too good at this point in time. JDG, a lot better from them coming out in the second half of this map. Ooh, absolutely decapitated by Spritzy one. And has the Guardian in hand to work with, but Berlin just shuts it down and says that's going to be all.
And no shit against that Marshall is no joke. Can't really get much legwork off of that Guardian off of a nice shot onto Je, but yeah, all in all, again, DRG cannot get collision syndrome. They cannot get over fighting like this. They can just trust in their side anchors, and that's what's going to win them, I think, these rounds. And obviously, grain of salt, it's an eco. You want answers so you can get stacks going, but we'll see now they have rifles in hand if it continues to be an issue or not. And I mean, I'd argue this doesn't even look like a bonus for JDG, right? Like, the Guardians, the Phantom and Vandal, I'm a little scared.
No, 100%. And this is actually what we ended up seeing on Split. Ultimately, they had a whole lot better weaponry to fight against this DRG team. And once again, we're seeing that almost come to fruition, but it's DRG finding 2 early picks, working out in their favor. Recon dart there to just slow the push down. Haven't been able to make their way out of main.
Whoa.
And Kuro, the filthy shot, understands where he is. Fokushi spraying it through. Wyu is good for the trade. Potentially, they have an idea that both players have crossed out onto site. And this time around, being a bit more patient and doubling up towards lane. This is going to be huge here for Crown Fisher. Surely have heard. It is going to be a reposition, but running into 2 players, not ideal. And Wyu, last one standing, but there's a world where you can clutch it out! Take a bow!
Yeah. That is the world we are living in, where Wyu the Guardian can get that kind of transfer because DRG are taking things one person at a time. And I mean, the fact that we have double kill trip set up and we're still having people contacting one after another out of CT into a whole stack of players on JDG's side proves that they didn't deserve to win this round to begin with against that 2v. What was it, a 5? Like,
yeah.
That feels like divine justice, and now 1 round away. Money fragmented on the DRG side. I'm surprised we didn't get a timeout after that round. And this is further proof.
Yep. And right now, JDG, they have momentum, trying to build off of it. Such a broken buy here for DRG. Only the 1 hero rifle to work with. But maybe enough. As for now, we're sitting 1 player down on either side. Chip damage done onto life. So a bit of an advantage. Again, equally afforded. And there is going to be a tag onto Je, but is that even going to be enough? As the paranoia was there, but the shots did not connect. Berlin holding the line, understands where Verse is. The swing caught out. And the last one standing, Nick. Sheriff in hand. Realistically, there's not much to be done there. And JDG equal out in rounds 8-8. And I mean, this is basically the story just flipped on its head.
Wow. I think that it seems like JDG are, getting that momentum. So DRG coming to the next bye, takes the timeout that we knew was coming. Their first one of the map as well. So both of them taking a healthy, I would say, pacing to their timeouts. But honestly, Nathan indeed, they're not looking too worried in that coaching booth as well. Pretty relaxed on both sides, even though it's 8-8 in the decider. I guess that's what happens when it's just a seeding match, perhaps. But we also mentioned JDG just wanted to test out a lot of things, and I think they're getting the answers that they're looking for here, versus DRG might just be getting more questions in their gameplay.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, we understand it's just a seeding match, but I mean, you even mentioned it earlier, right? Is you don't want to misstep at this point in time. Anything can happen. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're, bowing out early because, you're not really fully locked in from the get-go. So my worry is, as you say, so many questions posed from DRG, and can they answer that as we head into this next round? And maybe potentially, if they drop this, what's the story after?
What's the story after? I think we just repeat it and see if DRG win the next rifle round, honestly. Because it is still that back and forth, and we know DRG do know how to trail right up until the last possible second to turn things around. And that's what's so difficult right now. It feels like you can never count them out, even if JDG are continuing to impress us with 4 rounds in a row this half. And I mean, I will say, to me, this streams JDG could complete the comeback this time, just because this is their half, the attack side. It's always been the 8-4. And this round, I was gonna say, could have been that round, but look at this, the timing.
Oh, it is absolute pandemonium out onto sides. And it seems like the side of JDG got the brunt of it, but equal it out. 2 trades apiece on either team. Confisher has a really good angle on this. It doesn't seem like Life has an idea. Now he is readjusting, trying to get the angle, but Life got the better of him in that instance. And they have the info from the neural theft. The hold,
huge
trying
time
to be dissuade, but Lin, it does not matter in a 1-versus-1.
Doesn't have time.
Who closes out? He needs to find something, and Berlin again. JDG find those heroics to close out the round.
And I don't know, it's like the first kill from Heaven was good. It was terrific from DRG. But then they doubled down and Syla kind of like fragmented commit here. Like Verse gets out solo. That's when Jig gets to flip it back. And I don't know. Again, it just feels like something is desynchronized on this DRG side. And JDG, you saw how well they were able to transfer between the two. And that's another eco and a hero rifle from Vukashu. And that's 5 now in a row. Yeah, I think it's just the attack side for JDG that they get, the 3-0s and such, it seems. Oh, wow. Yeah. All the blades are already gone.
Oh,
Spirit Z1 was shaking his head. That's not a great start to your eco.
Not at all. And it's seeming like right now, yeah, DRG, the confidence is not fully there. Oh, no! Shaky. Apparently, it doesn't need them. And that's going to be 2 early picks found and 1 rifle recovered.
One of those rifles is here to receive the B hit.
Action! Je finds 1 in the feed. Going to be a spray down. Vokashu. Good for the trade.
He's hand that rifle to Nick ASAP.
Yep.
Not.
Regressing.
Okay.
Vokashu does not care. Apparently, he can just do it all on his own. Wayu, the last one standing in what seemed to be a round that DRG shouldn't have any right winning. The Bladestorm not converted early, and Nick closes it out and equals out the scoreboard once again.
This is why we said don't count DRG out, even if they lose the rifle round. We try to predict 2 rounds ahead. We can never do that against these teams. Again, we see Spirits win with all his knives and then just jumps into a smoke shorty style and gets the upgrade for free. Like, crazy to calculate. And that 26 HP getting that kill when you have someone with a light shield and 100 HP behind you is, again, where it proves what DRG's win conditions are, and they lean into them. First round of the half will keep them tied 9-9, which is crazy to say. Because of those 5 rounds, JDG still have money. And this feels like another big round, right? It's going to be the swing ultimates. It's going to be either DRG money getting reset once again. And it's basically a must win.
Yep, Hunter's Fury invested fairly early on. Very interesting. Not really able to even find tags. And Life, again, feeling fairly overconfident here, but just baiting out some shots. And they understand there's going to still be presence held out onto B. Holding the line. Oh, this is such a scary hold. I don't think he'll be ready for this.
I like the anti-flash. Oh, just stay tough.
Oh, hold the line, and then instantly gets one, backs out, Hunter's Fury to try and return fire, but it's not enough. Can't find any tags.
I love the cancel from life.
Yeah, just readjusting. 9 shots, and we'll be seeing a readjust and trying to strong side into the shadows there to maybe try and increase the force. Almost came to fruition, but shut down on the cross onto lane. Berlin held out onto switch, and he's found value. Saw the drop.
Do they see Nick?
Do they have an idea? They don't, and that's not enough time, and DRG clinch this game back.
Wow. I mean, I thought Joe with that single-handed molly onto life was going to completely flip the site, and then Vukushu still gets a kill as the smoke dissipates, and then there's still players surviving on site. I mean, just so many things that were on a knife's edge for both of these teams to come out of the dog pile on top, and I'm trying to figure out what the breaking point was, and I mean, it doesn't feel like there was one. Maybe just Nick not getting cleared boathouse or them being aware of it, but as we mentioned, that was the must-win, because now JDG are the ones with perilous economy. 9 to 10 here will put DRG likely up to 11, but we know craziness can occur with J Kuro especially popping the knives.
So it's not fully out of the ballpark yet that this is a round lost completely. Paranoia clears out markets, and that allows for space for J Kuro to work with. And Cam, don't think it maybe has spotted anyone, or rather actually has spotted out J Kuro. That's going to be Vukushu as well, getting their tags through the smoke. While you the last one standing, but in that instance, you were dead for rights.
Yeah, they don't get the magic of the ecos that only gets bestowed upon one team per half it right now, it feels like. And DRG claimed it to bounce right back into the series when it mattered again, when they were on the crux of losing it all. And now, a must-win rifle round for the side of JDG, which you would think means that it's going to be their timeout as well here, because again, lose it is 12, you're on an eco. And there it is, as promised. I'm trying to think about what they can do, because their attack set usually is what was so good. But now DRG are taking more risks, playing a little bit closer to the chokes and stomping them out in the mains, right? And I feel like that's the big difference, is Ascent is a map you can play like that. You really don't play like that on Split, on Breeze, like 90% of the time. And I think that's what's benefiting them, is Vukushu's playing a hefty hand in that as well on the Cypher, instead of being, you know, Viper locked, like we're consistently seeing a lot, unfortunately. And yeah, you know I would be dying too about it right now. That's how we feel, spirits. That's how we feel, life, bro. It's you know, I had a little 4:30 a.m. call time. It is now 8 a.m.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I mean, that's just the story of what it's been today. These teams have just taken each other to the brink, and they've had to fight for it. And ultimately, we're seeing that again, even on map 3. They're pushing it down to the wire. But it's as you say, Zobi, this rifle round can be either a make or break for JDG.
Well, we'll see if the timeout pays off, because right now DRG are on a triple streak of their own. And look at this, DRG trying to interrupt any plans that may have come out of that timeout.
Yep, and instantaneously just taking so much real estate out into mid, and YU caught in the corner. And this is going to be dicey, and having to be flushed out, live taken down. There's trades across the board. Vukushu finds one through the cage, and Spirit C1 playing the patient
Still
game,
here.
waiting, and Vukushu denies the plans, and Spirit C1 as well takes down YU, turns the flash, but it's not enough. Sure, it's still good for it. But into a 2v2, do they have the read? No one giving up positions.
You can't lift that!
Spots him, but it's not enough. And spots them, they lined up, but still, JDG close it out where it seemed like they had no right to. And DRG are just left reeling, trying to find how can they get themselves closer to closing this out.
I mean, at that point, it's just like... I love that Zhou just stared the Demon Vukashu in the face, right, fighting in the garden. If Vukashu's left to live and then plays that retake with the three of them, like, completely different round. And that's where I think JDG had such a quick response to that aggro play out of Arches. That's exactly what they needed. And now, DRG lucky to have another chance, another buy, to lock in 12 before JDG catch up. And JDG have hence slowed it down. Spirit Z1 has to be mighty careful around playing the same main space.
Holding it out and having to just dip off of the line. Able to dodge the shock dart, but seeming like you want to take a bit more action. But we'll be seeing JDG playing a bit more patient in their approach. Not giving any inch to DRG. Cutting noise. And instantaneously going back. This is going to be a scary one because he doesn't have the dash to dip out, but it's still good for 1 kill. The spray is there. First finds one, pushes them back with the paranoia. Not enough. YU finds one out in the lurk, and Focushu finding another in the smoke. DRG, there's the response they needed. And Crown Fisher, last one left, trying to readjust. And the hold on the spike is there, so he needs to make a fight of this or try and save. Focushu gets the tag and ultimately closes the round and finally puts it onto series point.
And I don't know what I want for them to close it out right here, right now, in that 13-10 fashion, or first get a few more rounds so that Vukashu can drop a 40 bomb. He is 6 kills away, and again was major orchestrated a ping pong off of on this side anchor, and that's after Spirits Z1 obviously found the great opening as well, and that's where I don't like when JDG double down. I like when they think through the rotates, when they're very sharp on those timings. That's honestly when they've duped DRG the best, and now, I mean, look at the broken buy. It is not a promising one, especially with Vukashu front and center. No way.
Yep. Oh, tucked. But YU, wise to the occasion, takes down Spirit Z1. There's a bit of damage done. Will that be enough? As we'll be seeing the pivot towards A. And at this point in time, they're a bit convinced that it may be B. So haven't been this way just yet. Oh, there we will be seeing that rotate come through from Verse. Just trying to double up out onto A. And it does seem like it's going to be all and everything into this.
I mean, so we wanted these big brain rotations. The drone as well catches the shorty off guard. You're lucky you're on Neon to be able to get away, but look at the response. It's running back immediately, and honestly, DRG are here already.
Yeah, and you spotted one out, but not able to find any value. And that's going to be Live finding one. Berlin and YU finding kills in the kill feed to boot. And okay, they've made a bit of a fight of this. They split it up though. Live headed towards Tree, one spotted out into Heaven, and instantaneously doubling up once again. It was a bit of a worry, but maybe just keeping them guessing on where this push may come through, and they've all both doubled up towards Tree.
They made footsteps.
No one have the read. Oh, and now there it is. The Hunter's Fury is online. And JDG, they're trying and they are succeeding. One more to push this into overtime. And they really, really are not giving up.
It's an extra layer of, instead of staying group, Jenny saying, let's reposition you into Tree to play your Hunter's Fury. That's just so mindful from JDG. And I mean, there were some nice shots again. I feel like YU and the Guardian, he just needs to use this gun over like the Vandal like 90% of the time. From the 4K clutch that kept them in this, if you think about it, to now. And that's going to be the final timeout of regulation utilized by Dragon Ranger Gaming to get this last round through the cracks. And honestly, I don't know what you do, because last time JDG took a timeout, that's when you went for the aggro mid play, right? So I don't think you can do something like that again. And I'm not even sure what resources you have left at this point buy-wise either, right? It's been back-to-back buys when they were going from buy, loss, buy, loss. So, I don't think it's going to be the best economically speaking.
Yeah, and it's not looking good because at this point in time, if you're DRG, you wanted to close it out there, but ultimately JDG played it perfectly, and we're back in a position where it's seeming like DRG once again having the opportunity to close it out, but just making it increasingly difficult for themselves, where now an opportunity has kind of presented itself. JDG can be the ones to do what we didn't think was possible and ultimately close out the series, where they haven't even got the read. They all headed strong side at A and maybe looking towards mid, but they're going B.
Yeah, I will say though, DRG in a retake, name a better duo based on what we saw map 1 and 2, so not gonna count them out just yet, especially if Life can find this opener. Oh, the timing's missed, the drones can see him. Unless Crown Fisher contacts before it. Oh! What just happened?
What are we doing as Life takes down the share? And somehow it seemed like they almost had the upper hand. It's slowly starting to fall apart. And Verse not getting pushed off of this line, holds it out, and somehow they are keeping it alive. DRG, they made it rough. They made it scary, but ultimately they finally close it out in what was an exhausting series for both teams.
And my issue is that has been their story the entire group stage. So if they're getting to seeding and that hasn't changed, who says it's not going to happen in play-ins as well? Who says it's not going to happen in playoffs? And that's where, again, I'm still not convinced this is a team that would dominantly get to globals time and time again. And it's a team trailing in champs points might not make it to Shanghai. So all in all, yes, congrats on the win, but I am curious how the rest of their season is going to go. And for JDG, I think if they had been running the controller and the jet or the duelist on Crown Fisher and Jay Kuro respectively from the start of the season, they would have been 10 times stronger than they are now, because they would have had more reps on more maps, and they would have been able to troubleshoot their issues sooner and get more systems in place. And that does make them a bit scary for like a Cinderella run into play-ins, but I don't think it's quite there fast enough.
Yeah, and that was the biggest worry, right? There was the adjustments, there were changes made, but was there enough time for it to have been refined coming into this game, coming into play-ins? Because it's as you say, right? JDG have been looking so promising, especially in what we saw today. It's unfortunate that the scoreboard doesn't fully reflect what we saw in this game, but ultimately, if we maybe had seen this earlier, it could have been a lot better, but unfortunately, it does seem like it might be a little bit of a too little too late scenario. Then again, it's not fully over for them. They still have an opportunity to come back.
Okay. And with that, we will get to hopefully speak to DRG here soon and get a little bit of insight about like maybe what made this series so close, how they're feeling about play-ins, and honestly, I think just get some of our questions answered about how this stage has gone for them and how they viewed a seeding match as well, right? Like, there's just so many thoughts that have been going through our heads about this team. And a lot of those questions, honestly, did not get answered just yet. Either one question that did get answered, though, we've got the V-God versus the Z-God. And, I mean, individually, I don't know who won, right? Somebody drops 32, someone drops 34. It's like, I guess Vukashu, right? But we are going to throw it down to the interview right now.
Starting from map 1, in previous games you guys have had very good performances on split on the defense side, but today you guys faced some difficulties. Can you give us a behind the scenes on what was going on? He says they wanted to try out some new things for defense, and the other team did well with the util, so they weren't able to defend very well at first. Toward the end, you guys did really well on attack and even won in a very long overtime. So what strats did you guys come up with to win it? He says they followed basically what they were doing in scrims. in scrims, like their strat book is relatively big, so they knew what the other team was going to do, and they knew they had explosive powers, so they just kept going. The whole BO3 today was quite close, and in the last map you guys finally got a good first half. So why do you think that was? Was it just because you guys prefer attack side more?
是什么样的原因呢？是觉得进攻方对于 DRG 来说确实比较好打的一方吗？还是说确实有比较发挥的比图一？
Since they have a relatively normal comp for that map.
主要是这个阵容比较常规吧，然后
The other, he says he doesn't think the other team was super familiar with their own comp.
很熟悉。
And then Vokashu did really well, basically.
做个默认，然后伊利亚就都打完了，所以我也不知道怎么赢的，反正。
对，我们确实在图3看到了沃卡舒非常强力的个人实力的爆发。那其实我们都知道，在我们的印象当中 ，DRG 是
You guys are relatively attack-sided, and that's one of your specialties. So have you guys tried to balance that out, or have you just been going for like fully attack?
善于进攻的这方面特质，优先去围绕进攻做布置。
He says when they lose rounds on defense, it's often his fault because of his role as well as him being the IGL. And then for attack side, basically they just follow whatever Nathan D tells them to do.
大仙给我们的安排，我觉得基本上还是比较好打的。
对，其实指挥是非常烧脑的一个。
From your scores, we can see that for stage 2, you guys have struggled a little bit. So what form do you guys hope to bring to play-ins?
所以说下一步希望在成都的入围赛带来一个什么样状态的 DRG？
He says they feel like they're adapting more to this roster. They're getting better and better, and the new player verse has been also improving steadily.
就是我觉得这正是我想看到的，就是其实我觉得。
The rounds or the maps and the matches that they've lost for groups were ones that they were expecting and that they could understand, and he thinks it would have been stranger if they had gotten to win all of them. Is there anything you want to say to the fans? He says, although we had a good start, maybe we didn't finish off as strong as we would like to. But right now, our form is getting better and better, so we should perform better in play-ins than we did in groups. Please believe in us, DRG, as well as Verse, because he is trying very hard. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture, and then it's time for the prize draw.
Wow, first of all, I think first thing to note is just how I think the one thing to note is just how insightful they are towards their weaknesses and understanding what they need to work on going forward. And I think that's also a testament to why we feel this DRG team have also started to pick up compared to when we maybe felt like, okay, this is not the same DRG that we're expecting, but now they're starting to slowly but surely pick up that steam again.
Yeah, and I think they answered like so many of our questions that we had, right? About them understanding that they are at peak form right now, understanding how close these matches are, and knowing that they're still growing and getting Verse acclimated. And Verse definitely had a better game today than they've had previously, number one. And number two, I think, as well, Nick is being too humble, bro, saying like he was the reason why they were losing rounds. Like, I don't think so.
No.
I'm glad that they recognize as well as Ascent was attributed obviously a lot to Vukashu, because I do think that with the proactivity in a mid, if Vukashu wasn't almost dropping 40 kills that map, that it would not have nearly been as smooth. So I do think I want to see just a more standard Ascent performance out of DRG, just to get a like comparative basis like versus another team, because I do want to know how strong their Ascent is, especially if they make it back to champion Shanghai, just so we can see how it'll do right up against these other teams. But here's the last moment that kind of closed things out, and how fast it can happen as well, right? It's almost like how fast the second map was closed out by JDG, and we thought that one it was going to go to overtime.
And I mean, that's the name of the game a lot of the time. We go these exhausted long stretches, and then it just ends in an instant, right? And ultimately, from the get-go of this, we honestly expected it to be maybe not as close as what it turned out to be, there were signs that, okay, this JDG team has what it takes to take it to a lot of these teams, push them to the brink and make them fight for these games. But I don't think we would have expected it to be as close as it was. I mean, every single map, it seemed like JDG had what it takes to close it out. On Split, they were at points 1 round away from closing it out. Unfortunately, I mean, you know, even on the last round, it seemed like they were slowly building momentum, and then at the end, they just ran out of steam.
Again, that's why this is like a Cinderella run kind of play against team, right? They get to that last stage kind of, and then it's on that day of if they will beat like one of the other, right, playoffs teams. But with that, I mean, you can't understate the players that stepped up this series. YU on the last map in particular, right? Just in that series the entire day, and even Berlin stepped up individually. So again, I think they're trying to see what this team looks like as they get to full strength, and I think that's going to make them a dangerous team later down the line. Even if they stay together for, I would say, next season, I think this team could go a bit further than what we're seeing now. And that's where he's going to have hopes of what could happen post-franchising, but you don't know. So let's take a listen into what we can learn from, which is the DRG columns.
我先进射箭。好。来，go， 80，来绕进，一打一，谁打了？那正好跟我讲，我要飞铁墙上。OK， 来我给墙。好了吗 ？Ready， 可以。3、2、1，射箭。爆点，黑小拉喽。Heaven， nice， mark， 来我给烟。进了吗？想进，兄弟，进了。黑了。我们别了，炸了 ！Let's go bro， 你喷一枪我就给针。别急，弯吧，左边。哎，我飞95了，我飞95。
And I don't think there was any surprise whatsoever on who was going to be our MVP for this map. Vokushu was absolute nuclear warfare for the side of DRG. Every part of the map just felt like he was dictating it. Those lurk timings that he was getting, blowing open rounds, getting crucial kills. I mean, he was everywhere on this map for DRG, and you said it earlier, they have to attribute part of this win to Vokushu just absolutely turning it on for DRG.
And I love how you can see his pathings too, just from the heat map as well, that he would take on these lurk timings and some of these defensive anchor positions as well, right? And just the fact that you have 12 multi-kills, like that's like double digits is crazy, right? Like, I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out like how magnified he is by filling out the entire, obviously, hexagon. It's like, it's crazy, like more than doubling all of these statistics for like what the server was, right? Like, it shows why he is so dominant individually in this region. And we can say today that it wasn't just the stats talking, it was that impact on Ascent in particular, unlike some of the previous series so far, where we mentioned at the top of the show, this is his best statistically staged so far in VCT China this year, but it hasn't translated to the team performance, the team impact. And this series, it did.
Yeah, and that was your question, right? Is yes, you can have the influence and the impact of those multi-frags, but it doesn't mean anything if it doesn't translate to a round win or a round conversion. And ultimately, we saw that answer today. We saw them finally, start to close out these rounds. It's not as convincing as we'd like, and we still have a bit more questions to go into it, but even then, I think what's also still strong for this DRG team is they understand their weaknesses and what they still need to work on. And I mean, if they're able to refine that going into, the latter stages of play-ins and playoffs, they can be a very scary team to face.
I mean, look at that. 34 kills. I'm more surprised if that's ACS that it's like not breaking the 400 with that many kills. But all in all, like, even though he obviously takes the cake, like, life and spirits, when we mentioned that this was going to be contingent on if they were awake from the get-go, and they were. And secondary as well, there's that one clutch from Nick as well. Like, that, if that doesn't happen, it's not as dominant, but you can see where the disparity lies, 17 versus 7, and that's about it, because both of them had terrific attack halves, as we can see, and it was just some of those swing rounds, especially that DRG Thrifty that came through as well, that one round, like, that completely shattered expectations for this map 3.
Yeah, and again, it also came down to something I also had a question of, and actually I think you also had the question of, is will we see those same heroics keep JDG alive? And they proved us wrong time and time again. There was moments where, you know, clutching 1v3s, 1v4s, I mean, in Boathouse, sat backside, still able to find 4 kills to convert their bonus. It was insane what we saw from this JDG team, which I feel is so unfortunate for them, because you can also still say they, part of me says they still deserved a win out of this, but still ultimately there's a bit more to refine going into the latter stages of play-ins. But folks, we are not done yet. Unfortunately, it is going to be the end of this game, but we still have more action to come, with XLG taking on TYL in what should be an absolute slugfest between these two titans of teams. But for now, that is going to be us. Zobi, any final words before we close off?
I think it just proves how competitive this region gets. It's a coin flip of who wins, and I think that's going to be the same case for TYL versus G-Light Gaming. Good luck to Akamosk and Ryder for taking that one away.
All right, folks.
Set the world on fire, fire.
Hello and welcome back to our English coverage of the VCT China here on Project Horizon. My name is Akamaskin and right next to me there is Rigor, and today we have an absolute banger ahead of us on that second game. The 3rd to 4th place decider in between Chile and TYL. A little bit of a seeding game, but with some interesting implications considering, Rigor, how many times have those two teams played in VCT China up until now?
This will be their debut, like the very first head-to-head between these two teams, which is outrageous. I thought it was going to be, I thought they would have a more storied history because TYL's been a team that has been a sort of a staple in VCT CN ever since franchising came to CN, ever since EDG was at their heights, right? So XLG coming in, we recognized end of 24. Their first season was 2025. So TYL just never encountered them. Has been on the opposite side of the bracket for them for a grand total of almost 2 years now until today, where they are playing for that, like you mentioned, 3rd, 4th seeding with a lot of ramifications, especially regarding champs points going into Masters Shanghai at the end of the year.
Yeah, regarding champs points, regarding in general their qualification path towards the biggest event of the year, and TYL, I mean, we talked about this a lot. They basically have to win that split. They basically have to come into one of the top 2 placings to even make it to champs. This also goes for other teams like Nova, for example, who are the first seed of their group. And I think in general, TYL had an interesting stage up until thus far because they won against EDG, lost against Nova in a very weird game at the end of that second stage now, at the end of that group stage. And I don't know, like Nova looked great the entire stage, and all of a sudden they dropped off in form so much in that Nova series, which is very inexplicably, you know. I have to see them play today, especially considering XLG is playing with a substitute. No Man is not on the server. Sharks is gonna fill in for them. So, you know, a debut player. You would consider TYL the big favorites going into this one, and I want to see that happen. I want to see some clarification on the form of TYL before we go into playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. Like you mentioned, the debut of Sharks going into that same role as No Man. No Man is historically been their initiator, if I want to say. Oh no, WS Leo's here. Leo's their recon initiator. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think we spoke about it and we've harkened it across multiple broadcasts here at Project Horizon about how these seeding games oftentimes are kind of inconsequential because your group stage matters a lot more, right? So the difference between being 3rd and 4th is not as drastic as being, let's say, the difference being 2nd in your group dictates your good spots anyway. So 3rd and 4th is kind of interchangeable, right? At this point, it's more like what winning momentum do you want to go into playoffs specifically? Because I think the only teams that are playing in that play-ins bracket against the Ascension teams are everything from 5th seed down. So these two teams, TYL and XLG, and I think there's 2 more teams above them, Nova and Billy, are going straight to playoffs. So all of these all the teams that are playing today don't have to worry about going to playoffs. And we oftentimes theorize about maybe it's just experiment, fix your weaknesses. Why did you drop a map to? Why did you drop a series to Nova? Stuff like that. That's stuff you can explore
because they
on TYL's side.
Because they picked Zero, Sentinel, and Harbor as main controller on Summit. That was the weirdest game I have seen in a while. Like, that was very, very, very questionable Valorant in that series between Nova and TYL. And again, I want to see how TYL developed into this game, because Chile is certainly a better opponent than Nova on paper, right? They should be the better team. Happyway is among the best players in China. He should be a top 3 player up there, and we have to ask ourselves, how much can Nova realistically do, can TYL realistically do in a series like that, where, you know, a lot lower ramifications. You already locked playoffs. It's just a seeding game. Just give me something to believe in. Just give me something to show off with your new IGL Shufet, because he is the one carrying you over the finish line. He's the one getting you to champs if he manages to do so. And yeah, I want to see something new on a strategical play from your strategical. Like, that playbook seemed like very much in question going into those games against Nova, and I want to see them work out something new, something different.
Yeah, and I think Sufat said in an interview at the beginning of the split that he was bringing a lot of his own playbook coming into TYL, and you can see it. Like everything seems to be built around his pieces being very, very consistent. Him making a lot of sense, and the team TYL side rallying around and developing around him. So yeah, I think there's arguments to be had. You did mention Happyway being arguably top 3 in his role. Arguably top 5 in the top 10 in the region as a whole. Yeah. So going into this, TYL, a team that on paper favored, but historically in terms of accomplishments, XLG has always been that team, right? There's always been the team that has taken the mantle of representing CN as a whole.
Yeah, but ever since they came back from the Esports World Cup, they look like a completely different team, a little bit shaken up. Same goes for EDG. I don't know. They came back to China maybe with some jet lag, maybe with some ramifications about their loss there, and you know they look like a completely different team, and that's something I don't know. I am very, very scared. I'm very, very scared for all of the teams coming home from that, because it seems like they are a little bit overplayed. They are missing the break that the other teams had.
I think that's the nature of having such a busy schedule, because a lot of these teams would have come out of the last Masters London straight into EWC, straight into Split. I think the only team that I've been looking at over the entire global VCT circuit that has actually come out with a net benefit has been NRG, but that's only because of their summit looking at like next to none, right? We speak about summits, and especially CN getting kind of shafted because CN has been the region that has to sort of innovate because our calendar starts significantly earlier than a lot of the other regions. So, but yeah, like you mentioned, that summit was a big point of contention and concern.
Yeah, I want to see, honestly, a banned Summit from TYL. Like, I don't know. I don't want to see them play Summit ever again if that comp looks like this. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of what they were doing on that matchup. Like, that Harbor as a solo, that Harbor as like the main point of side hold, as the main anchor for TYL, looked atrocious. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. That looked really, really bad, and I want to see TYL ban that map, focus on their other strength, maybe force out a Lotus, force out a Split, force out a Haven. Those are like the maps I want to see from TYL, much rather than another Summit, right? I mean, they played Harbor, Omen, Neon, Waylay, Fate. That's not a comp that you should play on that map.
No, not at all. But we'll talk about bans and like speculations. I think they have one mirror ban. I think they both, XLG and TYL both are not Haven enjoyers, right? So the odds of us seeing Haven are ridiculously low. And then further, TYL floating that Ascent over, and then XLG floating that Sunset over, but all getting banned. So the vetoes are going to be Breeze, Lotus followed by Split. Pretty formulaic. And there's that TYL Summit ban like you spoke about. I think they're well aware of their shortfalls as well. Any thoughts on these maps? This is the second day in a row that second day in a row where we're starting on Breeze.
Both teams were struggling on Breeze in the last few months, right? Chile lost against Titan Esports Club on that map. And on the other side, we have a Trace win and an EDG loss for TYL. So a little bit of a coin flip. I would rather give that map veto over to TYL. Like, they looked a little bit more confident going into most of the maps, considering that XLG is 1-4 on Lotus right now, losing to teams like Wolves, for example, out of all, and we have a 2-0 standing for TYL on that map. That's a safe bet for me that TYL will take it home. And on the other side, I'm not the biggest fan of the Breeze pick here, right? You know, I'm probably... XLG is probably trying something new, trying something out, because they already showed their Breeze and they want to give some adjustments into this one and want to test it against the top team. But instead, again, I'm not the biggest fan of that map pick.
Yeah, I think Breeze is because CN is one of the biggest KO adopters. It used to be EMEA, and EMEA harken back to when they used to play KO on Haven, stuff like that, right? They've moved away from it in favor of that double dive rather, the Phoenix and the Jet and such. But CN has been a huge KO adopter as much as physically possible, so I guess that's why we see the Breeze. I'm not a fan of it either, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's so many stronger maps in the pool, but we just bank on Breeze, which is so flip-floppy. Not just
and Chile doesn't even play
global.
KO. TYL doesn't even play KO. They play Jet Phoenix, right? So I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of that pick if they have not adjusted anything in their playstyles, anything in their team comps. They're certainly going a rave on in that arena.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the accolades of being in the CN region as a whole. Is there's always a lot of spectacle, especially coming around. Just basically group games, yeah. Yeah.
Why does that music sound like it's a straight rip from Tekken?
It does. It sounds like one of those volcano
it sounds like
levels.
A Tekken stage, yeah.
No, well, I mean, they are trading blows. I mean, there's a bit of a reach that we can do there.
That makes sense.
Trading blows, trying to. Are you expecting a beatdown drag-out sort of game?
I'm expecting. If No Man would play, I would expect TYL to Electric Wind God first TYL out of this matchup. But I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of XLG picking that race. Again, I'm holding on to that talking point. I think with that veto, with Sharks as a substitute coming in, probably going to be a 2-0 for TYL. They will be the big favorites going into this one.
I think it's one of those things similar to EDG. What happened to EDG when they had their sort of drought performances where people were very hot on XLG. People were extremely hot on XLG and even ROG as a primary duelist role, but have they seen more and more of the light as their weaknesses have been more exposed, especially on the international level? People have been not as hot on them as they were in the beginning. I think it has been the story of them has been a story of redemption, mainly trying to come back to the favoritism that they once had. So, but I agree with you. Breeze is going to be an experience. That's the word I'll use. Definitely going to be a showcase.
Stuck on the music, by the way.
It's your German roots. It's the techno. It's the EDM in your blood. You can sense it. It resonates with you.
We are in Berlin right now.
We are, bro. Just a wrong place. The Uber took a wrong right turn.
It's Berghain all over again.
Oh, but I'm excited. I think this is the one game that I've been excited for. I think, at least personally, I've been casting a lot of the, the more contentious, like the narratives are building around a team being developmental. This is the first one in a while that I'm watching, and I'm like, these are just teams that are operating on all cylinders for the most part, right? It's a team that tripped once, knocked themselves to second place, and TYL losing their first game, and a team that XLG started off ridiculously cold coming into the series and having one of the worst groups out of the two. Having All Gamers, Wolves, Dragon Ranger Gaming, and Billy in their group as well. Only way that could have made worse is if EDG was there somehow as well. So,
I mean, both groups were just so confusing in what they were presenting us, right? Because Group Omega was just an absolute bloodbath. They were all all throwing punches left and right, and not really anyone could run away with it. And on the other group, two teams nobody expected to run away with it, all of a sudden made first and second place. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, TYL is a team that you maybe expect to reach second place, but especially Nova going 5-0 after how their entire year looked and how terrible CB looked in EDG before he came back. That was something nobody could expect. And yeah, in the other group, again, so many back and forth games. Nothing really too dominant, and that just shows XLG had a long path to get to this one, and now playing without Neumann because he's still caught up in family stuff, if I remember correctly. That's a big blow, but again, it's just a seeding game. Like, for both teams, they should just be fine with going into the seeding game with low expectations, and let's test something new and let's try something new.
Yeah, let's fix a lot of our problems is going to be the name of the game. But TYL, I think, opting for the more standard comp. This is like a very CN comp. Anything is slowly one of the only last bastions of that Astra pick, especially in CN. People opting heavily towards the Harbor. I think Harbor offers sort of a happy medium in terms of utility that Astra and KO bring, but also the consistency that a pick like the Omen might bring. So slowly, definitely someone to look out for. That Omen interaction that Omen or the Astra and the KO interaction definitely a big point of their weaknesses, especially on their attack side of this map. So TYL versus XLG. I'm going to press you for a prediction here. What are you thinking? What's the bet?
I would say 2-0 TYL with the substitute and stuff like this. But it's China, so it's gonna be a 2-1 with at least 2 overtimes.
2-0 with okay. Yeah, we're going the distance. That's a prediction. I asked the question, so China, I don't have to predict.
Obviously.
Yeah. My opinion doesn't have to be on the internet. It's
yeah,
fine.
No, you can't bait me into this and not give your opinion.
I think TYL's, especially with Sufa coming in, TYL has found a very unique attacking side identity. Like they've become very, very strong on their attack side, where traditionally like their defensive side had a lot of gaps, but their attack side has been very, very strong lately. However, XLG does have a lot of X Factor players, so I'm gonna say 2-0 TYL. That's my guess. I think 2-0. Okay. I think TYL is just a stronger team on paper coming into this with a lot more rigid of a structure.
So we're gonna have an absolute close neighbor to Sharks. That's his first shot fired in VCT. Immediate headshot, but gets traded out by ERV in the end. Overstayed his welcome there a little bit too long. Leo getting pressured on the side. Lysor has at least something to say in this one. A double for him. And that knockdown in between the controller. And an initiator goes the way of XLG slowly. Just slowly walking into his death, probably.
That was brilliant. Firstly, the prediction to bank that TYL is the stronger team on paper, but the individual brilliance from Sharks there, coming up big time, is slowly has a lot of work to do. Slowly is the approach, but time is ticking. Time is consistent, and he has less than 50 seconds to do something.
I don't know why slowly is playing with time, because it's ticking away. 30 seconds, as you already mentioned, on the clock. Raga is right behind him. Position should be somewhat known, right? Raga had a big wraparound, and he's just waiting for the contact. Waiting for him to go back slowly. 1v4. Those would be some insane heroics. Faceplant level bullshit, but it's just one headshot. Onto Leo, that last shot goes down as well. Great pistol round from the side of XLG.
That's a massive pistol from them as well. Like you mentioned, you can't make that up. You can't write a story better than the rookie on his debut filling in for one of the veterans of XLG and Nomad. Sharks steps up to the table, steps up to the plate. His first swing at the bat, he goes for a home run. First shot, first kill in VCT. So Sharks definitely has something to stand up for, and looking to repeat that run of good form on the second round with that Marshall in hand.
Tries to push that even further, and there's another frag by Sharks. 2 peaks, 2 entries. Sharks is really making his name known in the China region. Early entry, TYL has to rotate over to the other side, but already 2 players are mid waiting up, scaled towards that rotation path. And it's just gonna be Lysor aiming down side scales on trades. I mean, Spectres are not long range. Not really the best weapons, slowly also spotted out. But got some contact over towards Leo, so most positions on XLG should be known. There's a spike plant possible for TYL.
So they might get something here. But look at Slowly. Slowly, once again, he's playing very isolated on this other side of the map, see if he can get anything. He has the ban in his hand, invested quite a bit, but Raga in the corner, ready to strike. Yeah, he finds it, and they guaranteed a spike plancher, I think. They should be guaranteed a spike plancher.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not looking good.
And Leo has a little bit of timing. They just took too long with rotating over to the side. Raga, second flash. Does not get anything. And then it's Happyway and Leo aiming down on the long range fights. Quick kill, it's XLG. Closing this one out. And again, it took way too long for TYL to realize, oh, we have an open A side, we can just go plant there and at least secure a little bit more money. A little bit more of a lead. Great shots by Scales, but nothing else really to take away from this.
And it's on the back of this Sharks kid, right? Sharks is coming up big here. You can honestly just watch Sharks in those first encounters every single time, because as of right now, he has 100% first duel success rate. I'm not going to keep track of those stats for too long, but looking to balloon that over 3 fights this time.
Yeah, needs to get a headshot here on that Marshall. Just waits for a little bit of a push. Dart destroyed. This time at least it's the side.
Oh, got another one,
3
man.
for 3! This kid is insane! A substitute coming in for Noman, playing the same roles. But with insane levels of success right now, and it seems like TYL is just running against the wall. All of them pretty low, still crossing over into the side. Leo has the timing, and the kills are just falling in the sands. Main cleared 5-0. Leo is a beast, but Sharks, what are you doing right now? The young talent, as a substitute, goes 3 for 3 on entries.
That's outrageous. That is genuinely outrageous. It's not even, it gets harder and more complex every single time, no? The first one started with B, which is 1 step. The second, or A, which is a single step to get into the main. B was 2 steps against the main. The third one, he's under pressure, full flash, and he finds that third one. So, finally upgrades from that Marshall to the Outlaw. Next escalation of this Pokemon upgrade tree is that Operator. But Shocks, teeing up.
Seems like slowly but surely he's turning into a Sharpedo. On that momentum, and could it go 4 for 4?
Oh my goodness, man.
No! There is no way you go 4 for 4 as a substitute in those games. And yeah, 2 of those on Ecos, but Sharks is just taking those duels head on. A little bit of peek for splash, but can't get anything done. Sharks is just looking to even more disrupt the water, more than a light splash. Because he's among the bigger fish right now, and he destroys TYL in the end. No more dragons! Chile makes it 4-0. I'm at a loss for words. What?
What are we watching? What are we watching? There's, I mean, we got to keep the good train rolling, right? So that's 4 duels. 4 duels with what? A Sheriff, 2 Marshall kills, an Outlaw kill.
Yeah.
4 initial contacts across 3 different spots in the map. Like, he's literally found a lethal kill in every single lane possible going into this on his debut as XLG. Take an early lead going into this is finally first ult rifle for TYL, and they're going to pull the parachute there. The first one. Emergency still in reserves is things slipping out of their control quite early. I did remark TYL has one of the stronger attack sides, having Sufat coming into this as the IGL, but it seems like it doesn't matter. It seems like it doesn't matter. XLG and a team of superstars and a lot of X Factors just teeing off in multiple duels and just getting an early success here.
Yeah, and apparently with the super sub of the century, 4-0 in entry duels. 4 rounds, 4 entry frags, and TYL, some bigger questions to be asked here, because that Nova game, again, did not look too fine as well. And it seems like TYL, after that great start to the season, they have a little bit more work cut out for them.
And that's interesting as well. I think TYL is a team that struggled. It was a team that was relatively middle of the pack for the most part. So their success here strikes us oftentimes as a flash in the pan, but they've shown time and time again, at least this group stage, because this is still technically groups, it's just playing for seeding, that they have been a team that is to be respected, right? And I think we've gone into this thinking that we just need to respect them, but the game plan, especially from XLG, is just disrespect them. Let the rookie go, let the rookie feast, let him find those early kills, and you have the veterans of Leo and Raga and Happyway to just clean up around him. Even Leo, I think this is Leo's debut season, no?
Yeah. Girls trying to progress over towards middle. A little bit of a different approach right now. Sharks has an AWP. So Mega Sharpedo unlocked or something like that. First duel taking place between a Splash and Happyway, but nobody else than Shark can take an entry here. Splash on the backside, this time this belongs to Slowly. Hunter's Fury thrown in there as well. Splash able to dodge this one, but with a lot of damage. A double for Splash in the end. Shark trades him out, gets a second at that. All of a sudden, that round is actually pretty doable. Some whiffs for Scales. It takes a lot of time, but still, TYL back on the board.
Where's Sharks from? I need to know. Where's this guy from, man? This is outrageous. He didn't even play an Ascension. Sharks has not played Ascension. Sharks is literally a talent pickup in every way, shape, and form. As Sharks single-handedly is such a thorn in TYL's side right now. TYL managing to rally back, wrestle back a lot of control here. After that timeout, we speak about really extravagant stats. It's 100% success rate in terms of post-round timeouts for this TYL side. And the good times have to end. Splash is finally going to knock down Sharks as 4 for 4 suddenly becomes 4 for 5.
At least something for TYL to work with. Slowly on 12 HP makes this one also a little harder to do, Raga. A little bit of damage. Tries to slow them down by throwing some flashes through the wall. No space has been taken by TYL. They're just waiting that momentum out. Astro for nothing right now. Scaled slowly. Moving towards mid. Has a duel against Lysor, and like that's the biggest problem for TYL, it seems like. They're losing those one-on-one duels and those straight hat-on-hat situations. Once they play as a team, it looks a lot better.
And look at Slowly here. Slowly wants to open up the round, but Happyway is so sheltered here that he's going to see this mid-split before the actual hit happens.
Yeah, and he spots them. First one goes for Happyway. Raga is in an off angle as well. Lysor, pinch play, active, spike on the ground. Raga gets the last one. 5-1 XLG. Piece by piece, they are dismantling TYL's hopes and dreams. Bigger problems and bigger questions to be answered for that TYL lineup. One off the back of timeout, nothing more for them.
And it seems so individual, right? I think even that Happyway kill just came off the back of a first-blooded kill. Like the stuff we were looking for in the kill feed. Yeah, look at that. There's a grand total of 5 assists total. Or 4 assists total on this TYL side and not that much more on the XLG side. So all of this is just individual inspiration at times.
Huh?
Sharks, the TYL Academy player. Looking to continue his reign of terror. Is that a wallbang? Oh my god, that's a wallbang. That's an incredible one. 41 HP on Sufat BB.
That's so much damage early on in the round. And I mean, Sufat has ultimate. That's an important one. Splash going on the side, but nobody checks for Lysor. That's a deep trade on that one. Both XLG players still in position to disrupt that execute. Leo has 2 kills. 70 HP falls to the Hunter's Fury. They know where Sufat is. They know where Slowly is. Can just go for the pinch play. Raga, one more headshot. Spike on the ground. Sufat alone. Gets one on the Sheriff. But with low HP. And as Raga comes closer, this one seems so undoable for TYL. 6-1 on their map pick. XLG has practiced. And they want to show off their stuff right now.
Yeah, we spoke about a weaker breeze as XLG, I think, exploiting a lot of what makes TYL's breeze this week, right? We oftentimes see a problem either on one of the lanes or just around mid control, but XLG is just really stalwart when it comes to the side fights, right? They don't index that much onto mid. They play heavy side control, especially towards A main and that B site area, and they leave mid and secede over entirely, right? The only person that they have watching that is Leo, and he just drones through to clear up any kinds of mid splits here, so... They have the numbers, they have the bodies at every available moment, and for the first time in a while, or at least for it feels like, TYL finally has guns, has the money to try and respond, but no ultis to speak of, except for the null command, but not in any relevant position here.
I mean, I can go null command and afterwards use that Viper's Pit to secure the post plant, right? So there are options for TYL right now. They just have to utilize what they were trying to do. Yeah, Sufat working out that Hunter's Fury in the last round made a lot of sense. Bigger problems for TYL, especially on the aiming department. They have to play as a team, and now just facing into Sharks, facing into the off. Great off angle, spots, scales in the end. Viper's Pit down, post-plant ultimate, destroyed, Raga from the backside. Ultimate, running into this, destroys one player, but Sufat splash. Quick ones for them, bringing them back. Work cut out for Leo and for Lysor. They're bringing it back into a 2v2. Leo spots the jet.
What a shot.
Great shot, but ERV on his own. Needs to get 2. Still has a flash and a molly. Something to work with. Something to kill them. Can play proactive. But the crossfire is too strong. Leo! 7-1. XLG is making Brazil out of this.
No, that's a. Oh, wait, did you? Whoa. That's
I'm German. I'm allowed to.
You're hitching onto Valor from 2014. I see what kind of man you are. But the big thing here,
Obviously.
we spoke about. I can't stop ranting about this kid, man. I'm getting feed from production and so Shark's coming from TYL Academy. He played in the Evo and then the last EWC, right? He's currently five first duel wins over 6 attempts. Right, on the other side, you have an Initiator who's on top of the scoreboard for XLG, 12-2 in his rookie season. Started off arguably in one of the worst spots in his debut. The other debut that's happening this year is F-Key from, I think, Trace as well. So, hell of a season for VCT and rookies, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Once again, a lot of aggression into A main. By TYL, they are just running into an AWP. Splash, don't dry swing that, please. Please don't dry swing that, please! Oh my god! Sharks! On an AWP! Gets another one. The Vandal down, that's the most important weapon going into this round. But why does Splash go for a dry swing there? They know that there's always an AWP somewhere on the map. They have to track for it. They have to track for the big gun on XLG. An Academy prospect from Chile popping off in those situations. More damage by Leo down in mid. A rotation on the horizons, but Raga shuts that down as well. 3 vs 5.
And slowly he's 1 HP, man. He's trying to force this, I think. He's been trying to force these hits or these kills this entire game and getting punished summarily for it.
27 seconds on the clock. Round number 8 seems inevitable. Raga brings them down once more. Raga on 4 kills. Mouse 1 to end them. TYL. The dragon can't deal with the fire.
This is outrageous. That makes... Is that 7 now? Wow. I'm just gonna keep... I feel like we need to keep track of this because I think he's only lost 1 first encounters.
Yeah.
Wow, a rare double timeout. I mean,
look at how they're playing. Obviously, you take a timeout here. What was that swing from Splash? Like, I don't know. TYL seems so disrupted, so disorganized in what they are trying to do.
Yeah, 1000%, especially for a team that is arguably one of the better teams in this entire group stage. Going into it, above people like EDG of all things, and EDG has always been a team that you tip your favor towards being one of the better teams in CN as a whole. TYL coming into Resurgence here and just shell-shocked. That's the best I can describe it. I feel like they're so used to things working that they got punched in the face once early by someone who should not be punching that hard, and it's been really difficult for them to readjust and reacclimatize into this, and it gets worse, right? Especially when they get to defensive side breeze, they have to rely entirely on their fundamentals and protocols to carry them through here. So XLG in a really good state.
I mean, they have to get onto defense without being down 111.
Yeah, they're all looking down.
They got one round up until now.
And he was on an alt one as well. That's the one where I think Sufat popped Hunter's Fury, and he just managed to get that kill, but he got heavy tagged because of it. I don't think he pops it if he doesn't get 110 off of that operator.
And look, the carry right now is not Happyway, who normally bails them out. Speaking of which, Happyway goes down, a fast one for TYL, trying to execute on the side. Leo, you have your AWP. You have that Hunter's Fury ready. Can use it into that. More shock darts, a little bit more pressure, a little bit more damage. Raga already rotated over, but slowly trades him out. 2 vs 4. Sharks on the bridge. Out of water. Has knives. That's doable for XLG if they come into this. Flash, maybe overpeaking. And does exactly that. Leo brings him down, knives out. All of a sudden, that's so doable for XLG. Leo, 2 ultimate shots in the backside, 1 vs 2. Brings himself back into a more comfy position slowly. And that smoke is just waiting for him to rotate over to make something happen. ERV known slowly has a free K and on the back of that timeout. TYL bounces back.
Yeah, that's a big round from TYL, but it's also a really Pyrrhic victory. That's an illegal spam. You're not allowed to do that. Through a smoke with a Vandal with no info, Splash opens up the round. And it's fair sales for TYL as well. They committed the Bladestorm and that Hunter's Fury, 2 ults that would have wreaked havoc coming into those retake situations, but they still have that Phoenix run it back, waiting in the wings, ready to be revealed, ready to be used. But they have a couple of ults on their own. But a quick speed up here. Raga, the only person on A main here, ready to potentially dissuade this hit.
That's more drawn by Shifet. Has to be destroyed by the Omen. They can't really check Raga right now. There's the KO Flash, probably coming in. Nice paranoia. Raga pulls the ultimate, pulls the trigger. Splash, some coverage over by the side of Leo. ERV brings down the Phoenix. That round all of a sudden goes towards the hands of TYL once more. Another shock dart to slow them down. Lysor on the side as well, but Scales brings them down. Happy Way cleared the lurk. Very one-dimensional game right now for the side of TYL. ERV killed in the smoke, killed in the ultimate. Scales is waiting for them to happen, waiting for them to fight. But Happy Way spots them, open hand. Shufet alone, 1v2. Has its back turned to Happy Way. Brings him down, a 1v1. The young rookie, the stand-in for XLG, has to clutch up, has to bring them over a road. Number 9 and Shufet. You can't save your team over and over again. Sharks has a sight set on 10 rounds.
That's a big round from them as well. I expected a lot more value from that run it back, but it's okay. I think XLG has been proactive in ways that are inspiring, honestly. Happy Way finding 2 really big impact kills, looking towards mid, finding that first kill, and then rotating through, killing that Viper through the Viper's pit as well. Drops the ulti, and Leo's also doing an excellent job to just deny the plant. Like, XLG firing on all cylinders here and making things quite nightmarish for this TYL side that's struggling to find any value here. And on the ultimate round of the half, they have 1 Phantom on Sufat BB, a Vandal on Slowly, and everyone else relegates to Sheriffs.
And those are like the big carries right now. Again, Sharks, early peak, early fight. Aggressive angle on the AWP. Spots a hand! Spots the RV! The KO that! Utility shut down, Splash aggressive play! But now spotted out, apart from Lysor on the corner. Saves him in the end. Numbers going the way of Chilai. And they are clearing more and more, just slowly able to chime in and kill here and there. A double to get his team across the finish line, but it's a 1v2 that he has to clear out. Double digits at the halftime. Chilai, new and improved after what seemed like an eternity in that group stage.
Yeah, going 3-2 in their group stage, and it seems like, obviously, it's very recency bias. I think No Man has his own contributions, but I feel like that speaks testimony to, firstly, the XLG coaching staff, that XLG with a sub, with someone coming in, being brought up from that XLG academy, looks this strong off the rip, right? I feel like they got on the gas early, especially towards the defensive half, and they just never let go. Finding first kill over first kill. We talk about how Sharks has, what, 9 first blood success rates or 8 first bloods over 9 attempts?
Yeah.
That's XLG winning, what, 9 rounds every single time? If Sharks doesn't get a first blood, they've won at least 2 more rounds on top of that, so... Yeah, it's a horrifying experience for TYL here, but if you're an XLG fan, you're jumping for joy here.
Yeah. Are you Team Boba or Team Noodles?
That's a very insightful question. I was waiting for you to ask me this. I think noodles are more sustaining on average. I think I like savory more than I like sweet. I think if someone put milk in my noodles, I'll be very upset.
Reasonable.
Well, yeah, that implies that if someone puts spice in my boba, then I'll be fine. You get what I'm trying to get at. I'm a team noodle guy all the way.
I mean, if someone puts milk in my noodles, I can't eat them anymore.
That is cereal, no?
Hmm? That's cereal, obviously.
Yeah, if someone puts milk in your noodles, then you're just eating really...
Okay, if you just take raw noodles and throw them into milk, is that cereal?
it's a bad attempt at Cyril, and you've somehow managed to ruin a very delicious dish on its own. But I mean, if you're on it, does anyone want to try it? Anyone in chat want to put
chat,
some
please
milk,
try it.
some
Let us
noodles and
know.
milk? Yeah.
Let us know. Let us know if that's great or not.
But this is what we come to Project Horizon for. These insightful questions. Also, 10-2 in favor of XLG. That's another thing that you come to Project Horizon for. As it's a bit of experience. Where's Sharks? Where's the kid? I want to see what he does here. As they are playing a bit defaulty. He's lined up on these really long angles. As to be expected. But
that's not defaulting.
They are. I think they're playing anti-eco. I think their read is that TYL likes playing their ecos a lot more aggressively, trying to get early information, and it's a justified read, right? You're playing against double initiator. They should be playing for soft info with the KO knife and then hard info with the Sova dart, but didn't do anything in that first phase as we encouraged that 1 minute warning, and teammates and players start getting active.
I mean, they're basically waiting for the utility to be used before anything happens on the side hits. Oh, slowly going up mid. It's gonna be a B split. They're fighting into this one. Leo has an opening. Gets down Shift at BB. Raga trying to force his way into the backside, but Scales just gets shut down, caught up in the pace. 11 and 2 seems inevitable. Seems imminent.
It's a flash waiting for this guy.
Oh, Raga has been spotted out. Splash. Brings him down on his knees. All of a sudden, that's very doable. 24 HP onto Leo. Big chunk of damage already in the early game. Splash has been spotted out, but Leo is low. You can't overpeak that realistically. 4 bullets. ERV gets happy way. Now there's a low Leo trying to fight into this one. Sharks gets traded out as well. Leo down. All of a sudden, TYL is back in that round, and slowly the last shot belongs to the controller. 3 and 10. TYL turning that 5 and 3.
I guess that's why they hold on to so much of the util. I think it's still questionable about why their first phase was so slow, but it's also the onus is on XLG playing their first round so ridiculously slow when I felt like the entirety of defense, they had initiative. They had that first turn, they had that first move consistently, but comes down to the battle controllers, slowly going over or surpassing his peer on a different agent is XLG. Now forced on an anti-eco. If I'm XLG and I'm 10-2 going into this half, obviously I'm saving this one, but we need a gear change, right? We have the double duelist. We can't afford to just contact up and then just explode going into this.
Already some early damage on Raga. I mean, as Phoenix, you can realistically heal that back, but still. Might just hurt. Raga dies on the snake bite. Up close and personal goes Sharks, but in the end it's just like the entire eco shut down. Bigger weapons, better damage, Splash. That's trying to force them back. A flawless round. All of the weapons stay in the hands of TYL. A second run at that. About even half to the first one already. 10 and 4 now. That's a do or die one for Shilai.
Yeah, but you are 10 and 4 going into this. TYL has a lot of a mountain to climb up here. It is sort of formulaic, right? After you lose that pistol, the odds of you winning that second are so low. But like I mentioned, XLG does need a tempo switch. You understand that all you need to do is shell shock TYL once. They have no timeouts to speak of going into this.
That's 3 more rounds, right? We always talk about like breaking points and stuff. And normally you need a 9 and 3 half to even have a chance of coming back. 10-2 comebacks are not unheard of, but still very difficult to pull off. Splash. They're trying to force their way into a Leo.
That's Spike.
That's a hot shot. That's Spike down in mid. Big control for TYL. Iso swings into this one. Seems like Breeze turned into a CT map all of a sudden without anyone noticing. As TYL is just so damn aggressive.
That's actually massive. Sharks is going to find T off on Splash here, which is a big kill. The maps have been flipped entirely as Scales on the flank finds Lysor, and it's Happy Way and Sharks. Sharks closest to blood, smells blood in the water. Sufat BB solo on site. The Sharks know. It seems like he has a picture. He seems like he has an inkling, but looks the wrong way. Happy Way in a 1v2.
This one seems rough. Looks at the RV, does get the frag.
1v1.
Has the spike in hand, that's the important part. 1v1, Schifat. If he gets into a closer range angle, this one's very doable for him. I mean, he has a Spectre, he can't pick up a bigger weapon. A full wrap around. Happy Why can't go back into his spawn. He's looking in the wrong area right now. Waiting for Schifat to come from the CT side, but Schifat on a whiff! Still gets that round done. 3 in a row. TYL brings them down. Schifat is happy again. Stands up. Oh my god, I can't.
Oh no, he's been waiting the entire game to do that as well. The red card. Oh well, who's getting sent off? It's a 4v5 for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, XLG committing a foul that they can't come back from, they can't recover from. Their economy once again shot. Forced into another reset as TYL stringing 3 together on the board. We mentioned 3 more opportunities to win this game, to put it away for XLG. But TYL in the first part of this defensive side default on this breeze side of the map, they're looking quite flawless. Besides a couple of gunfights that are going awry, but taking initiative in the rounds that matter the most, in the space that matters the most.
I mean,
slowly, someone who we'd admonished in the beginning, he's 11 and 12. He's slowly but surely creeping his way back into the game. No pun intended.
I mean, could have been a little bit faster for TYL. Flash is an outlaw now. I mean, they spot out the weak side. They know that that's probably a weaker A, with them fighting so heavy. They have to dry swing most of those angles. Splash, close range on Shorty. Brings down his counterpart. Sends the blood back into the water. As Sharks probably not the main fighter here anymore. In the end, it's just Leo. Might get a spike plant onto the B side, so a little bit more money for XLG going into that next round. But what's next if you're XLG right now? That's 4 rounds in a row for TYL.
I don't know, to be honest. They've been... I think they have their priorities flipped, to be completely honest with you. Because on their ecos, they take the long-range gunfights towards the A side of the map. On their rifles, they take the short-range gunfights on the B side of the map, right? They do mid-exploration, but the last time they did mid-exploration, they had Spike solo mid with your Sova, no one to protect him as they walked up elbow. So it feels like they've misread the macro of this map. The entire map situation is never favorable for them as they develop. And I think it should have been a red flag in the beginning, or red card in the beginning of the game when their pistol default looked like 2 people in spawn and 2 people towards B. So XLG relied heavily on gun power and star power alone to carry their defensive prowess. Now forced into a game where they're required to use their brain a bit more. I like this. Having all of your players towards B side of the map opposed to playing for any kind of lurk or superficial gunfight win is probably your best option, especially after losing 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, just go rush B Kansei on broadcast, you know? It's probably the best part that you can do right now. Raga, there's a pull in there. The ultimate has been stopped a little bit. Sharks is going aggressive, but shut down by Slowly. Loses that 1v1. Raga at least gets a trade in there. Scales down. No more Viper util. No more walls. Fighting into that. Lysor has to work out big overtimes, but Raga on a double. Back to his old shenanigans. Back to his old stuff. That worked out so well. Splash going aggressive, gets some with the knives, but Leo on the trade. You can't realistically lose out even more rounds than your TYL. But it's a 3 vs 2 situation. Happy Way in his Viper split. A force to be reckoned with. ERV and Schifat, both initiators there, so you can't realistically try to get in there. You can't fight that off. There are options for you. But ERV down, no more flashes. No one to save you. No one you can look out for. And in the end, XLG, they're bringing them down. Round number 11.
Yeah, they finally managed to rally a bit. Is a simple piece of macro rather results in them getting a round of their own. Sharks looking for that first blood, but unfortunately gets first blooded. A bit of entry pathing that went awry. I think he missed the top of that platform. Is XLG pulling the first time out? Could be of any plethora of reasons. Might be the fact that Shocks went for that first blood, immediately got traded immediately. Could be Raga spamming, committing for a crouch spam behind his Phoenix wall. When they had the Viper's Pit win con. Could have been anything. The big thing is it's looking messy from XLG. It's looking a lot cleaner from TYL as 2 rounds away, right? Sliggy would say, what, 2 mistakes? 2 more rounds?
Yeah, that's doable. For XLG, considering that's their map pick. I think the most important part for XLG in that series is realistically not Breeze. Yeah, Breeze looked mid throughout their entire time, but realistically the big map that they have to win is Lotus, right? That's like the home ground of TYL in the end.
Yeah, 1000%. I think Lotus is also one of the maps where we speak about Happy Way being one of the better Sentinels in the region. It's a Viper map. It's a map where Happy Way finds a lot of value, but we don't know how the meta has shifted or how the team identity for XLG has shifted. We're going to another equal rifle round. Correctly identified that B is their weak side of the map, but it is the double controller. A proclivity to be heavily entrenched here as the entry goes in. Slowly looking for a kill.
That's so fast, but slowly still gets the frag. Happy Way. Shut down, Slowly's position now known. Sharks at least gets one. That's a great molly by Raga. Gives them a little bit more space to work with. The front side has been taken over, but Slowly, nobody's aware that he's still in that position. Sharks gets one more. The young talent might just have done it for XLG. Brought them onto a map point. Lyser and Tim behind that box, but Schubert!
No
what?
way.
Where up
There's
to the
zero
set came
chance.
from? All of a sudden, that's a red card if I've ever seen one.
Wow, again? Really? What are we doing? What are we... I mean... No, I don't mean... It's just well played. It's just given to him, right? It's Sufat BB just has to sit, hold, crouch, and click left click because 3 people are swinging into this. He didn't move his crosshair, man. He didn't move his crosshair at all. He literally crouched and left clicked. They're just giving an opportunity to, pull out all the bits, all the tricks here.
They're just like, here, you can do that now. Have fun.
Yeah. Shake hands before the game. Hey, don't worry, bro. You can use all your tricks today.
So Shufet back to being positive on the scoreboard. Again, a little bit of a faster one for XLG. Trying to drone themselves into mid. Sharks. A little bit of a peek on those knives, but whiffs all of them. In the end, Raga, good trade. But Scales is there as well. Chaos ensuing in that mid fight. Brings them into a 3 vs 3 situation. Shufet and Slowly down. No more flag smokes. Over to the side of TYL, but Scales steady as a rock. Stubborn on that side. Waiting for the peak of it. Wait, there are some whiffs you don't really want to take. And Scales in the end is just too good for XLG to cross on that side. Is that a comeback, Rigor, that we are witnessing right now?
Potentially. I think it's one of the side effects of going into that double initiator comp as the double duel. A lot of your plays exist entirely around the context of can we contact, can we isolate any kind of fight and get that first blood and number advantage early. With the double initiator, it's not the same, right? With the double initiator, if one person falls, let's say your initiator falls, you have that initiator to fall back on, the other one to fall back on. So a lot more proactivity, a lot more problem solving as once again, XLG, familiar scenery. On an eco, once again.
Happy Way is not feeling it right now. Not his best map. Scales. Sharks on that T side. Really losing out on the entry duels. Happy Way on the trade. Scales shut down this time, but Slowly still on the side. There might be a little bit of trouble waiting for XLG as they execute on a fairly open B. More coming in there as well. They should be aware where Slowly is somehow. It's a great kill for Raga. Spike plant can go down in a disclosed area. But now they have to bring that numbers advantage, take it over the finish line. And that's something they had problems with in those last few rounds. Lysor, elevated angle, that's a lot of risk right now from XLG. That's risk they don't necessarily have to take. In a numbers advantage, Splash. Slowly coming closer. Spots out Happy Way, not aware for the possibility that there is an AWP. Waiting for him, waiting for that peak. Anticipating them, ERV! What a swing! What a kill, but Leo! Pushes it back onto Schufert! There's a taste of your own Madison!
I'm so confused. I'm so very, very confused. I mean, it's a big round from him. It's a great round for him. But it feels like this entire series has been predicated by really, really good fundamentals within the first 60 seconds of the round. And then when it comes crunch time, people are so sloppy with the small things, especially the team fundamentals, like the trading, like this re-swinging and everything. But XLG on map point, yeah?
Yeah, it's VCT China, anything is possible.
It's VCT China, anything is possible.
Sharks? This time has the faster trigger finger. Flash down. Early lead for Chile, and that has to be the round where they convert the map point, right?
Do you think so? It's VCT China, anything can happen, like you mentioned. We've seen 2 rounds where it's been vastly favored for one team, but moments of heroics, a flash in the pan results in the round swinging dramatically in the other direction. But XLG having some good macro here, recognizing that door player has resulted in a weakened A site. A has a lot of space that not a lot of defend, or you need a lot of resources to actually contest properly, so.
I mean, is it really weakened, right? Because both initiators still on that side, and Schufert had a great showing thus far. Now put in an AWP. Has an arrow right behind everybody. Now the position should be clear. Raga flashed, pushed back. Great position, but Sharks already wrapped around them. ERV on the ground has to reboard back, but there's no chance for that. Schufert shut down, and just the last player just scales a 1v5. Can't take back ERV. Can't bring back anything. An impossible clutch for Scales. Just a little too much for him to handle. And a situation like that. Full life, more ultimate thrown in there. Leo stops that push even further. A longer way around for Scales. Runs through a molly, and that last frag belongs to the Sober himself. Leo closes that map out. After back-to-back insane rounds from XLG. They have a win on Breeze, but a shaky one at that.
Yeah, it's a big effort, and it's the first win for Sharks, right? Coming onto the stage, the best way you want to start is best foot forward, get his debut win, and I might have missed a couple of first bloods here and there, but that's 10 for 12, mind you. His first debut, he gets 10 first bloods over 12 attempts, which is insane effort. He means the only time he failed was 2 times. The entire game. He only missed 2 opportunities to get a first blood.
I know, like, double digits in first bloods is always something to look out for, considering Sharks is such a young player and has such a good feel for those initial fights. Again, that's something you should really aware of if you're another team, right?
But I think it epitomizes XLG as a roster as well, right? XLG coming into this as a team that came through Ascension with a bunch of really talented players. It feels like it was only yesterday where we were talking about, hey, this Raga kid is insane. Hey, Happy Way came out of seemingly nowhere, you know, in their debuts when they were doing the gamut through Ascension. So same thing with Spirit Z1, same thing with G. Like, it's, at least in CN, I feel like the youth have been ridiculously stacked, and when you set them up in a similar position to the way they are set up now, surround them with rookies, surround them with people who've proven they have what it takes to win, you get results like this. And XLG, in a very muddy fashion, I will admit, pulls out the win, 13-8 on Breeze, going on to Lotus.
As we go into the team comms, we can listen into XLG.
Guys, push B already. Push B already. Cannot BB, cannot BB. Aiming, come here, aiming 搜啊 ，aiming 搜。我在这儿。开弟弟cannot B。两个。Last can mid. Aiming, nice。哎呦，上。来，最后一个。毛里来。左边。90。low。90。在左边刚刚。Go fighting。好，来。
，nice 大鱼，nice， let's go，
哎，狙他90，没给他狙死，没事儿，
没关系。你这把想去哪？
太能狙了，兄弟。
我在这左边。
我去右边了，我去右边了，我去。谁的？小心你后面，小心你屁股。先 break， 先 break。没事，1打1，没事。
nice， 这么高兴，兄弟，必须的。
Go fight him。
Q 在包点了。哎，不，跳上来了，突，1 more。So lucky， so good。
Obviously, Leo is gonna be the MVP of that map. 3.5 KDA, 321 ACS. That guy was just absolutely insane and absolutely impactful for the side of XLG.
Yeah, it's obviously the Shark show in every. Oh my goodness! We've seen a couple of these graphs: 10 multi kills over the average of 4, and almost 100 CS to over 100 ACS over average is WS Leo. This is one of those things where dragging up the average. It's a bell curve when it comes to server players and initiators. Is WS Leo coming into his own, being a very stable figure in regards to how XLG can develop their own game style and identity. Around him, he's been very, very staple, very, very stable, and a bastion for the most part. You always rely on him to not necessarily pull out the clutches, but just get the kills when they matter.
Yeah, Leo had just had such an astonishing game in a lot of those situations where, you know, he was not necessarily one up front to fight into the TYL players, but always the person they could rely on in the late rounds, always the person they could rely on when it comes to the clutches. And yeah, that's something I want to see from a server player.
Yeah, and that's almost, 30 kills? We're on the brink of a 30-kill game, but TYL's struggling quite dramatically. I think that's the big thing.
Hey, that's my birthday.
What? The 26th of 10? Oh,
yeah.
Happy birthday in the future?
That's right. He's got my birthday.
Oh, well, yeah, full of references today, it seems. Well, happy birthday for the future. Happy birthday, Akamask. Yeah, yippee. But
Shark did all the entries for XLG, by the way.
Did he?
All of them.
100% of the entries? I mean, yeah, you only get to 10 over 12 by doing all of that. So
yeah,
it does make sense. But going into this, we did. Was there a prediction? I said 2-0 TYL. I think I was favoring TYL going into it. Yeah.
I said 2-0 TYL as well.
Yeah, I think that's a indication of either we need to get fired or XLG exceeding expectations greatly. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have a little bit of a nail biter because the next map coming up will be Lotus. That's the home ground of TYL. Yeah, they struggled a little bit against FPX, a team where you should not struggle if you are TYL, but in the end, right, it's still their home ground map. They are 2-0 on it, and XLG 1-4. So we're gonna see how this one will turn out after the break.
Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Tell them what your name is. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your sight. Have me by your side when the sunset. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back, everyone, to Project Horizon. It's VCT CN seeding for 3rd and 4th place. It is TYL versus XLG. I am Wriggle, joined again by Akamask for Lotus of Map 2. Map 1 was a fair-on breeze. Started off with the rookie Sharks getting his debut on the XLG with a almost 80 to 90% success rate on first encounters and taking most of the first, if not all the first encounters, as we shift over to TYL. Well, not to TYL. The owner shifts over to TYL to try and equalize this, but XLG looking ready to put this away on Lotus.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the last two Lotuses XLG played, because they are not looking good. They look like English food, right? Not good. 2-13 against Billy and 3-13 against Wolves of all teams. You know, it looks like English breakfast, not the best showings, and something we have to look out for. Big changes needed from the side of XLG, and there's a comp switch for them. No more a Phoenix, Vice slotting into this one, Sharks on the race, and Raga on its tried and true Waylay.
A happy way shifting over to that controller role is, I don't know. I think Anders spoke about it recently, about how we're moving away from Viper on maps that makes the most sense to be picking up the Viper, ironically. So comp-wise, these ones are very, very brawly. Just fight as much as physically possible. But I mean, if you have someone like Sharks firing on all cylinders, especially as the rookie, you put him on comfort, right? No need to subjugate him to something that he's not necessarily confident on. Meanwhile, on the TYL side, you put people on roles where they can function mechanically, because that was the big failings on that Breeze map. They just lost all of the first encounters. They lost a lot of their duels, and it came back to bite them.
But we're going to a Lotus, second map of that insane matchup, 3rd to 4th place seeding games, and TYL are looking for a revenge tour after Breeze went the way of XLG, but XLG on the other side looked very not good, to put it lightly, on Lotus in the last few weeks. Like, again, 13-2, 13-3 on the last two encounters. They won against Dragon Ranger Gaming, which, after today's game, I don't think is a big accomplishment.
No, not at all, but going into this, you have to be optimistic, especially if you're XLG. You can't be doomer about your initial pick going into this, but it feels like TYL's just, it doesn't feel like, it looks like TYL's seeded all of A main here, playing heavy A retake for the first round of map 2.
Surface setup destroyed. XLG is trying to force their way into the site. Scales in the heavens. That's the one you have to keep an eye on, but Sharks! Another entry, splash! Late trade! Your Cypher's dead! That's a point of contention. 19 HP onto Scales. Another Paranoia going in there. A lot of utility thrown already for the start, but Splash gets one more. ERV chimes into the fun. Leo only gets one. Lysor on the trade. Schufert. 1v2 situation for Leo. He was insane on that first map, but slowly brings him down. XLG can't continue their pistol round form.
Yeah, they fought way too early into that, I think. I feel like when they had Spike down, they were in such a winning position, especially after Sharks getting that first kill. I think they were just very, very hungry for the trade. Got too over-eager there and gave Splash an opportunity to buy his team back into this round. So going into round 2, we saw a specific look here. Cypher playing towards that A side of the map and leading off, giving them all of B and C side for the fight. However, Cypher's pivoting over, playing slightly more standardized. Yeah, more standardized in the sense that it's where you expect the Sentinel util to be. Right, having that trip front B, having that trip for C rush, and then you have someone fighting for C mound space.
ERV is the one trying to force his way onto the C mount space. But with no Cypher utility on the side, this might just be XLG overrunning that C side. They might just be able to do that, but Schifet, a little bit of a jiggling in mid. Gets Lysor, ERV on the second frag, Scales joins in there. The fun at the moment just belongs to TYL. Schufert on free, charging his ultimate. Oh, this time it's the red card. Send off.
And an insta-red card? In this economy, VAR's ruining that game I love. What is this? What happened to good old brawling and getting the yellow first? Wow. It's gone. Valorant's gone. It's a dead sport. But anyway,
what's
going into
your
the next
football
round.
team?
What's my football team? I'm not going to say it.
No, you have to. I'm just going to say it as well.
I'm a Chelsea guy.
Mine's more embarrassing.
Is it more embarrassing than being a Chelsea fan?
I'm a Cologne fan. We're pivoting between first and second division all the time. But yeah, Chelsea fan is something else.
Yeah, Chelsea fan's bad. I say this as a Chelsea fan, but if you're a TYL fan, you're jumping over the moon here. Splash and
That's correct.
Find 2 big kills here. Leo's gonna find 2 revenge ones there.
What? Raga? Suddenly looking like 2020 Timo Werner on that situation. 2 quick shots. XLG is winning that round. Chelsea maybe the Champions League. If Scales does not have anything to say in that regard. Raga crossed the side, did not spot anyone. But they saw the spike tap. Raga on the 3k. And this is the first round for XLG. They just need 2 more and they equalized their last result.
Yeah, that's a big one. On the back of WS Leo, was MVP of the previous game, was the ace. Was the MVP rather, not the ace. Going into it, and he finds 2 really big kills in all of that fighting and confusion as Raga being a bit more, you know, returning back to form. He was a bit sprayy in the previous one, but we know him for being someone who's very clinical, especially on those first bullets, the early seconds of those gunfights. So seeing him tapping is a really good sight.
And look at Sharks and Raga's ultimates. Like, those are the big ones. You want to charge early, and both already gained a lot of momentum. Just free away from the showstopper, free away from those convergent paths. And Sharks? That's big space over towards the A side. A late rotation by XLG just makes this one very, very possible. Scales just up in heaven, all on his own, all alone.
Oh, they're aware of him. They're hyper aware of him. As the Nightfall gets committed.
Yeah, from both sides. Scales gets one. Immediate trade out. Raga on the second. Splash has to get out of there. Has to use the settlers. But Raga continues his tear. Brings down all of the TYL defenders. A second one for XLG. Raga just shows his muscles.
Yeah, this is the Raga that we're very accustomed to. As it's very interesting to see how they've been playing around it, right? Sharks, being the rookie, being quite fearless, actually able to take a lot of those first encounters. We saw him even get hit by the Cypher cam, gets tagged up, and he still commits to the entry, creates enough valuable space before removing the recon. So
that's crazy.
Raga,
that second shot from Raga.
Yeah, Raga teed up. He has so much space now, right? He doesn't have to worry about entering. He just focuses on getting those kills because Sharks is doing all the space creation for him.
And, like, it seems like Raga and those secondary duelist roles so much better. No, reminder to the good old days.
Raga on the secondary duelist?
Raga on the Neon.
Oh, yeah. The good old days.
Sharks trying to take a lot more space. Fearless right now. Happy way. Get splash. You don't get out of drop. There should be a lot of damage by the nade. 2 players still in there. And Leo can just press most one. Sprays down both of them. Scales on his own. Sheriff in hand. No more headshots for him. A flawless one for XLG at 3 rounds. 2-2. Their last matchup against Wolves once again. 13 and 3. One more and you up that result.
Yeah, you are trying to especially optimize and fail upwards here, especially now that you know your playoff bound guaranteed. You don't have to do that play-in spot. You can be actually not necessarily scared of picking maps you're uncomfortable with, but slightly more confident knowing that you can fail and you have some more game tape. But it's going to be an A brawl for the first time this half.
Yeah, but ERV has an opener. Raga shut down at the start of the round for once. The convergent paths have been used, but Happy Way dare to pick up the slacks. Dare to pick up the pieces, ports into the A side, a little bit more space creation. But does not spot the enemy Omen, and slowly... That's a big trade. That's a big kill for him. Nice on the tripwire. That's too big of a mistake. You can't do that. You can't stay there. Should be a rotation by XLG.
That's 3 big mistakes.
Are there more? Can you count?
It's 4 big mistakes. Oh my goodness, it's everywhere.
Why? It's Sharks with Shufet once again. A clutch situation for the IGL. And Sharks continues to plant. Shufet has the haunt ready. Sharks does ult. There are so many options, but Sharks, perfect timing. Slipped away. Got away with this one. Stays up heaven. Will probably use the ultimate. And Shufet not aware. He's just looking onto the backside. Does not clear heaven. Sharks has a perfect timing there. A perfect position. They both will be back towards each other. But Sharks, what a round. But we have to talk about all those mistakes. They're peeking in there one by one by one by one, and nobody is able to bring down anyone in like a very clear manner. It's just one by one peaks, one-on-one duels.
Yeah, it's just short mistakes every single time. Happyway committing for the TP into tree. Firstly is a mistake. He's 1 HP. The B fight is unfortunate. He got hit by the trip and Sufat just flicked and found him. And then you're giving up an A main fight and then you're giving up an A rubble fight at the same time to make it a 1v1. It could have been easily closed out in a 3v1 fashion. But TYL suffering the success or they're reaping what they're sowing based off of their previous mistakes. They're now on an eco. Once again, XLG feeling a bit more confident to explore towards the C side of the map now, knowing that they don't have to walk into potentially any judges or any esoteric weaponry.
And even more big ultimates are coming up. There's a showstopper for Sharks, wants to have another one on the half. Joins in there on an outlaw, but skates in the RV. The crossfire is set up perfectly. Nobody on XLG is able to clear this one out, and slowly all of a sudden brings that back. It's an eco round win for TYL. Because, I don't know why, but XLG felt the need to just blindly run into a side without checking anything.
I think that was friendly paranoia as well. I genuinely believe Sharks got blinded by his own team's paranoia. Because Omen, I think, rotated onto site late. It's small mistakes. That's the big thing. It's tiny miniature mistakes. Oh, not even tiny miniature mistakes. It's massive. It's massive mistakes every single time. Going to the next round.
It's another one. That's fast. ERV finds Raga, who poured it back out of fear that anyone can fight him behind rubble. That's a great jump by Sharks, but slowly a little bit more steady, and the peaks do not work out. Lysor gets 2. They're just running into it. This one feeding them the kills. But Shifat at least able to trade back. Nobody swings for Sharks. Nobody swings on his contact. And all of a sudden, TYL equalizes the game for no reason at all.
They won an eco last round. Oh, there's so many. Someone please call a timeout. Someone please call a timeout. Return us back to normality, because all of these players are making Yeah, pretty please with the sprinkles on top because we're making micro mistakes. No timeout yet. This is like the third round where mistake has been round defining, but we have 4 ultis on TYL.
Yeah, and they might just be able to get this one back. It's still full weapons on the side of XLG. They have one big ultimate, a second one on Leon also secured. Raga spotted at least one player, but I'm unsure if he saw slowly behind Mount. Might just be a B play, a little bit of an A fake. Playing in there with the Prowler. B pretty open. That's a great damage chunk onto Slowly. Happyway gets this one. Shifat a little bit too far forward on the peak. Sharks already on the side. Has backup by Raga. They're using Showstopper in this one as well. Stopping the plant in its tracks. Splash gets one more. Happyway, an open port. Another mistake. Another situation where they underestimated TYL, peeking into them slowly. Gets one more. Surrounded by all sides. Lysor in 1v4. Only gets Splash. TYL is back in the lead.
Make it stop, man. Make it stop. We're TPing in front of B main as well to try and get onto site when we know someone's heaven. Sufat's dying down C mound without anybody ready to trade. Like, I guess this is one of those things where you have, we on the outside can only observe what we see on the server, right? We don't know what's going on in comms or what the pre-game chat was or what the focus for every single map is going to be.
There's no timeout!
Yeah, no timeout is ridiculous at this point. We've lost 3 rounds on XLG's side and we're just... This is a map that they are infamously struggling on, no? They struggled against the previous 2 teams.
Rounds. They have more rounds now than they had against Wolves.
They have one more
Obviously,
round.
Slowly gets one more full smoke.
Yeah.
What else should happen in that game? A second one for Slowly. Nobody feels the need to double swing once that smoke fades. There's just Happyway out in the open. Raga needs to make something happen.
And all of the defenders are here as well.
Yeah, it's a party. And XLG got an invite, but the invite was just a wooden horse with a lot of TYL players inside.
The Trojan invite to A site.
Trojan invite to A site. Get into tree. You need more wood for your horse, right? Wood needed, sire. But Raga gets that double, makes it a triple. Obviously, on that round, Raga makes it a triple. What else should he do? Come, give me that quad. Up in heaven. Does not spot the player. The spike is in front of door.
Lysor's a Vandal, though.
Oh, at least something to work with. Raga has no shield, by the way. Got 3 players without the needs of protection.
Give it to
14 seconds on the...
Raga's one of ulti. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, not. Why would you? Steel Garden. In 6 ult points or something like that. Raga just gets another kill. Obviously, he gets another kill. 26 HP on Lysor. Thorns destroyed. Scales is just waiting for someone to peek. If he gets spammed through smoke, and Lysor gets that round. A 4K for Raga without a shield and just a Guardian in hand. Did you just leave?
I want to. I don't know what's happening because TYL's putting themselves in really advantageous spots, and we spoke about X Factor. We spoke about the individual player caliber being a big reason for XLG's success, but can't be winning like that, you know? You can't be giving it to
It's
them.
just Raga go kill. Here,
it's just
go
Raga
tree.
go kill. But it's a tie game once again. There's no A fight to speak of, and reminiscent of that pistol round. Letting Raga be a bit more fluid in his entries. I think they bank that he's a big part of the success, so giving him the space, giving him the time, not overloading him with as much util, and giving him as many sanitized fights as physically possible.
And they need to use that ultimate here. They have to. Like, that's a round where you have to invest heavily, as much as possible. Big swing round coming up. You send TYL back on an eco, but they are trying to force their way into it with basic utility. Scales gets one. But a trade and a great timing for Leo. Slash in the heavens. Waiting for someone to scale up ropes, but spots 3 players. A big supply prize, but not a pleasant one. Ultimate in there. Nightfall used. Leo not fast enough on the trigger. Shufet dies down, but ERV on a double brings this one into a 2 versus 2 situation. Raga still has ultimate. Can slow down the approach. Can slow down the other players. But ERV, what a shot from him. Big headshot, big damage. Lysor has Thorns. May slow him down even more. ERV, 20 HP on the clock. Another defuse. Pro stone fake. He has the audacity to stick this one. Misses the first shot. And Lysor. Another clutch for an XLG. They have an equalizer at halftime, and it might just be another late.
Yeah, it seems like XLG playing. It's the best round we've seen so far. I will caveat that. I think we've seen a bunch of innovatory rounds, a lot of innovation in terms of innovation in spades. But that was the best round we've seen, and as we go into the last round of the half, it's going to be a 4-man brawl onto A.
Just trying to hit your heads against each other. That's a great taunt. Happy way. Drop low. Gets chased by the Prowler until he got home again. Just the Sheriff on slowly. Not the best equipped round for a TYL in that sense. Scared spotted. They know where the Cypher is. Trying to find the rat in the hole. It's just fighting up front. He does not wait for his teammates. He's just fighting into this one, knowing that there are 5 players on side, while his entire team is going for a backstep, and they somehow left ERV behind the wall. Time to get him out of small end. But Splash gets another kill. That's an important one. Sharks has a showstopper already. Splash needs 2 more to get his own ultimate online. That's a great distraction. Coming into this one, Splash on the triple kill. Shufet trades in there as well. And gets that last one. We are going to an even halftime, and that's exactly what that map deserves.
I'm just glad they're having fun. I'm glad they're having fun. It seems like they're having fun on the server. Is, like you mentioned, a lot of good things to take away from this. XLG managing to double their scoreline from the previous time they played Lotus versus Billy, I think, where they only got 3 rounds and they finally got 6 versus Wolves. Yep.
Yeah. They lost 13-3 versus Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves is a strong team. Stronger by the day. These two are strong teams. These are teams that I think Wolves mechanically are evenly matched. Yeah.
Full moon.
Yep. Anyway, what's your favorite sticker?
They are mechanically even matched and on a strategical standpoint evenly matched. But those are very different levels.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your favorite sticker? Is the one that looks like me, which is the Cypher? Or is it the one that looks like, I don't know, the one on the bottom? Because the status of this game looks like a massive shrug. It looks like a massive shrug. It's a very, I guess that works kind of game.
It's a very this is fine kind of game. What's more scary? What's more painful? Holding side solo and not seeing any enemies, or seeing all the enemies? Not seeing anyone because I get bored and rotate into their spawn and die.
Not seeing anyone, yeah. I spent a lot of money on my Vandal skin. I want to use it.
Yeah. I spent a lot of money on my 15 Vandal skins.
Yep. 15 Vandal skins? Wait a minute. Speaking of Vandals, you're in the minority here.
What's your favorite one?
Helix. Definitely the one that Leah's using.
No.
Because I was a Viper player in my youth. And that one's green, so...
How old are you again?
I'm Unk in Valorant terms, but...
Okay, so you're 23.
I'm older than that.
I turned 27 this year, bro. Like, there's... I'm Unk as well.
Oh, we're Unk together. A bunch of Unks watching TYL versus XLG. The final group stage game for 3rd and 4th seeding. See what I did there?
That's correct. Big implications on that pistol round if XLG manages to win it. They might just run away with the game. I mean, they have a Vice now. They have a Vice. Like, there's possibilities for them to have a more steady hold on the defense. Raga spotted out 2 players and is leaving now. full retake. A
expected
little
a
bit
rush.
more of a difficult one.
Yeah, he expected the rush, and it just never happened. When he saw the fade, I expected, because they have the double duel as well, that Raze and Waylay, he didn't want to stick around in case, you know, they insta-pop off of him breaking that eye.
I like what Lysor is doing. He's already moving back onto that C side. Might just pop the flash on the timing just to secure some more info. Scales does not get checked. That's bad. That's so bad for XLG. Momentum shifted, and now there's the C hit in place. They know that it's just Scales. Should be a lurk. They should be aware. Smokes on C going down. Alerts Lysor to move into their way. That's a big paranoia, but also a big shot by Lysor. ERV brought down. Leo dead has bigger implications than the Waylay on the ground. Because you kind of need that initiator utility to come back on the side. Slowly gets one more on Raga, who was the only player coming from CT. Slowly over into Band. Shark on 18 HP. Skates closer. Lysor gets one. A second kill on the round. Shifet not aware for the peak of Sharks. Not aware for anything they are doing right now. Scales gets the kills, but Happy Way, the savior for XLG.
We spoke about Happy Way being a big part of XLG's success in the past and potentially in the future, as Giz converts a pistol round for them, and in the series, 2 for 2 pistols. So both teams have won 2 pistols each.
Great aim. I have to, like, they're aiming an insane matter as well. I think there's just so much chaos in those rounds. And Heavyweight just having an off series in general, like, not his best games. I mean, still, XLG, they look competitive, even though Heavyweight is not fragging, which is a good sign for them going forward.
Yeah, and they do have a sub as well, so there's a lot of things that are just, you know, off color. It doesn't feel the way it should feel in terms of how you operate, in terms of protocols, and even in terms of voices that might be in the comms here.
That's correct. Scales gets another entry. Raga might just overstay his welcome in that situation, but gets 2. So numbers advantage back into the hands of XLG right there. There might be a weapon to be picked up, even though it's just a Spectre. Everyone in
There's
trade.
an outlaw, yeah. Yeah, there's an outlaw waiting for this angle. That kicked like a horse, that second shot. He couldn't quite get it, but Irv is looking to press the issue, yeah. Or Benz. Yeah. That's okay as well.
Lights up from heaven, gives Raga a chance to reload his gun. 3 players swinging into stairs. That's a great paranoia over from the side of Heavyweight. Does get one slowly on the trade. Sharks on side. Has a regen shield, so a little bit more HP to work with. Sufet 1v2. Spike's getting defused. Oh, he does not get it in time. The round goes over to XLG, but Sufet brings down all the weapons. That's such a low equipped bonus round, if you can even call it that way.
Yeah, and they lose all of their guns as well. They invested so much into this. An Outlaw, 3 Spectres, and they're just going to lose all of it. I think Sufat BB is going to carry a Spectre over into this next round, but it's actually a really good audible. To go from heaven, recognizing that the fight might come from stairs in that 3v4, and they just pivot towards stairs, so it's a great call from Sufat.
Yeah. Just a little bit too slow on that rotation. Full eco round coming in here from the side of XLG. Lysor moving back slowly but surely, has a wall up and forward, so they can slow down the approach by TYL. ERV on the side. Lysor does not get one. Gets shut down himself, so in the end, TYL on side should secure that round.
Could be a stagnant retake. Like, this is rough. I think a retake with inferior weapons is you stand a slightly better chance of doing it, but C retake, there's just too many lanes, too many long angles, like the one Irv's posted up on. He 140 Draga just now, limping away with his life and sent shuffling off this mortal coil. There's XLG with a lot of work to do, not a lot of money to do it with.
Sharks
makes
all of a sudden, big swing from Waterfall, only gets one. And then it's Splash through smoke, spamming them down, 40 HP on his own clock, but Leo only able to secure one. 3 weapons down. Another Vandal for ERV, and Leo will get away with that murder on Splash. A little bit more of a gunfight against Slowly, so economy for XLG gets better and better, while Hailu is suffering a little bit from their economy damage.
Yeah, and that's the edges that add up, right? You won one round, but it was a very pyrrhic victory at that. You then proceed to lose the next one, but you managed to salvage a Vandal of all things going into this. I think, if I'm being honest, the way this game is going, it's not going to be Macro that wins it for you. It's going to be that second kill.
You
right?
don't say, Rigor.
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
That's a fast one by Sharks, gets an entry, ERV, late trade, but you take this every single day. No more flag smokes, Leo. Another repeat. They're still fighting, still hanging in there, still trying to make something work. And in the end, it's Leo on another quad kill for his team. Round number 9. They tripled their result from the previous game against Wolves. I don't know how that round goes the way of XLG, but in the end, I think it's just Leo who's better.
Yeah, Leo coming up big is a big factor of that. Shox getting that opener. He's been very good on this entire series, but Leo managing. I think Shox did so much damage, by the way, because those were double body shot. That's 80 damage total. Yeah. So somewhere along the line, those guys took 120 damage, and I think it's on the back of Shox and Raga as well, fighting, and Leo just playing clean up there. It's for the first time in a while, we're going to see Lysol with that full util set up towards that C-side of the map.
Yeah, and he's getting tested right now. Has to destroy the Prowler. That's a fast one. Great flash coming in there. Dodges all the utility. Gets a frag. Happy way already behind him. Has his back. Slowly, great shot. But a weapon you can't recover. Scales.
What?
On the other side, what is Raga doing? And now there is an open A side over for TYL. They might be able to counter spike, but this one is in a very unsafe position. Can I just not comment on that? I'm asking if that's okay.
You're paid to. No, you're paid to do this.
Is that alright?
No.
That's a great haunt. They're not trying to retake their own spike area. Leo spam through a smoke. Great headshot. XLG is just aiming this one down. A great retake from them, but all of this enabled by a very questionable drop TP. Please don't show it in a replay.
Please show it in the replay. I need to see it again. Oh, Raga, what are you? What is happening? What has happened to the game I love, man? What has happened to the XLG I love? That XLG side that came through Ascension being so individualistic, and they're winning, but at what cost? The cost of your soul?
The cost of my sanity, for sure.
Oh, it's a B split. Yep, it's a very fast B split. Irv is all the way onto C side, onto B side.
I mean, he will obviously peek over in that smoke. It means a great off angle, but now his position is clear. Happy way, just waiting for him to crash into this one. The B fake was insane, but Splash trying to force his way back into the B side for whatever reason. It's gonna be even more trades. Leo on 10 HP, surviving that situation, surviving that altercation. Spike is going to be once more, even though that's the stacked side that you are aware of right now. But Shieldfed has the timing, nobody's watching there. It's just a 10 HP Leo that you have to deal with. Oh, now you heard that drop. Now they know where they are going. XLG, no ultimate to speak of. Raga can use the convergent paths if he wants to. Shieldfed uses his ultimate as well. Does not get hit by the convergent paths. It's just going into the con area. But it's a great space take for Raga right now. Great hinder as well. Lysor spotted out. But 2 quick kills. XLG. That retake needed.
I think they should have gone A. That's my hot take. I think they should have gone A.
That's your hot take.
That's my hot take. I think Irv did such a good job TPing onto B. And the minute he had all that space, and they walked up. Obviously, we have mini-map, right? We have radar. We can see X-rays and all that stuff. But especially when you're not getting any resistance on A, and Earth just has burnt a Seize and a Prowler, like...
Listen to me.
Yeah?
The first player goes in there. 3 players against
1 player in, 3 players B. Yeah.
1 player in, 3 players B. They have info. 3 players B.
Yep.
So one of the 2 spots. You know that the device spot is the C. There's a fast rotation from the B side onto A, so you have to be aware of heaven.
Okay.
But after you spotted 3 players B, you have a noise cancel of 5 seconds and then a double entry from the next 2 players. Still 3 players B.
I'm with you.
All of them dead. And then the next decision is like, okay, we go B again. Into possibly 3 players.
With the showstopper, did you count the showstopper? Did you add that there?
It was on the second go, where everybody died on TYL.
Yep.
I don't know what's happening on a micro perspective for TYL. I'm really sorry. Like, this is on a micro perspective, they are just losing out on that. On a macro perspective, right? Like, their aim is insane. They can't shoot back.
Just their decision making is so
wanting, there are so many moments where I'm just, why?
Obviously, we caveat this. This is seeding, right? They're guaranteed a playoff spot anyway. It doesn't effectively matter. They just might end up with a slightly weaker side going into playoffs. But they still might end up with a pretty strong side because it's seeding, right? They're 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and Raga, just on the bot in the end, survives that altercation, moves back, phone's destroyed. And look at Shark's positioning. They know that nobody can be A. It has to be a B or C execute, and you have to wall on B, so C the only logical option. Sharks is moving backwards as more C control is established over by the side of TYL. Raga does not peek into this one. There is still an ultimate on ELV that you can use to entry that size. Same goes for the Steel Garden once Lysor decides to use this one. Raga on the swing. Lysor way too aggressive, can't use his ultimate. Shufet, that's a great seize to slow down the rotations. Nobody's behind him.
They don't have Spike.
And they have to retake that Spike. Leo is making noise, and a lot of that. Scales has been spotted, shuts down Leo. 2 versus 4 on the side. Spike's going down just now. Happy way and Sharks. First player spotted. But it's slowly to close it out on the end. Round number 8. TYL secures 1.
Yeah, it's a big round from TYL. A very big round from TYL, but like you mentioned, mechanically, that's the only edge that's really happening right now, right? Splash with I think TYL with a really great contact. I will say that's a good contact down C, especially because the XLG default was a heavy B-based default, right? They had the B wall to stop any rushes, but I think they were just spooked. I feel like that's an overcorrection, no? Irv only TP'd onto B 1 round, so you putting the wall into B and then having 2 people watch it is a bit of a... Is he dead? Oh, he's fine.
Survives.
Okay, he's okay.
A little bit of damage onto Shufet.
Look, the same thing. The exact same thing. Over-index onto A sides and then leave your solo C player.
Ah, but this time you solo C player as your initiator, so no info on that C side. Lysor has the right call here, right? He moves back, tries to not be too aggressive with his entire gameplay because you need that Steel Garden for a retake. Great re-clear also by XLG right now. They know that nobody is in a lobby. 3 players can go into the backstab.
It's gonna be bloody. Oh, it's gonna be bloody.
It's gonna be a first fight and nobody will be ready for it. Raga! First frag! That's a great schedule to push them back. Spike on the ground. They have to retake that now. ERV does so. Slowly, big fight into it. Nobody gets the closer range angle. Slowly on another double kill. On another chair. Lysor on the 1v2. But 27 HP onto Slowly makes this one really, really doable for the XLG Wise player. Has the Steel Garden ready.
He has Steel Garden to speak of. Slow is also super low. He's 1 HP here. They split.
Do you use the Steel Garden? Do you invest the ult? That's the big question for me right now.
Where did you want it? It's the question.
I mean, you need that round. Big swing round. Yeah, there's the Steel Garden coming in. Awareness for the Omen. Up there in Con. Gets that one. Does not spike the second player in Con, so he should be aware that's main. Does not look there. Scales gets one more. Scales the savior of that round. Another clutch for him. Lysor denied. And TYL. 2 more for the taking. Another eco going up next. How would we feel about another 3-map series here?
It's the curse of Sean. Producer Sean his blood is innately in this game. There's not much we can do about that. If he wills it, then it will happen. However, I will say things are becoming more logical as the game matures, right? In the beginning, it was a bit of we don't speak of the beginning. There's no war in Bossing Say. However, as we've gotten more into this game, like the macros start to clean up quite dramatically, right? It was just brawls across the board, but now we're getting moments where it's like the brawls make sense. They're very linear. There's always a question that's being asked or answered by some of the players and where they're positioning and how they're moving around the map. Now the big thing is, how does, firstly, TYL convert this now new world order in terms of macro into more wins? They lean towards the seaside, finding a lot of success. And secondly, XLG's 2 away, right? Winning their first game out of 3 games on Lotus. How can they bring that mechanical edge into those macro situations? Because, for example, that root fight should have been XLG every day of the week, but they just all lost their gunfights, one after the other, and they just lost all of A root, and then the B plant happened, and too much work for Lysor.
Yeah, that's correct. And now Raga on yet another solo Guardian. That's something we have seen before. Leo has ultimate as well. That's certainly a doable round for XLG. Guardian have been hurt. A little bit more of a stretched out default that TYL is playing here right now.
That's a big shot. Shots fired there. But they're going to spam this box, no? They know someone's here. They have to know someone's here.
Do they?
Yeah, they ping. There's a ping. Yeah, they know someone's here. 1000%. Most obvious space ever, and they're well aware of it.
I would not be surprised if XLG gets to map point by a triple from Sharks out of that position.
No, it could happen. Stranger things have happened this game.
But VCT China, anything is possible.
The cut noise rehit onto this B side of the map, and the B defenders left the door wide open.
I don't like to be hit. Close range encounters against the smaller weapons. That's something that normally enables sheriffs, enables guns in those fights.
Scales is going to go big here. He's just going to pick Raga off on the rotate and 3v4.
Yeah, and he does exactly that. Raga down, 3v4, and at that point, XLG, I'm going to be honest, just execute yourself on the spike. Like, I don't know. You don't want to give up any more ult points, especially into Splash. Slowly, close cut corner, ERV gets one more. Splash is going for a hunt. Does want to charge his showstopper even more. And so he chases them all down. Lysor gets killed. Leo, that last one standing, does not want to go down to the hands of a very hungry race. On the other side, 4 more bullets for Splash, and he's moving back. Leo dies to the spike. XLG, there's just 1 round of lead for you.
It's an eco. It's to be expected, right? It is to be expected. But yeah, this B play is... I don't think I've ever seen... Out of my many years in Tier 2, in Game Changers, in VCTCN, that play is the most textbook or telegraphed whatever, right?
Yeah.
You'd never peek B main and then run away if there's not someone who's sitting behind that B main box, right? There's just too many conditions that it's too high value. You kind of just have to let that B player gamble correctly and win the 50. Raga teed up
Aggression
here.
by Raga. Has to go back. They invest a Fate Ultimate in this one. Splash. Shuts down Sharks on the entry. Raga expects the Omen teleport. Anticipates this one. Raga on a tear. Raga on a triple kill. They need a savior once more and over again. It's Raga to help out XLG. To bail them out of situations where they realistically should not win. Raga is there for them.
Yeah, it's a big kill. It's a big kill. Sharks with the operator just gets, he just gets tapped on that angle, just slightly asleep on it, but finally using those ult economies to great effect. Raga lighting the world on fire. And it was just a done deal. After that A main brawl success is a timeout forced. Timeout forced expeditiously. A timeout forced at the most appropriate time. You don't have many rounds after this. It's 10-2. It's 10-12, rather. You're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 as TYL against a team in XLG that has been struggling relatively in this stage. A game that has been interesting, to say the least, in terms of macro understanding, and a game that has been just beat down, drag out, like we mentioned beforehand. So you're calling this timeout as TYL. You do have that showstopper in pocket, I think. A lot of tools at your disposal. You know that C works for you. You know that A is a 50-50, and you know that B is worth exploration, if not just for curiosity's sake.
I think B was the best spot for TYL.
B was there. B's on Lotus, at least. B's the site where you more often than not don't go because defenders just shut you down before you get there. But in this specific game, B has been sort of free real estate because they've been indexing heavily towards the wings or towards the extremities. So let's see what the shuffle round looks like. It's a bit of a late setup. They are gambling towards this B and C. Yeah.
I think they expect the showstopper to be popped immediately. That's the only reason I can imagine for XLG why they are this far back. They want the rocket to go wide. But Sharks will peek on an AWP. Once that showstopper with an early kill. Flash, rocket ready. Please watch tree. Leo, a little bit of spam through smoke. No damage just yet, only splash. A little bit of a chunk.
Oh, look at Scales. Look at Scales.
No way! No way! The main piece of your round dead within the first 30 seconds. No showstoppers to be used here.
To be
catastrophe for TYL.
Big B pivot here. Leo has the haunts as well. Leo can deny if he wants to, but I think he's just going to wait it out.
They have the retake utility for that. Especially considering that Heavyweight is still behind them. Leo shut down. There's ERV left alone on the A side. Slows the approach down. Slowly, and Con needs to win this gunfight. Does so. TYL has no reason to get back into that fight. Has no reason to get back into that round. But they still do so. Sharks gets one more, but as we are heading right into the direction of overtime, TYL has one more chance.
Why? What is Irv doing at Rubble? Why is the what? We spoke about it, but like it is beating a dead horse because I think XLG's been a favorite. XLG's had international experience. To be doing a lot of the big games that is a frustrating one. Yeah, I would slam that timeout button as well because it felt like we were set up for such a good. When I say we, I'm talking about XLG. Yeah, we as XLG, if I'm cosplaying the coach.
XLG.
Yeah, I'm cosplaying the coach. We're in such a good position to.
If I would cosplay XLG's coach in that situation, my table would be in 2 pieces.
2 pieces? Is your table good or are you just really, really angry? Those are the 2 questions I have to ask.
That's a question you have to answer yourself. After that retake, my table would be in 2 pieces.
It's a head scratcher. It's genuinely a head scratcher because they were set up. I thought if Leo just sits where he was, he throws a season to pit and then haunts. They have everything. They genuinely have everything. The C players rotate, Happyway and Lysor join, and it's just a done deal because Sufat Bibi was so low HP as well.
Even Fabrizio Romano would call this one a done deal. That's correct.
Yeah, that's...
Sharks has a rocket.
Does have a rocket. He got his last round
well.
from that. He got the last round from that kill or the death, and Splash has been sitting on this for a while. Plus the Nightfall. That's also something to look at.
Watch how Splash insta peeks and gets shut down.
No, never. Not Splash.
Happy Way is just waiting for something to happen, waiting for the side crash. Now there is the rocket and very good fallback over from the side of XLG. They're not letting this one slip. No kill on the showstopper. And now they have one for themselves. Great retake tools for XLG. Great paranoia. The slowdown is strong. Sharks uses his ultimate. The stun needs a little bit more time to get onto the side, but that's great space. No kills from the Rockets just yet. Slowly gets one more. Brings us one step closer to overtime on that double kill. Raga needs to find his rhythm once more. Needs to find even more frags. Splash and slow walking through a cage on that round. On the most crucial in the game. Raga gets back 10 HP, 70 on Leo. More fights ensuing in main. Scales.
Yeah, it's a big round from them. A massive round from them. They used a lot of their ultis to great effect, and that saturate value, I think you'll struggle to find a saturate that got more value than that individual one. Shuts down the showstopper entirely. He loses a lot of momentum from that first satchel. As
TYL should not win that round. I want to be honest with you.
They shouldn't.
No, please don't shot and read. Please. Why are you slow walking through a cage? Why?
Yeah,
I mean... I think this one broke me. I'm so very sorry, chat.
I will... you can sit back in your chair, pull up your pants, like, back into this. It's a Bay main brawl. Once again, XLG trying to get any kind of traction on the attack side.
It's a little bit of faster. ERV gets that entry, Sharks down. TYL, they're fighting for their lives here slowly. Close towards the corner, gets one more. But the bloodbath continues with Leo on the triple kill. They're just abandoning playing macro at all. Let's just brawl it out on Rubble. XLG got handed a map point. Got handed a serious point once more. The third one at that. Scales to the 1v2. Has a cage. Gives himself a little bit more time. Can't push into tree, and that's so slow by XLG. Scales. One more tap. And Lysor gets that last one. 13-12. More map points for XLG.
The big thing here going into it was a 6-6 half in regulation, followed by a 6-6 half during the second half, and it starts off in a similar way. WS Leo finding 2 massive kills in replay. Get their timeouts back. The TYL coach expending his early. Trying to fix things, trying to find some kind of patchwork.
Very understandable call.
Very understandable call. They have things that are working for them, right? XLG is not respecting the fact that they can just pivot onto B on a dime. I think Sufat has been calling around that B side, especially towards A. I think, especially when it comes to B, you kind of want to develop around splits of some variety. And he has been developing around breaking that door and pivot, or even using that C door to provoke an early C long fight, you know? So I want to see it simple. I think, like I mentioned before, they're both mechanically at parity.
Mechanics are my problem here. Like, the mechanics are insane. They shoot. Like, they shoot so well. Both of them. My biggest problem here is that, like, some macro decisions are just not on par.
Yeah. The problem being that more macro decisions than not are quite problematic. But we're going to OT. An opportunity, a clean slate, so to speak. Everyone has rifles to speak of, and somehow Lysor has taken 35 damage off rip.
Gales slowly moving forward. Here's that wall. There are some thorns placed.
Is he gonna bypass this? Please tell me he just walked straight past it.
He walked straight past that. Lysor
Oh
is
my
surprised
God.
by the timing! Nobody's watching him! Sharks gets one in the trade. But with Lysor shut down, that's a great position for TYL to just move over to the B side.
That's an happy way.
Look at Heavyweights timing. Needs one. There's another Paranoia in play, but they will go for a retake. Do they have it in them? Do they have a workaround for that? No more second guessing. All of TYL on that B side. 2 angles to play around. Nothing else to do. Here we have the C's. Close one. Raga gets the trade. Happy way one more. XLG are doing it. They're going into the fight. Leo in a 1v1 versus slowly around determining. A serious determining frag. And Leo gets it. XLG takes 3rd place in VCT China after 2 very long and questionable maps. XLG with a substitute takes it home.
And it's a big effort from there at the end. We spoke about glimmers of what their retake, especially towards that B side, should look like. And it looks exactly like that, right? Having your fade in heaven and sort of dropping their main prio. Because if the door's not broken, or even if the door is broken, you don't know what's happening in that rubble side of the map. So the adjustments is made. Sharks and Raga pivots off of that A main through CT. Rejoin their team and close out the round in a very tumultuous OT game. You know, a game that is fraught with emotions, I'll say. Definitely a game that's fraught with emotions, fraught with highlights, fraught with... Oh, I'm tired. Oh, that was one of those, you know? One of those for the record books.
That was certainly a game of Valorant.
You say this, you enjoyed it. You enjoyed the game. This is definitely a 1 of 1. Right? This is especially from both of these teams. This is a 1 of 1, right?
Have you ever watched Ninjas in Pajamas versus Amkar?
There's no Ninjas in Pajamas in Valorant. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm joking. I do know what you mean. I've seen the infamous High Rise clip, but we don't have one of those today.
That's important for me.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know what to say. Genuinely, I don't know what to say. I mean, if a positive light is if I'm debuting, if I'm a rookie and this is my first VCT game, this is arguably the most memorable VCT game I will ever play.
I mean, Sharks was insane.
Sharks was insane. Like across the board, Sharks was insane. I wonder if we'll get to interview him. I highly doubt it, but Sharks is someone who's... Yeah, Sharks is someone who I think you want your debut game to be as big, as tumultuous, as exciting as physically possible, and an overtime banger on a map that you haven't found success on, and a breeze that you haven't found success on either is definitely a way to do it. You know, stamp your legend, especially being promoted from XLG Academy. But we have an interview coming up. Let's hear what the play mentality going into this was.
Yes, hello everyone, I'm XLG Lysor. I think you've gotten a breakthrough in your mental or your gameplay. He says he feels like he's matured and he's just improving and he's more confident. Did you guys expect Sharks to play so well today? And did you guys give him any of your wisdom from playing your experience? Since they were surprised.
通过这个激情把压力释放出来。我觉得他今天做得非常好。
是的，能看到今天确实是
He told them to like yell and let out his emotions to get the like make the stress go away.
被对方追了很多分，所以想知道你们在下半场的时候感受到对方来自于防守方的
On map 1, you guys got caught up a lot in the second half. Did you guys feel pressure from that?
我觉得我们这一场是胜在细节，然后
He says the other team did quite well, but they did adjustments mid-round, and Leo played very well personally today.
团队配合提起来了。
我觉得是整体团队配合，因为我们在
Do you think it was mainly Leo's personal performance, or was it the team performance as a whole that improved? He says the team as a whole improved, and they found a strat that they thought would stop the other team and make them feel more uncomfortable playing on the map.
之后的结果，然后也想问一下，你觉得自己在维斯的这个英雄上面操刀上面有没有什么？
You've swapped to Vice from your own of your own volition after showing the coach what you could do. So, what are you feeling on Vice right now? And he says it wasn't really his own decision. The coach asked him if he could play it, and so he tried. And that was that's also a position that he has played in the past. In 2024 and 2025, he was a Sentinel player. What do you think your own playstyle on Sentinel is? He says he tries to find the weaknesses of the other team. You guys have gotten good results. Any words to leave for Changsha? He says their determination to go for the champion spot has not changed.
成都了，刚刚其实也有看到你们拿起了粉丝签名的一些旗帜嘛。那下一次在成都，在季后赛再见到粉丝，会有什么样的期待吗？
就一直很感谢大家支持。
Do you have any expectations for Chengdu and the next time you guys see your fans? He says he's very grateful for the fans' support. The stage has been a little bit up and down, and everyone's given them a lot of trust, and he's very grateful for that. Whether win or lose, he hopes they can continue to make it toward the champion spot. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture, and then it's time for the prize draw.
Yeah, and the determination for the champ spots are still there for XLG. They want to bring this one home. They want to play in front of a Chinese audience at a champs. XLG, some ups and downs today. I don't know what their mascot is doing in the background there. I'm very confused about that, but you know, sometimes you just have to accept at some point. Which we are going into the replays, and it just shows the aim performance that XLG had throughout that entire map.
Yeah, mechanically this game was, I think, unrivaled. It was pretty peerless in terms of the individual inspiration. I wouldn't be surprised if we have another Leo top of the scoreboard type game. Raga did show up in spades in the beginning, but I feel like there was a lot more moments where I looked and Leo was just bailing XLG out of really, really crucial moments. Like this round, especially on attack side. This is round 3, the first rifle, and they get 2 really, really big kills, setting up Raga for further success. But yeah, I've said my piece about Viper on Lotus. I feel like Viper is kind of mandatory, and that's why the attack side looked so choppy at times, because there were a lot of these double duelist comps with the Sentinel are very one-dimensional, one-note. You kind of lack a lot of the attack side prowess, or at least mind games that you can be developing off of. It's a miracle that TYL got a lot of free access onto B without actually developing an A side just by sheer presence alone.
As Sarah mentioned, a very weird Lotus. It seems like both teams were just throwing out the playbook and just focused on their aim performances, focused on their 1v1 skill. That was mainly my takeaway from that entire game. It seems like XLG without Noman is so much more disorganized. Even though Sharks had a great performance, I want to see Noman coming back and organizing this team a little bit more going into their next series. Once we start off with the playoffs, those two teams need to step up a little bit more. Like I expect more from them, much more.
Yeah, I never considered the possibility that it is a no man not being here, Diff. But we have comms coming up.
Okay, I got solo aiming.
Three. One more.
两个，还有一个欧门，包没带。
那攞咗你哋去。
踢吧。對咯，歐門沒黑。
No power 你哋。
大家going for。
来，跑吧。他不知道你在哪，他以为你在那个。
这个枪可以吧？下把钱。
哎呀！
讲这儿，讲楼梯。15没有，15没有，海底丢。
两个，
走。低，我架着的，哎，防我。
好 timing 真的。
Yeah, no one else. No one else
Leo.
than WS Leo.
Oh, obviously. It's Leo, like, the man could do it all today.
Yeah, did it all. Especially on that recon roll, finding as much value. Like I mentioned, he was a big part of the rounds that felt very, very swingy. It felt like TYL was wrestling a lot of early control, but the minute Leo activated, he just wrestled it back every single time. So, yeah, no one else besides Leo. Especially in the highlights, like, you can see him involved in so many pivotal moments, right? Even some clutches, like this sequence of rounds where he gets the kill onto the Omen, upgrades the Vandal, doesn't invest into it, and gets 3 kills with the Vandal on top of that. And then the next round, he finds 2 more kills with that same Vandal and a Sheriff he picked up. So, yeah,
He was
Leo,
just a steady one. He was just a steady one on that XLG team.
Yeah, definitely
Like
a rock.
that was like the person that, you know, had the most consistent showing in all of this. That has had the most constant games from everyone here, and I want to see Leo develop into a much better player. Like, even though we are seeing some highlights, I want to see Leo, especially on an international stage, to develop into one of the premier initiator players from China in the world. Like, we saw it with EDG at Masters. Like, Chinese teams can still hang with the best in the world, and I think XLG, if they have a great aim performance, they are able to do exactly that.
Yeah, 1000%. We did speak about like best in slots, and there's a world based off of Leo's performance here. Leo is still in his rookie season, mind you. He's been the growth from Leo as a player individually has been immense. Is that 17 first kills? Does that mean that XLG was behind on the first kill race by almost
17
10
times?
There was 17 times. Yeah, okay, that's
TYL lost the game 12-14 where they had 17 first strikes. I think that summarizes our entire day. I think that's the perfect summary for our entire day.
Yeah, that hurts. That definitely hurts.
That just shows it speaks volume for our games.
Bro, to put into context, Shark had 10 successful first bloods in the first map. XLG collectively couldn't get more than 10, so they managed to scrap it out. On Breeze and then Lotus, a map that you admitted was a bit of an Achilles for this XLG side, but they managed to wrestle it through, and I put a lot of emphasis on the word wrestle. Wrestle back control there. Managed to get their first win in a while, avoiding having to go to split for the rest of the series, and secure their number third spot seed going into playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean every great team has its Achilles tendons. Like for XLG, it might be Lotus. You know, you have to go up into this one. But yeah, I mean, in general, I think XLG, if they have a little bit more of a resurgence for the rest of the year, they might still be a very, very big looming threat coming into this one, coming into champs. We are done with today's matchups. Those were DRG beating JDG in an absolute nail-biter, and XLG beating a TYL in the end, as we already mentioned, as we already seen in those last few moments. I think in general, those are like the expected outcomes out of this. Like in general, those are the things you would expect from a day like this. And tomorrow we have more exciting Valorant coming up for you. Fun plus Phoenix versus Wolves, two teams that are questionable at best, questionable at worst, and sometimes have very, very great map showings, very inconsistent throughout the entire year. So let's see who takes home this one, but still a fun matchup to watch in my opinion, because Wolves is on the up and up, and Fun plus Phoenix on the other side, a little bit on a downwards trajectory throughout the entire year. And, you know, much more expected from FPX, much less expected from Wolves, but I still think that Wolves can hang with them on the end of the day. And the second matchup tomorrow will be Nova versus Billy for the first seed going into playoffs. That's gonna be a banger one for sure. I would tune into this one 100%, 10 out of 10 times. Like, I think those four teams can all give a great showing. And favorites going into those probably Wolves and Nova, which I would have not expected like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely this Nova side's something to watch out for. I think they're coming to the season. I think they came into Split 1 and Kickoff very, very weak. Right, they indexed a lot into their rookies and developmental talent, but they stuck with the system. They kept putting in the work, and Nova in a position that very few people, admittedly, would have seen them to be contending for that first place spot, especially in a group such as EDG TYL. So it's a pretty exciting day tomorrow. Today was a experience. Today was definitely a grinding game, that JDG DRG game, going the full distance, and this one threatening to do equally the same. But a lot of history made, especially in this game, especially for XLG. And hats off, I think hats off 1010% to Sharks. Congrats on his debut. Congrats on such a strong showing on Breeze, making Breeze definitely one to watch, and XLG managing to finally buck the Lotus curse.
Yeah, in the end, you know, they cracked a lot of curses today, but they have to prove this one in playoffs next week as well. We are done for the day now. My name is Zakamas, joined by Rigor, and yeah, with that said, have fun tomorrow tuning into the games, and we will be back for more coverage of the VCT China. Have a good one, guys. Stay safe, and see you tomorrow.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need